Hi, my name is Leon, and I want to teach you to code for free. I've helped thousands of people learn to code, and I've helped hundreds of folks get jobs as software engineers. I've been running a free 30-week software engineering bootcamp live on Twitch, and what you're about to watch is the culmination or the review of what took us about 10 classes. So it will go fast, but if things don't make sense, I ask you to do two things. One, join our Discord, which is linked below, because when you join our Discord, we have 3,000 plus people that want to see you be successful in learning how to code. And two, if there are any topics that are just too difficult, go back and watch a specific class on that topic that's here on this YouTube channel. That's it. Good luck. And if you have any questions, we'll see you on Discord. All right. So today we got some stuff to get through. We're going to review the fundamentals of HTML. We're going to review the fundamentals of CSS, JavaScript, objects, APIs, object-oriented programming, and then we're going to just at the very end hint at kind of the interview prep stuff that we learned last week. The goal is for this to be a review. If you have been following along with the courses, maybe you missed a few classes here or there, and you just want a refresher of all the important concepts before we dive into the back end, this is the class for you. If you are brand new to coding, this class is definitely going to go fast, and it's going to assume that you know some basics. I believe it still will be a good class for you to follow along with, or for you to watch for your first run, because you get a taste of everything. You get to see how things are built, and then you can do some supplemental things to fill in any of your gaps. So I'll post after today kind of things I think could be helpful to fill in any gaps if you are doing this all for the first time. Cool. I want to become a software engineer and also learn code. Can you point me in the right direction? Just hang out here. That's all you got to do. Join us today. Exclamation point 100 devs. If you want to learn all about our free 30-week software engineering bootcamp, you're in the right spot. All right. Kind of already got some questions out the way here. So I'm gonna skip this for now because we already got through some questions this morning, and I want to dive right into the content. All right. If you are new around these parts, if you have never attended one of our classes before, there are two really important concepts that I need you to understand, right? That I need you to understand before you embark on your learning journey. No matter if you're studying here with us at 100 Devs or you're studying somewhere else, you need these concepts. It will be a waste of your time to learn how to code, to put in all this time if you're not doing these two very important concepts. The first important concept that I need you to use is something called active recall. So after you have learned something, you actively test what you just learned. Now, there is a couple big studies that came out that looked at this active recall, this idea of after you read a chapter, quizzing yourself on everything that you just learned. And what they did is they compared the ability to actively recall against somebody that reread the same chapter 4 times. So imagine doing the fourth of the effort, but getting better results. And that's what active recall can do for you. If you actively recall the things that you just learned, you stop and you give yourself some time to say, all right, what did this chapter try to teach me? What did that type of code just do? And you actively recall the things that you just learned, you will put in a fourth of the effort, but get better results compared to somebody that rereads something 4 times. Boom. There's this wonderful video here by Ali Abdal that works through all the science and how to do it. Highly recommend before you do anything engineering related, before you start to study anything, you go through that video and learn about active recall. Now, there is another really interesting phenomenon that happens, and this curve comes from someone that memorized 3-digit letters and then would test themselves on the 3-digit letters that the three different letters that they had memorized, and they were memorizing them every day. And what they did is they started to plot out how likely they were to remember those 3 characters. And what they found was that almost immediately they started to forget the things that they had just learned. And if they quizzed themselves just 20 minutes later, there was almost like a 40% chance they didn't remember. And if they quizzed themselves 31 days later, there's almost like an 80% chance that they didn't remember the stuff that they had just learned. Now, this was just a sample size of 1. There have been some other studies that have kind of like confirmed or like tried to replicate it, but you will notice this yourself. And your timings may be different than what you see here, but there's this idea that if you are studying, if you are learning, you are going to forget the stuff that you learned very quickly. So it makes no sense to sign up for the ability to start learning. It makes no sense to do a boot camp, to read books, to do anything if you're not going to solve this problem. Because all the stuff that goes in one year is going to come out the other, and you will forget over time. And so there's one really proven technique that flattens this forgetting curve so that everything that you put effort into learning, you don't forget. And this is called resetting the forgetting curve or flattening the forgetting curve, but it has to do with something called spaced repetition. The idea that you are working through the material multiple times over intervals, meaning that you're going to first learn something and then a day later you're going to review it, a couple days later you're going to review it, a couple days after that you're going to review it. And this spaced repetition of reviewing flattens that forgetting curve, where something you might have forgotten very quickly now takes a long time for you to forget. And so one of the best tools for flattening your forgetting curve or for doing this spaced repetition is something called Anki. And so if you do spaced repetition or you use this Anki tool where you put all the things you're learning into this, like it's basically flashcards with an algorithm behind them. So what happens is you put your flashcards together. You'll say like, all right, what is X? And on the back, it'll explain X. You put these flashcards into a system like Anki. And what winds up happening is that Anki has an algorithm behind it that surfaces that question when you need to see it so that it flattens out your forgetting curve. So it's better than regular flashcards because it knows when you need to see that material. And spaced repetition is one of the best things you could ever do on your development journey because you will not forget the things that you learn. Remember, if you're trying to become a software engineer, the things that you learn now are still going to be relevant to the things that you learn 10, 15 years from now. This is a cumulative career where you get better and stronger at your skill set, but you have to remember the things that you learn. So active recall will help you learn, and spaced repetition will help you so that you don't forget. If you were to leave right now and all you had was this material, you'd be way, way, way better off for it. So if you're going to put in the work, you're going to learn how to code, use active recall, use spaced repetition. There's a link here to another of Ali Abdaal's videos that walks through spaced repetition, the science behind it, and how it absolutely works. Please, 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 please do use these 2 techniques. Alrighty. Whew. Now, there's one other course, if you're really interested in this stuff, that's not only Ali Abdaal's videos. There is a Coursera course called Learning How to Learn. Dr. Barbara Oakley has a whole course on all the study habits that you never learned. All the other little things that are going to make your life easier as you're trying to study. If you're here in Twitch chat, you might have already seen it. You can do ! study tips or ! learn. Those will give you the links that you need for learning how to learn and all of Ali Abdaal's evidence-based study tips videos. Please do yourself a solid, work through those materials. Alrighty. Can this power be learned? Yeah. Anki pro tip, you can create your cards in a spreadsheet with front, back, and tags, then import the CSV into Anki. A lot quicker. Ooh, I like that. That's a cool idea. Yeah. It's up to you how you want to format your cards. I think that's a very personal decision. And so there are definitely like folks that break it up into different subjects. I do that myself, and I use tags a lot. So if I ever want to study all my computer science cards, I can. If I want to study all my JavaScript cards, I can. If I ever want to study all my HTML cards, I can, because they have good tags and good folders. And so put some effort into thinking through your cards as you're building them. Ever seen how fast Ali Abdal types? Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's like 154, 153 words per minute. That's wild. Alrighty. So if you're here, you hopefully want a career in tech. Maybe you're exploring the idea of learning to code. And what I would like to do is just take a brief second to tell you kind of a little bit about like why that might be fun or a good idea. My name is Leon. I am the managing director of engineering for a nonprofit stipended bootcamp for folks of color called Resilient Coders. My day job is to get folks jobs in tech, specifically as software engineers. The reason why we do this is because right now there is a window open. A window open where you can get a job that pays well, is literally the happiest career 5 years running, and where you get good benefits and you can start a great life through this job. And right now, the window's open. If you put in the work, you learn how to code, you can get a job. It doesn't matter your past experience. It doesn't matter if you have a degree. In fact, most of the individuals I've helped, the hundreds of folks I've helped get jobs, most of them do not have degrees. So there's this wonderful window open where if you put in the work, you learn what you need to learn, you can get a great job. So that's why we're doing it. Now, it's not easy. Everyone and their mama wants to sell you on a dream that you could be making six figures, you could be working at Fang. Maybe that's possible. But what I want you to know is that it's a hard journey. It doesn't come easy. You're talking months of work and then a lifelong journey of learning. It's not easy, but it is doable. And it is doable for 100% absolutely free. What we've been doing here at 100 Devs is a 30-week software engineering bootcamp that is 100% free. I will never put any of my content behind a paywall. Everything I ever do on this channel will always 100% be free, because I want you to have these skills. I want you to be able to learn the things that you need to learn to get a job in tech. So if you're here, you want a job in tech, you're at the right place. Cool. Now, like I said, it's hard. It's not an easy road. But there are some things that I think are worthwhile to know before you embark on the road that speaks to a little bit how hard it is. Now, at my day job, Resilient Coders, we have experts in residence, and one of our experts in residence is Vance, amazing human. And they have a saying that I really believe in. And it's something that I repeat to all of my students. And they say that learning to code is half hard work and half believing that you can do it. Most people embark on this learning to code journey. I've taught thousands of people to code. I've been teaching at Resilient Coders for almost 5 years. I've been teaching at General Assembly as distinguished faculty for almost 10. I've taught thousands of people how to code, and I've gotten hundreds of people jobs. I have never been able to find anything, right? I've never been able to find anything that has been a precursor to them getting a job at the end, other than their belief in themselves that they can actually achieve the things they set out to achieve. There are some folks that show up to my doors that believe, you know what, at the end of the day, I believe myself, I put in the work, I can learn, and I will get the job. And then there are some folks that come and they just never can get that belief in themselves. And eventually things get a little bit too rough and they peter off and they never return. Now, I have the baby on here because babies are really good at this. Babies are really good at believing that they can eventually walk. They look at everyone walking around them and they start putting in the work. They fall, they trip, they bang their heads, but they keep getting up because they have this will. They know that eventually if they keep doing it, they will walk. That's the mindset you need when it comes to code. You're going to fall, you're going to trip, you're going to bang your head. It's going to be rough. It's not going to come easy, but you can make it to the other side. I have seen folks from all walks of life. Anything you can think of, I have seen folks come from that background and get the skills that they need and get a job. I've seen folks that haven't been able to touch a computer for 5 years because they were incarcerated. I've seen folks that were juggling 2 side jobs. I've seen it all. Now, if you have the will, you can find the way. The timeline becomes different. If you have the privilege and the luxury of time, you can shorten your window. If you don't have the privilege or luxury of time, your window becomes longer. But it comes down to a lot of hard work, but also a belief that at the end of the day, you can do it and make it to the promised land. Cool. Hey, Elder Coder Chick, I appreciate that. Keep downing, but keep bringing me back in. I love to hear it. Stop trying to hit me. All right. Now, here's the big thing. This is where most people get stopped. It's that remember that belief we were just talking about? Well, there's something called imposter syndrome, especially as you begin this journey. One of the hardest things is to start this journey and then look around at other people and be like, wait a minute, that's the code they're writing? I've been doing this the same amount of time, but look at their code compared to mine. This is the biggest thing you have to overcome. That everyone has their own path. Everyone has their own journey. Some things are going to come quicker to you and longer to others. Some things are going to come longer to them and quicker to you, right? And so you have to understand that you're on your own individual journey. You can't compare yourself to others, and you have to understand that that little voice inside your head that says your work isn't up to par, that really doesn't ever go away. Even as somebody that's been doing this for 10 plus years, I still have that voice that says, you know what, maybe my code isn't good enough. I'm putting a lot of myself out here, right? I put all my code out here on the internet for anyone to critique or pick apart. I still feel that every day where I feel like, like my code's not sharp enough. It's not concise enough. It's not clean enough. Like I could be doing better. That feeling doesn't really ever go away. And so as you're learning to code, you can't let that be your internal voice of reason. You have to say, you know what? I'm on the right path. Things will come as they come. I'm going to keep up the work. I'm going to be consistent. I'm going to do my active recall. I'm going to do my spaced repetition. And I'm going to work on the plan that's set before me. If you do this, you will make it to the other side. You're on your own journey. Things come to different folks at different speeds. You can't look at your peers and say, well, they're getting this fast. No, it doesn't matter. You will get there too, as long as you're doing everything right. And you know, this is the biggest thing. You know whether or not you're putting in the work. Nobody else knows. I've worked with thousands of students. I'm pretty good at guessing where they are, but nobody really knows. I don't know if during your day you're doing your active recall and your spaced repetition. I don't know if you're doing your code wars or your coding challenges. I don't know. You know. So as long as you know that you're doing the right things, don't let that little voice creep in and say that you can't do something. I'm going to close my Discord here. All right. Just put one foot in front of the other. In time, you'll be running. But you got to keep walking. Hey, I love it. All right. Instead of comparing, take ideas from others' work and learn from it. Yes. This is the best thing you can do. All right. Now here's the thing. This is what other folks don't want to show you. This is what all the other folks don't want to show you. They want to sell you a course Right now is the gold rush. People are getting rich off of selling you a dream that you can learn to code and make six figures and work at Google and have somebody do your launch. Like there's a dream being sold here. I'm not going to sell you the dream today. I'm going to sell you a trough. Not selling you a dream, I'm selling you a trough. A trough of sorrow that you are going to go through a grueling, horrifying process that every day is going to make you feel emotions that most folks don't feel. You're going to feel dumb. You're going to feel inadequate. You're going to feel like you can't learn. You're going to feel like things just aren't going your way. And that's part of the process. That's part of the process. This doesn't come easy. You don't wake up, do one tutorial, and land a job at Google. It doesn't happen. So I'm not going to sell you that dream. I'm going to sell you a trough. Here's what I'm promising to you. If you are consistent, daily practice, you do your active recall, you do your spaced repetition, you do your code challenges, you push code every day, you work through the tutorials that you need to work through, you build the code that you need to build, you will make it through this trough. But the trough is a long and hard journey. The trough is where you first start out, right? You first start out with this idea of like, yes, I want to learn how to code. I want a six-figure career. I want a job where there's a slide in the office. And so you start off here. You've heard all these good things. You've watched all the YouTubers, right? You start buying courses because buying courses is easy. It doesn't require any effort. You buy all these courses. And I'm no fool. I'm no different. I have all these courses that I have bought that are aspirational purchases. If I just buy this course, my life will change. All right. If I just buy this one thing, then everything will change. I'm not putting in the effort or diligence. I just feel like if I buy this, things will magically change. So that's where most people start off. They start buying all these things. Even after I show them the path that is free, they say, Leon, no, I still want to buy these courses. Right. I want to do this. I want to do this really expensive $30,000 boot camp. I still want to do that because that feels like I did something. I accomplished something by buying. Nah. So that's where most people start. And I'm no stranger to that. Indifferent, I have thousands of courses. Me too. That's where most people start. And then comes the real work. They're on the prefaces. They've cracked open the first tutorial. And then it's just a terrifying crash into all the worst feelings you've ever felt in your life. Where you're just free falling and there's no end in sight. And you're just getting slapped in the face with all the new terms and technology and the things that just didn't make sense. And you're just free falling. And eventually you hit the bottom. Hitting the bottom takes a long time, though. Most folks are free falling for a couple of weeks. Then you hit the bottom, and that's where you feel really bad. Hitting the bottom is where you eventually know everything that you don't know. Like you're sitting at the bottom going, I know what the internet is. I kind of know what front end and back end is. I kind of know HTML, CSS, and I know what JavaScript is going to look like. But holy crap, people need to know all this to get a job. That's the bottom. Then the sad thing is that you're at the bottom for months, just slogging through. And then eventually you get to the point where you're starting to like feel like you know some stuff, and then boom, you crash again. All right. And then you kind of learn some more, you stick to it, got some wiggles of false hope, and then you make it to the promised land. Now, this process I've seen take anywhere from 12 weeks to 2 years. For somebody that's like serious about this, depending on how much free time you have. And so to put it in perspective, my students at Resilient Coders, they put in 10-hour days, literally 7 days a week, 10 hours a day for 20 weeks. We have our last cohort has a 94% placement rate. So that means 94% of our students got placed into jobs after graduation. That's no bullshit. We don't hire people back or any of the other weird shit that boot camps do. 94% of our students got placed, and our average salaries are $98,000. That's after 20 weeks of 10-hour days. So if you have 20 weeks but not 10-hour days, you start tacking on weeks, right? So at 100 Devs, we're trying to do it in 30 weeks with 2 class nights and lots of self-study in between. But if you don't have the privilege of time, you got to keep expanding your horizons, and that's going to lead you to a good job. It's most likely not going to lead you to FANG. You're most likely not going to get your first job at a Google, a Microsoft, a Facebook, any of those type of companies. It's just most likely not going to happen. Have I seen it happen? Yes. I had 4 students from my last cohort go to Amazon, but that is rare. That is a dream people are selling you to sell you a course that you buy more of their shit. But here's the cool thing. There was a study done that said after $75,000, no matter how much more money you make, you just don't get more happy. And there are lots of great, phenomenal companies where you'll be very happy. You'll make a salary over $75,000 that are easier to get into, and you'll have a good start to your career. I think that's where most folks should be aiming for. Right? 70% in 9 months? What? We're 94%. We had 80. We had high 80s the week of graduation. We had high 80s the week of graduation. So literally, they graduated. We had 80+% already had jobs before they graduated, and then 94% within like the first 2 months out. Yeah. Cool. So I want you to reset your expectations. Hey, that kid Neptune, clean 4 months. Hey, let's go. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. All right. I want you to calibrate your expectations. Now, I'm not here to beat up your dreams. If you want to go work at Google, make that your goal. But it's typically not going to be your first role. And I'm sick and tired of people selling that dream because it's just not realistic. But if you put in the work, you struggle through the trough of sorrow, you can make it through into a career that pays well, is a happy career that has a good work environment, that has good benefits. And that's what I want for all of y'all. All right, that's what I want for all of y'all. And so today we're going to review. We're going to review all the basics that we need before we get into back-end web development. And I'm going to explain what that means in a second. And it's going to be a quick overview. So if you're new and this is your first run through things, this might be a little too fast. We do have all of our previous courses on YouTube. You can go to leonnoel.com/YouTube. If you're watching this on YouTube, they're already there for you. You can also do ! YouTube in chat. Now, I think this will be a good review. I think this will be enough for you to join us in the back end. So even if you don't have a full grasp on the front end, that's okay. It'll be enough for you to join us on the back end. All right. I just want to make 3,000 USD in a month in an IT job. I can work from anywhere in the world. That's the dream. Remote jobs are becoming the popular thing. All right. So how do folks make it through the trough of sorrow? It's all about managing your frustration. There's a lot of research that shows that as folks get older, right, there is some research done into like when people lose the ability to learn new languages. And the thing that they came up with is that like the ability to learn languages like happens way later in life. It starts to diminish like in your 20s, but like it doesn't like go away. But the thing that they kept seeing that was the problem is that as you got older folks have a lower ability to manage their frustration. Since once you're older, you have full control over your life. You lose the ability to like just shut yourself in a room and study. Right? As kids, we're able to do that. And so if you're older, the biggest thing you have to use is the ability to manage your frustration. It's going to be one of the biggest things that impacts whether or not you're able to get through this trough of sorrow. The other thing that stops a lot of folks when they learn how to code is consistency. They don't study every day. They say, hey, Leon, I'm going to study for 10 hours every Saturday. That doesn't work. We know this doesn't work because of spaced repetition. You should be spacing out your learning every day so you don't forget stuff. So if you're chunking your time into like 1 day a week, that won't work. The other reason why that just doesn't work is because eventually you're going to miss a Saturday and you'll be like, oh, I'll catch up next Saturday. Then you miss that Saturday and then eventually you stop learning. Most people that start learning how to code don't make it through because they give up, right? Most people that start aren't consistent. They give up and don't make it through, right? They just don't make it through. Are we going into async await and all that stuff? Yeah, that's going to be our class on Tuesday. So Tuesday, we're going through all that stuff, a little critic. Yeah. So managing your frustration is really important. Consistency, super important. One of the best things you can do is to have a consistent schedule. Even if it's just 30 minutes a day. Even if it's just 30 minutes a day, that consistency will pay off. And then it's about taking care of yourself. This is going to be a long process. You have to be doing the things that matter. You have to be hydrating. You have to be getting your stretches in. You have to be taking good breaks. You have to be letting your eyes relax somewhere else. This is for the long haul. You have to be taking care of yourself. If you don't take care of yourself, you're going to burn out and you won't make it through the trough of sorrow. But last and foremost, don't let me or anybody else stop your dreams. Don't let your dreams be dreams. That's the key to all of this. Put in the work, do your active recall, do your spaced repetition, and you'll make it to the other side. I've helped hundreds of folks get jobs. I've seen thousands of people learn how to code. It's not an impossible feat. There's a lot of stuff working against you. But if you do the things we just talked about, you'll make it to the other side. Whew. Bugaboo with the hydration. Cheers to you. I need a little caffeine, so I got the Diet Coke right now. Then I'll switch to my agua. Good evening, Ryan. What time on Tuesday is the class? Our classes are every Tuesday and Thursday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. Then we have office hours on Sunday at 1 o'clock. No tea today. No, I ran out of tea. I spilled it all. Ran out of tea. I spilled it all over those two interview classes. Cool. Now, as Dr. Eric Thomas says, you, please don't sit through all this and then not do active recall and spaced repetition. It makes no sense to spend all this time together and then to not actually do your spaced repetition or your active recall. So please, if all you get from today is to do spaced repetition, you, do your spaced repetition. It'll pay off. When I do Code Wars, I copy the function and calls into JS Fiddle, write my code, then copy it back when I'm done. Is that a bad practice? Nah. I would say if you're able to use like your long-term text editor, that's what I would use instead. Whether it's Atom or VS Code or whatever it may be. Cool. All right, start at the beginning, folks. What's the internet? Somebody tell me what the internet is. Most of the folks that are here in chat have been with us for the long haul. It's cats. It's cats. It's a wire. I like that. I like to start off with a wire. Cat photos, fibers in the ocean. Yeah, I like to start off with a wire. And I'm gonna draw my wire here. All right. So here's my wire. Very nice, simple wire. And on this wire are two different kinds of computers. We have client-side computers, and we have servers. I love all the nuns emotes. So if you're new, I guess we got to explain all of like the inside jokes as we go along, right? If you're new, every Saturday, my mom was the queen of finding free stuff to do. And so every Saturday she would drop me off with these nuns that would teach me how to draw. And so don't blame me for my bad handwriting or my bad drawing. You have to blame the nuns. And that's why I see so many people spamming the nuns emotes. All right. So we have a wire, and this wire is real. This wire goes from your computer, maybe from your modem, all the way through the streets to other computers. But it's a wire. The internet really starts with a wire, and we're connecting two different kinds of devices across these wires: client-side devices and servers. Client-side devices are the devices that you use to consume the internet, whether it is your desktop, your laptop, your mobile phone. These are all client-side devices. What they are really good at is kind of receiving information and showing it to you. Okay. Now this is like a really broad generalization of all of this stuff. We definitely go deeper in our first class here on this channel, but this is kind of like the highlights. All right. Now, typically on your client-side device, you have programs. And one of those programs will be a browser. All right? Will be a browser. That browser is going to make requests across the wire to servers. And servers are just regular old computers that hear that request and respond to the client with some files. Now, the files that we're going to be concerned with today are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So what will happen is your browser, you'll typically write in a URL, right? And when you type in that URL, that request will leave your browser to a server. And chat, why do we call them servers? 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 Yeah, they serve up stuff. They serve up info. They serve up data. They serve up files, right? So they serve stuff up to us. Cool. So let's do an example here. If I had a PDF, all right, let's say I had a PDF on my client-side device. What program would you use to open that PDF? Digital Fendi with the hydration. Cheers to you. Thank you very much. If I had a PDF on my client-side device, what would you use? Yeah, Adobe, right? Something like that. Cheers to you, Fendi. You might use Adobe to open that PDF. What if I had a Word document? What program might you use on your client-side device to open up a Word document? Word, not rocket surgery here today, folks. You might use Microsoft Word to open a Word document. Well, what if I told you the browser on your computer, your Chrome, your Firefox, your Safari, your Internet Explorer, those browsers open up specific files. Just like Adobe opens up a PDF or Microsoft Word, right? Or Microsoft Word opens up a Word doc, your browser, Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Internet Explorer, they open up files too. Okay? Now, the files that they are really good at opening are HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and a bunch of other stuff like images and video, etc. Right? So what happens, let's use an example here. Let's say we are going to use our imaginations and order a pizza from Domino's.com. This is the longest running joke we have, by the way. We're going to use our imaginations because I am no longer allowed to order pizza from Domino's. It's a long story. So we're going to pretend. We're going to pretend that we're on our client-side device, and we're going to pretend to make to order a pizza from Domino's. Okay? Now, The reason why I'm no longer allowed to order pizza from Domino's is thus. When you are walking down the street and the Domino's delivery guy pulls over, gets out the car, grips you up, says, "Leon, how you doing?" And they are not delivering you pizza. They just know you so well that they like pull over to say what's up. That's the exact moment when you are no longer allowed to order Domino's pizza, according to my wife. So, haven't had Domino's in a while. I'm afraid to even put the website on my phone. So we're going to use our imagination. On my browser, I am going to type in Domino's.com. All right. So we're going to type in Domino's.com into our browser. As soon as we hit enter, in our browser, that request is going to make its way all the way to Domino's.com's server. Their server is just a computer, right? It's just a computer. That's all it is. Telescope Thieves, hey, thank you for the 5 months of Bezos's bucks. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. All right. So our request leaves our client-side device, our browser. We typed in Domino's.com. We hit enter. We sent a request across the internet, across those wires, and the request made it to Domino's servers. Now, Domino hears that request, and it's going to respond with some stuff. Chat, what is Domino's going to respond with? What is Domino's going to respond with? What is it going to serve up? What is it going to serve up? What is it going to respond with? Yeah, it's going to respond with some HTML, some CSS, some JavaScript, right? We wanted a website. We typed in Domino's.com into our browser, right? We typed Domino's.com into our browser. We hit enter. That request made it to Domino's.com server. What Domino's.com does is it responds back to our client-side device with some HTML, with some CSS, and some JavaScript. So what the heck are these files that are being sent to the client-side device, that are being sent back to our browser? Well, if you go to Domino's.com's website and you look at, oh, it's such a good website, so delicious looking. You go to their website, right? And you go to the front, you go to make your pizza. What you're going to see is a delicious pizza at the top and a list of ingredients. All of that content, that is powered by a technology called HTML. So if you've ever been to a website and you saw content, that was HTML. Now, the pizza is centered, the text is centered, the ham is pink, the peppers are green, the pineapple is yellow. That color, that positioning, that style, that's all powered by a technology called CSS. So if you've ever been to a website and you saw content, that's HTML. If you've ever been to a website and it looked good, it didn't look like a hot mess, a dumpster fire, that was CSS. Now, the best thing I've ever seen on the internet, the best use of internet ever, is that on Domino's.com, you can drag the ingredients on to the pizza. On Domino's, 10-second warning. 10, not, I'm gonna, some sounds and lights are gonna happen. 10-second warning. You can drag the ingredients onto the pizza. What? Way to go, Domino's. Way to go, Domino's. Can we get a round of applause for Domino's? You can drag the ingredients onto the pizza. What? That behavior, that interaction, the ability to drag and drop, that's all powered by JavaScript. So if you've ever been to a website and you saw content, HTML, it had style, it looked good, it had coloring, positioning, CSS, And if you're able to like interact with it, mess with it, manipulate it, JavaScript. So when we typed in dominoes.com into our client-side device, that request made its way to the server. The server heard that request and responded with the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And what the browser is really good at, what Chrome, Firefox, Safari is really good at, is taking those files and showing them to you as the user. Right? Just like Adobe can show you a PDF or Microsoft Word can show you a Word document, your browser is really good at showing you the HTML, the CSS, and the JavaScript. Now, there's some things that have to happen for this to work, right? This HTML, this CSS, and this JavaScript, this is great. This is what the user is going to be able to see and interact with. It's the only thing they're going to really see about what the site is doing. But what else does Domino's really need to be doing on the server? Like, yes, we sent them these files so that it looks good. They have a really good interactive experience on their website. But what else does Domino's.com need to do? I appreciate the bollicle. What does Domino's also need to do? Yeah, Drizzle, you got that. Domino's need to do things like process payments. They need to like store your order history in something called a database. They need to calculate the distance between your location and the location of their store. They need to then do a bunch of other stuff. And all this stuff like processing credit card payments, storing your order history, making sure that you're logged in. All of this is happening on the server. So we wind up with two different kind of roles when it comes to web development, right? Two different kind of roles when it comes to web development. You can focus on the stuff that runs on the client side. You can focus on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, like the things that your users are going to see and interact with. Or you could focus on the stuff that runs on the server, like processing credit card payments, storing order history, making sure somebody's logged in. This is where we come up with two different kind of roles. We would call the stuff where you focus on what the user's seen and interact with, we call that front end. And if you focus on the server, processing credit card payments, storing stuff to the database, hearing those requests and generating a response, we call that all back end. So for the first part of the program, we spent most of our time on the front end and learning our programming basics. For the second half of the program, we're going to be going into the back end and building all these lovely servers. Cool. Questions about that? Questions. All right. Space Star said, where can I practice coding? So Free Code Camp is a great first place to start. Like Count the Shell said, Free Code Camp is a great place to start. But you want to learn the basics. Get through a tutorial and start building. You just want to start building. You want to build websites. You want to build web applications. So wherever you start doesn't really matter too much, as long as you get away from it as quickly as possible and start building stuff. Yeah, Space Star. It's not really an app that you're going to use. You want to learn the basics, do a tutorial, and then build. That's it. Tutorial, then build. All right. Is the use of the cloud the same? It is. The cloud is just somebody else's computer. It's just somebody else's server. So the cloud is really just buildings full of these servers. That's all it is. And you can maybe rent one for some money, right? Because back in the day, like I have a server in my closet. I do. I like store media on it. I play video games on it. And when people would like maybe start their businesses back in the day, they would have their servers on what we call on-premise. Like their servers are like literally on site. The problem with having servers on site is that if the server crashes at 3 o'clock in the morning, you got to go fix it. Or you have to have somebody on your staff that's going to wake up and go fix it. So if you rent somebody else's server in the cloud, you're just renting their computer. And if things go wrong, the power goes out, the RAM breaks or something, they have people on staff that fix it. So instead of having it on site, you pay a little bit of money per month and basically rent their space. Also, if you come back in 2 weeks, Microsoft will be sponsoring this stream, and we're giving out 20 $100 Azure credits, which is the cloud. So you'll be able to pay for your servers for a really long time if you come back in 2 weeks. March 30th here on this stream, Microsoft will be sponsoring. Blah, I'll never forgive you. I saw your message. I love Blaze. Ugh. Heartbroken. I need one of those. Alrighty. Let's keep pushing. Alrighty. So we have our HTML, we have our CSS, we have our JavaScript, right? Now we're going to start putting these into practice. We're going to start seeing how we can use them, right? How we can use them. The idea here is that we're going to learn today code that's going to run really well on the client side. Code that's going to run really well on our devices, on our laptops, our desktops, our mobile phones, right? The code that's going to run in our browsers, right? And so there is this golden rule. This rule of separation of concerns that says, hey, when you're writing or building content, that goes in your HTML. When you're styling things, that goes in your CSS. And when you are doing behavior interaction, that goes in your JavaScript. And you should never mix these together. You should never have content in your CSS or style in your HTML. That violates this golden rule called separation of concerns. Why is this such an important rule? Why is separation of concerns such an important rule? Why do you think this is like a big thing? Yeah, it helps us with organization. Right? If I am on a team of other developers and I say, go make something pink, where are you going to go? Chat, if I say make something pink, where are you going to go? If I say make something pink, where are you going to go? Exactly, CSS. And if I say I need an extra bit of text, an extra paragraph of text, where are you going to go? HTML, nice. And if when I click something, I want it to spin, where are you going to go? Exactly, JavaScript, nice. So we have this idea of separation concerns. Content for our HTML, CSS for our style, and our JavaScript for our behavior. And it just helps us stay organized, whether we're coming back to our projects early on or we're working with another team of developers. We all kind of agree to some best practices so we don't step on each other's toes and we stay organized. Now, as our understanding matures, we're going to come into this other kind of golden rule called like separating out presentation logic. And so Fox, I saw your comment about like React saying like screw all this. Is because it gets a little bit more nuanced when we get to React. This idea of like presentation logic being separate. And that's something we'll get into in a little bit. Cool. I guessed them all wrong. Hey, that's why we're here today though. That's why we're here. Alrighty. So we're going to now jump into HTML. But before we do that, we're in this for the long haul, folks. We're in this, remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. We're in this for the rest of our lives, the rest of our careers. So we're going to take a break. And I highly encourage you to take breaks with us, especially if you're new. We're going to take a break at the top of every hour. So 5 minutes is going on the clock. Go ahead and take your 5 minutes. Please do what you got to do. Get up, hydrate, stretch, and we'll come back to it in 5 minutes to learning some HTML. Hi, Leon. First time caller, long time listener. Recently started learning with you. I'm on lesson 3, but prepping for a boot camp in the fall. I'm hyped to learn from you. And teaching is beast mode. Hey, I appreciate that, Face. Welcome. Welcome to the club. Medium just ordered some Domino's. We got to get a sponsorship. Did you build that timer? No, this is a smart timer on Mac App Store. Although we could probably build one pretty easily. All right, folks. Got 4 minutes left. Do what you need to do. Hydrate. We'll be back in 5 minutes. 4 minutes now. It is Pi Day. If you're new here, welcome. We are doing a front-end crash course. Everything you need to know before we move into the back end. We're running a free 30-week software engineering bootcamp. If you'd like to join us, !100devs in chat here. And be sure to join our Discord, !Discord. Medium. Hey, Leon, I think I found a client to build an e-commerce site. Any tips? Use something off the shelf. Don't try and build it on your own. Look at things like Shopify, or if they already have WordPress, something like WooCommerce. Don't build it from scratch. Leon, what's the best route for learning Vue? I think Vue is like one of the few projects that has really great documentation. Like their starter documentation is really good. So it's one of those times where I'd be like, hey, start with the docs and see if they help you learn the basics or enough to contribute. It's one of the ones where I would like really say like use the docs, because I think the docs are pretty damn good. Skiva, that's hilarious. Just built my wife a Shopify site. It was super easy. Yeah, it is. Hey, Leon, is the Discord going to continue after the boot camp? Absolutely. Yeah, that ain't ever going away. Are you planning on doing more of these online boot camps? Yeah, I think once we finish up this one, I'm going to run it back. I have learned a lot. I'm going to do a lot of things different, a lot of things the same, but this is the first run of it. So I think I learned a lot, and I'm excited to kind of do it again, but better. And then also we got a lot of other fun stuff we're working on. The agency, the startups we'll be building in the open. So it won't just be the boot camp, it'll be all the other stuff we're building on together. Had a mental health stumble this week, but I'm back at it, in it for the long haul. Hey, glad you're here with us. Glad you're feeling a little bit better. Learn Vue, React, or both. I would pick one. I'd probably stick with just React for now. Remember, go deep, not wide. What do you think of Harvard's CS50 course? Probably one of the best courses online. I was more partial to MIT 6.0001, just because I like the directness with the Python, but I think it's probably the best intro computer science course out there. What about React? Is their own docs enough, or do you recommend any specific course materials? Kent Dodds has a completely free React tutorial that's one of the best out there. It's on Egghead. It's completely free and beautiful, and the course I recommend to anybody who wants to dabble in React. Chop A, let's go. Do you have enough money for sponsorship for this camp forever? I make no money off of any of this. Everything, all the subs, the bits, that all goes directly to Resilient Coders. All the sponsorship goes into the agency. So, yeah. This is for the lulz. This is to help folks. WordPress is just a CMS. It enables you to to build a site that folks can make updates to without needing to know how to code. So it's really great for clients. And also like something absurd, like 10% of all internet traffic is WordPress traffic or something like that. Shmanta, you're all good. No worries. Have you gone in depth with React? Personally, I have. We haven't touched React yet in class though. All right, folks, come on back. Come on back. Hope you had a wonderful break. Hope we were to hydrate. Maybe sneak some food in. Today's gonna be a longer day, so you gotta take these breaks as they come. So yeah, so pointed out, there's 2 different Kent Dodds courses. Kent Dodds has like the Epic React course, which costs money and is phenomenal, but they also have a free intro React course that's on Egghead. That's the one I'm talking about. I'll never recommend courses that cost money. Thank you for pointing that out. Ryan, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. Will we get into async at some point on Tuesday? Face of 80 said, I understood your explanation of servers and getting IP addresses, but how does a domain name get added to a home server? You mean like if you have like a server in your closet? You can do that on like your system level, but you like if you wanted to add a domain to that, it'd be a little bit different. You need like a static IP address and some other fun stuff. Yeah. Cool. I feel like I used a whole class on this stuff. Yeah. Our first class did a good job of like breaking down all the basics. All right, folks, welcome back. Let's get into it. All right, I'm going to chill the music. Hope you had a wonderful break. I start talking about some HTML. Remember, HTML is our content, right? Now, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript are all languages. We call HTML and CSS markup languages. They're not true programming languages. But like all languages, they have spelling and grammar rules that we call syntax. Like the way that you have to write the language for the browser to understand what you're writing. Okay. Now, when it comes to HTML, there are what we call tags. Every single piece of content must be wrapped in tags. So here you can see an opening tag and a closing tag. Typically, the only difference between an opening and closing tag, right, is this lovely /. The other thing, too, that you'll see is that sometimes your opening tags can have these attribute value pairs, which are kind of like I was on Big Leon. Sometimes we have these attribute value pairs, which are kind of like superpowers. They enable your tags to do something slightly different. But when it comes to HTML, HTML is for your content, and every bit of content must be wrapped in a tag. There are a few tags that are self-closing, like images and inputs, but every other tag is going to wrap around content with an opening and a closing tag. Okay? So let's go ahead and look at some of these tags. One of the most popular or most important tags to recognize are your heading elements. These are our H1s through H6. This is for your important content. It's for your headings. It is for content that describes all the other content that comes after it. Think about headlines on a newspaper. Those are good headings. Now, heading elements come 1 through 6, and it's based on importance. If you do an H1, the H1 is going to look bigger than an H2. But when it comes to HTML, you should never, ever make decisions based on how that content looks. Chat, what handles how something looks on the front end? What handles how something looks on the front end? Yeah, our CSS. Lovely. It's our CSS. So when it comes to HTML, we are picking our tags based on two things: their importance and their semantic meaning. Their semantic meaning is like the reason why we would choose that tag. Okay. When it comes to heading elements, their semantic meaning is that they describe the content that comes below. Just like a headline on a newspaper describes the article that comes after, our H1s through 6s will do that as well. Now, the H1 is typically preserved for our most important content. So if the H1 is supposed to be the most important content, how many H1s do you think we'll have on the page? The H1 is supposed to be the most important content. Yeah, 1. Now, there is some caveats with HTML5. You can have 1 H1 per section, but in terms of like thinking through like when you would use them, you're going to think about, all right, if the H1 is the most important content, we're probably only going to use it once. Your 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s are for other headings that are of less importance. Now, if we're not talking about a heading, and maybe you're talking about some other text, you're going to, don't give in to the nerds, you're going to need some other elements to handle different kinds of text. You're going to have paragraphs for large blocks of text, like a sentence or more. You're going to have spans for short pieces of text, like a sentence or less. And we also, with HTML5, got something called a pre-tag, which is an abomination, and you probably shouldn't use it. What a pre-tag does is whatever like white space, like character returns, tabs, whatever you put in the HTML, all that white space is saved and shows up in the browser. Why do you think I don't like that? What is all that white space, that indentation? What does that all sound like? Yeah, that sounds like styling to me. Is he trying to catch a ban? See, is he trying to catch that ban? Look at him. Look at him go. Trying to catch that ban. That sounds like CSS. Pasmal, hey, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. He added the S. I don't care if he added. Do you think I care? Do you think I care that he added the S? I don't care. We don't play like that around here. I'm just messing with you, Izzy. Spicy, we've only been going. Spicy Leon can't come out yet. All right, now, what if, what if we didn't want to deal with text? What if we were, that was mild, Leon. What if we wanted to contain elements? Well, with HTML5 or the 5th version of HTML, like the newest version of HTML, we got all these lovely containing elements. So before, we really only had divs, and everything was a div. But when HTML gets updated and we add new things, one of the things we added, we said, you know what? Maybe there could be more semantic decisions that we can make with our content, right? More like reasons like why we would use our, like what our content is supposed to be representing. And that's why we got all these lovely other containing elements. Now, one of the most commons that you'll use is a section. A section is used for grouping like content. Is be one of the big heavy lifters. Most of your stuff will probably be in sections. Articles are for content that could be shared. Think like a blog post, or think like a newspaper article, like things that could be shared. Things that if you took it out of the scheme of the page, like if you cut it out and handed it to someone, it still makes sense. Okay. An aside calls for extra or ancillary content. Think like ads or sidebars. Like if you remove them from the site, it still makes sense. Header is for content at the beginning of a document. Footer is for content at the end of a document. So it just gives us some more elements to use that are a little bit more semantic, meaning that they have like a reason why you would use them. All right. One of the very first assignments we did together was this brownie recipe. I want everybody to relive the good old days. And we are going to take just 3 minutes or so to start working through the brownies recipe. So if you're new and you need the starter code, !Discord. We'll bring you to our Discord community, agree to the rules, and there is a follow along materials channel. All the starter code you need for today is in that channel. So we're going to go ahead and open up the Brownies code. I am using VS Code as a text editor. You can simply download it, and then this is how you'll be able to open all the code that I share with you today. So I'm going to go to Brownies, which was just an HTML file. And what you're going to see is that there is a lot of content, right? Is a lot of content. Chat, what does all of my content have to be wrapped in? What does all of my content have to be wrapped in? Tags. Let's be wrapped in HTML tags. So what I want you to do is take 3 or 4 minutes. We're gonna say 4 minutes to try and wrap these in tags. Now, if you're brand new and you've never done this before, start with the text. What should be text? What should be containing elements? And we're going to throw in some ones that we haven't even talked about when we go over it together. So I'm going to give you 3 minutes. I want you to start, and then we're going to talk through a bunch and some tags that we haven't seen yet. Because, like I said, this is a review for us that we've done it before. So let's go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock here. And we're going to talk through all the changes that we make together. So 3 minutes. Try your hardest. Work through it. Raw, because Microsoft has been sponsoring and they've asked us to use the text editor. Yeah. But Atom and VS Code are both owned by Microsoft, which is funny. They just prefer VS Code. You just hit tab, Tony. You hit tab. Yeah, you're just putting this directly in the HTML. So if I'm looking at this right here, this deep dish brownie seems like the most important thing to me. So I'm going to wrap that in an H1. I'm going to jump to the end. I'm going to close that in an H1. Will, you actually made these brownies? That's wild. Switch around when you did. You like it better? That's good to hear. What is the difference between an H1 and a header? An H1 is a heading that describes the content that comes after. So like maybe like the text that'll come after. A heading groups all the content at the beginning of the document. So a lot of times when you're looking at a website, so if we look at something like the BBC, this would be the heading. Like this black bar, everything at the beginning of the document, that would be the header. So this is the header. Right? The header is everything in this black bar. So it's like a larger containing element. The class made me hungry and I got the supplies on the next grocery run. Peanut, I have dabbed in the dark arts. I use Emacs mostly when I'm not like on stream. And through that, I've been trying Spacemacs, which is like Vim in Emacs, basically. We've done Vim very briefly on stream as well. I have a good buddy that their whole life is inside of Emacs, and so I aspire to be them. Their calendar, their journal, everything is inside of Emacs, and it's just like they just have one place for everything. That's what I like about it. My cat won't leave me alone. They're trying to learn. Yeah, NeoVim seems to be like what all the cool kids are doing these days. I think Primogen's leading the pack here and trendsetter. They're a wizard if you haven't watched their streams. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Let's come together. Like I said, if you're brand new and this isn't review for you, you're going to see some stuff. We're going to go fast. We're going to go spicy here. So when I look at this content, I see the deep dish brownies. To me, this describes everything on this page. Right? It describes everything on this page to me. If I came to this site, what I wanted to know is that this whole recipe is about deep dish brownies. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this in my H1. So you can see that the caret opens, H1 caret closes, and then my closing tag comes after. And the only difference between an opening and a closing tag is this lovely little /. Now, if I save this and I go back and I open it in the browser, so in VS Code, I can right click, open in default browser. What you'll notice is that this deep dish brownies is big, bold, black, and beautiful, much like myself. But there's something interesting about this H1 being big, bold, black, and beautiful, much like myself. What is the interesting thing here about this H1? Why am I curious about that? What happened here? What happened? It's big. It is. Yeah, it has styling. What controls styling? What handles styling for us? CSS, exactly. Did I write any CSS? Nah, son. I didn't write any CSS. So what we are seeing here is the browser applying some default styles. And as a front-end web developer, one of the first things you have to worry about is like, wait a minute, there are some of these default styles that I have to worry about. And where I see the most people get stuck, where I see most people get tripped up, is they start choosing HTML elements based on how it's going to look in the browser. That's not the move. That's not the move. We don't pick HTML elements based on how they look. You should be able to fill out this entire document with HTML elements and never even have to look in the browser because you're not writing CSS yet. You just don't care how it looks. You're choosing tags based on two things. One, their importance, and two, their semantic meaning. Right? That's the only thing we're using to make choices here. Now, the best resource for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is something called the MDN, or the Mozilla Developers Network. This is where if you're new and you have no idea what any of these tags are, what they do, you can look up every single one of these tags on the MDN. It is hands down the best resource for a new developer. So if you're ever like, Leon, I don't know what this H1 is supposed to be doing, you're going to go to Google or DuckDuckGo or Ecosia or whatever you use, and you're going to say MDN, and then you're going to say H1. There we go. And this very first result here, this Mozilla Developers Network result, will tell you everything that you need to know about the heading elements, how to use them, examples, everything that you're going to need to get the job done. Okay. Everything you're going to need. So, can't recommend it highly enough. MDN will be your savior here. All right, Tara BZ, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. Ash Jeeves. Oh yeah, Bing, gotta Bing it. Alrighty. Next, brownies.jpg. This is one of those weird elements that I told you about. We're gonna have something called an image tag. So you're gonna see my caret open, img, and then the caret closes. Now, the interesting thing is that this image tag has something called an attribute value pair. That's what we're seeing here. We're seeing the attribute of source and the value of brownies.jpg. You're also noticing that this image tag does not have a closing tag. is one of the rare elements in HTML that is self-closing. And the reason it's self-closing is because it's not wrapping around content. It already is content. It's already an image. It doesn't need any other thing, right? Whereas this deep dish brownies was the content, so it was wrapped by the tags. What you're also seeing over to the right here is something called a comment. This won't be read. This is just a note to developers. The browser won't try to read this. It's just there for you and other developers to see and understand what's going on. So in HTML, the syntax is left caret, bang. We call our exclamation points bangs, hyphen, hyphen, that starts the comment. And then you end the comment with hyphen, hyphen, right caret. The other thing you can do is just highlight text and then do command / or control / depending on what operating system you're on. And that'll comment out all your code. Cool. Next, recipe by Biz McMahon. Recipe by Biz McMahon. What does that sound like to you all, chat? What is this? Oh, we'll get to that in 1 second, maybe. What is this? Recipe by Biz McMahon. H2. All right, so here to me, this is definitely a heading. I think who made the recipe describes the recipe that comes after, right? I think it definitely describes the recipe that comes after. So to me, it's definitely a heading. Now, is it more important than the H1? No. To me, like, chat, have you ever looked at who made the recipe? I've never looked at who made the recipe. If I don't care who made the recipe. So to me, this is like really not important. But you might be a Rachel Ray household. If it is not Rachel Ray, you are not cooking it. So to you, this might be really important. And this is where the freedom of a developer comes into play. If I give this site to 10 different developers, I'm getting 10 different sets of code back. And that's what can cause some people to get tripped up when they first start their coding journey, that there might not be one 100% correct answer. We might all be nerds and fight over the answer, but there might not be 100% correct answer. And so for me, this is not important. So I think it's a heading, but not important. So I'm going to do an H4. Cool. I'm going to do an H4 here. Cool. Let's save it. Alrighty. So now I have my H1, I have my image, I have an H4, and we're going to start thinking about some decisions here. We got to make some decisions here. Why does it matter if I make this an H4? Why does it matter that I made that an H1? Who cares? Who am I building this for? Who cares? What if I want to? What if I did make this an H3 versus an H4? It doesn't matter. Well, there are 3 different types of users you should be keeping in mind. First are your general users. These are users that'll make up the most, like the bulk of your website. And if you're using the correct tags, the browser will be able to render your content effectively. So if I'm just wilding out here and I'm not using even like tags that make sense, the browser is going to have a hard time rendering our content. But then there are 2 other types of users that are really important to keep in mind. The first type of user is an accessibility user. Somebody is using some sort of assisted device to consume the web. Think maybe somebody that has a visual impairment and might be using a screen reader, which will read out content to them. And so if you are building a site with accessibility in mind, there are decisions that you're going to make. One of the decisions you might make is say, hey, Leon, what if somebody can't see the brownie image? Well, what if they can't see it? Well, we can add an alt. We can add an alt that says brownies. What this alt will do is if somebody's using a screen reader and where they might not be able to see this image that gets displayed in the browser, they will at least see the alt text. The alt text will be read to them. Also, if for some reason our image didn't load, our general users would see the text brownies. And for a while, it also helped out our last our last concern, which is Google or search engines, folks that are crawling your website to rank your site in the search engine results. So Google comes to your site and they read all your content. If Google comes to your site and they want to figure out what your site is about very quickly, where are they going to look? Where is it going to be, right? Where are they going to look to see what your site's about? Where would the Google robots or crawlers look first? Yeah, they're going to look at the H1, right? They're going to look at the H1, and then based on that H1, they're going to know what your site is about, right? And so we have these little concerns that we got to keep in mind for these three types of users: general users, assisted devices, and search engines like Google. Cool. Next, I think related recipes is really important. I think related recipes is really important because if you don't choose my recipe, I want you to stay on my website, right? I want you to stay on my website. And so I think related recipes is really important. That's why I'm going to put it as an H2. Next, I have a list of related recipes. And in HTML, we have two kinds of lists: unordered and ordered lists. An unordered list means that anything can go in there in any order. An ordered list is something where it has to be in a specific order. So for me, these recipes don't have to be in a specific order. If I put bodacious above chewiest, it works okay. Right? It works okay. But if I put, let's say, my directions out of order, then that would be a mistake. So for me, this is a list of links. So I'm going to use something called a UL. And then I'm going to put all of my content inside of this UL. Cool. And then what I'm going to do is, since I have a list, think of like a grocery list. What goes on a grocery list? Like if you have a grocery list, chat, what goes on your grocery list? Items, like individual groceries, exactly. So our lovely unordered list here, which is like the containing element for a list, well, now we need items on our list. And so we have this wonderful tag called an LI. So I am going to give each one of these pieces of text a lovely LI. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump to the end of my line, and I'm going to close all of my LIs, right? So now each piece of text is wrapped in an LI. Got some weird syntax stuff happening with VS Code here. Now each of my pieces of text is wrapped in an LI. But what I think I should have done is, each of these are going to be links, right? So not only are they inside of LIs, but they're also going to be links. So let's go back here, and let's put in some anchor tags here. So each of these, once again, how I'm going to do is I'm just going to hold down Command, and I'm going to click. Boom. Then I'm going to do my anchor tags here. My anchor tags are opening. And I'm going to jump to the end. Command, right arrow to jump to the end. I'm going to close all my anchor tags, and then I'm going to close all my LIs. Boom. Memphis, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. On Windows, you can hold down Control and click. It'll give you the same thing. And then you can use your home and end keys to jump as well. So what I did to do this is some developer magic. The reason why we use a text editor is because the text editor enables us to do some fun stuff like I just did. So all I did on a Mac is I held down Command, and wherever I clicked, I got this lovely see the little REPL flashing? That means I can type at each one of those lines. If you're on Windows, you can do the same thing. Just hold down Control and click. And then I was able to start typing. Alt for Windows, yeah. Cool. All right. So now we got our H1, we got our images, we got our H4 and H2. There is some accessibility concerns with like the ordering of heading elements, but we'll save that for a little bit later. We got our UL, and if I was to look through the rest of this stuff, I would see some other things here. All right. Prep time would be, to me, chat, what do you think prep time would be? Seems really important. Probably like one of the things, most of the things people are going to come here, like if they're looking at a recipe, prep time might be one of the things they really care about. Yeah, I think to me this would be like an H2. It's really important. It'd be an H2. Oh, also for our links, we forgot to put an HR tag in them. I'm sorry, an href tag in them. For now, we're just going to put a placeholder. There you go. Remember, links, when we click on links, we want to go somewhere with the link. So I forgot to put the href. The href is what gives that link a superpower. So when I click on this anchor tag, it's going to take us to whatever we put in here. So we're just going to put the octothorpe as a placeholder for now. But normally you put your actual link on there, you click on it, and it'll take you somewhere. Cool. So you can do multiple H2s? Yes, you can do multiple H2s if you would like. You can do multiple of all the heading elements. So for me, prep time and servings would both wind up being H2s. 60 minutes and 9 would both be spans or short pieces of text. Then we have ingredients. Ingredients is probably another what? Ingredients would be another what? Yeah, ingredients is another UL with LIs inside of it. And then my directions are a what? My directions are what kind of list here? Not an unordered list, but an ordered list. Exactly, an ordered list. Nice. And so my ordered list would be the same thing. It just looks like a UL, except it has LIs in it as well. Except it starts with an OL because it has to be in order. Our directions have to go in a specific order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. Alrighty. And then down here, we got nutritional info. I'm a big boy. Nutritional info doesn't matter to me. Let's be an H. Let's make that an H6. I kid. Maybe like an H3, H4. 340 calories, another span. And then down here, we definitely have another link. Find this recipe here. This is definitely another link, another anchor tag, with this being the link text. Cool. So this is like a very, very quick overview of some HTML. Highly recommend if you need practice with HTML, you're a brand new beginner. Highly recommend that you use the MDN. The Mozilla Developers Network is going to be your #1 tool when it comes to HTML. I also highly recommend Shay How. Shay How is a wonderful website. If you are watching this live now, it'll be in the description box. Will be the link to Shay How. Shay How walks through all the things you need to know about HTML, all the things you need to know about CSS. So I'll link that in the description box on YouTube, and I'll put it in the Discord follow-up for today. Alyssa, thank you for pasting it in chat. Cool. Whew, so that's a quick jump into HTML, just a quick refresher. Let's look at a site like the BBC homepage and talk through some of the things that we're seeing, some of the more advanced HTML elements that we might come across. All right. Chat, I'm gonna have you pick these things out. Chat, what would this black, we already talked about, what would this black bar at the top be? Chat, what's this whole black bar? What would that be? It'd be our what? What HTML element? Spark, yes, we're getting the JavaScript today. Yes, chat, it is our header. Now, with HTML5, we got a new tag that typically goes inside of the header that's holding all of these elements here. I already see some folks in chat saying it, and that is the nav. Exactly, we have a nav, or navigational content. With HTML5, we got this new tag called a nav tag, And if you have navigational content like at the begin, like at the top or bottom of your document over and over and over again, you're going to want to wrap that in a nav tag. Because imagine BBC probably has thousands, maybe tens of thousands of pages for all their articles. And at the top of every single one are all of these words. Now, a web crawler might see them repeating those words over and over and over again and be like, wait a minute, are you trying to game the system? Are you trying to rank for those words? And BBC is like, no, this is just part of our navigation. This is where people need to use this to get to different parts of our site. So we have the navigational content here. So we have a nav tag. And then inside this nav tag, what would we have here? What do we have here, chat? What would be inside the nav here? Can you recall the things that we've learned in the past? What goes inside the nav? The UL, exactly. And then what's inside that UL? LI. And then what's inside that LI? Anchor tag. Whew. So if we're looking at this, we're going to have something like, header. And then we're going to have inside of our header, our nav, then our UL, then our LI, and then our anchor tag, all inside that one top element. Cool. We also see some other elements here. Chat, what element is this? What element is that? Cross. Yeah, it's a form, and the form has some sort of input in it. Great. All right. Let's look at this top area here. This whole top area would be what, chat? What would that area be? What element would we use here? Yeah, nice. A section. How about this area here? What would this be? Section again. Nice. And another section down here. Now, some people are putting article. Why isn't this an article? Chat, why is that not an article? Spaghetti about it got it. It can't be shared solo. Tony says it doesn't stand alone. Exactly. This itself is not a standalone piece of content. It itself is not an article. Now, what it might be is you might click on one of these links and get taken to an article, but it itself is not an article yet. Cool. If we were to break down, say, this section here, inside of it, what is news? What would we say news is? What is news? I think news is a really solid H2 here. Yeah, I like H2 for news. And if we look, we have three what? We have three what? What do you have three of, chat? Nice. We got three sections. Nice. We got three sections. Lovely. And inside the sections, I'm not sure if you can see, it's a little small. Inside the sections, we have North Korea is not responding. What would that be, chat? Inside that section, what would that be? Yeah, I like an H3 there too. Good job, chat. And then underneath that, Biden administration, that other text would be a what? Yeah, it's definitely a full sentence. So I'm going to go paragraph here. Katie, hey, thank you for the 3 months of Jeff Bezos' bucks. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Yeah, it's definitely a paragraph. And then how about Asia here? That other smaller piece of text. What would that be? That smaller piece of text? Yeah, span. Nice. Yo, my Domino's is taking entirely too long. Your boy famished. You got the Domino's tracker, though, so you know how far away. I hope that's still a thing. What a technical innovation, the Domino's tracker. Before Uber did it, Domino's did it. Cool. All right, so we were able to break this down. We were able to see some newer elements like the nav. We were able to see that sections are at play. We can see that basically with just sections, headings, paragraphs, and spans, we can build like this entire site. Because all this is again, headings, paragraph, spans. Heading, span, heading, span, heading, span, heading, span. Section, 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 heading, 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 section, maybe image, heading, paragraph, span. So like 95%, no, probably even higher, like 99% of everything here is just a section, a heading, a paragraph, and a span. That's it. So if you know those 4 things, you can get like 99% of the way done with this website. So don't freak out if you don't understand like what a nav is, or you didn't really understand like how the UL and nav play together. That's all stuff you can pick up from the MDN or from the Shay How that we linked, and you'll see linked in the description. But you can see just with this very, very simple things we covered today, the headings, the sections, the paragraphs, and the spans, you can get this whole thing right here. This entire part of this website is nothing but headings, sections, paragraphs, spans, and maybe images. That's it. That's it. So it's not something I want you to freak out over, like, Leon, we didn't cover everything. No, because you don't really need all that much. This very basic stuff is going to get you there for a lot of big websites. Everything else you can pick up. Cool. Let's keep pushing, folks. All right, chat. So now we've built out some very simple HTML. And we want to include some simple CSS. Where do we put our CSS? Do we mix our CSS and put it in line with our HTML? Do we mix our CSS and put it in the head of our HTML? Or do we put our CSS in a separate file? A separate file, exactly. Now, why do we put our CSS in a separate file? Why do we put our CSS in a separate file? Exactly. Organization, separation of concerns. Help keep ourselves organized. Exactly. Cool. So if our CSS is going in a separate file, we are going to need to link our HTML to our CSS. And the way we link our HTML to our CSS is with this lovely link tag. Right? With this lovely link tag, we're able to link our HTML file to our CSS file. This is the path to the CSS file from our HTML file. So what we're saying here is if you're starting at the HTML file, go into a CSS folder and find the style.css file in that folder. Cool. All right, when we're writing CSS, we write what are called rules. In HTML, we were writing tags. CSS, we have a little bit different of a syntax, right? A little bit of a syntax, okay? The different syntax. In CSS, we write rules. So this whole thing is a rule. A rule is then broken down into a selector and a declaration block. A declaration block is then broken down into declarations, and declarations are broken down into properties and values. Now, why we write rules is because we are literally setting up the rules for how our content will be styled, how it's going to look in the browser. So right now, I am targeting every paragraph that was in my HTML, and I am making it red and bold. So every single paragraph will be now red and bold. Cool. All right, chat. Chat, what is this? What did I just circle? Circled. Be careful, be careful. Let me clean this up a little bit. That's a rule. Circled a rule. All right. How about this? What's that, chat? Value. Nice. It's a value. How about that? What's that, chat? Selector, nice. How about that, chat? What's that? Ooh, declaration. Exactly, it's a declaration. And then how about this? How about this? What's that, chat? Nice. It's a property, And how about this? How about that? Declaration block. Nice. Declaration block. So, whole thing, a rule. A rule is broken down into a selector. Declaration block. A declaration block is broken down to declarations. Our declarations are broken down to properties and values. Nice. Now, this is also that we can write rules that style our content. So our content's going to, all our paragraphs will now be red. All right. Now, there's one really, really important. Good job, Brain, Pat said. There's one really important thing to remember when you're writing your CSS rules, and that there's something called the cascade. And that means anything that comes above can be overwritten by what comes below. So our paragraphs can be overwritten. So here, all my paragraphs are red and bold. But then because I have this other rule down below, all my paragraphs are now blue. Okay? That means that all my paragraphs will now not only be blue, but they're also still bold because that declaration was not overwritten. So you have to remember when you're writing CSS, you have this cascade. Stuff that comes above can be overwritten by stuff that comes below. But chat, it can only overwrite stuff that comes above if it has the same or greater what? Whew. Exactly. Specificity. Nice. Pasta Lord, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. The same or greatest specificity. And we're going to get into specificity in a second. All right. Chat, one more time. Why might we want to link to a separate CSS file? Yeah, organization, that separation of concerns. Exactly. Exactly. Cool. All right. Let's take a break. And we're going to come back. We're going to look at some simple styles. We're going to write some simple CSS, and we're going to keep it moving. So we're at the top of the hour. Remember, we're in this for the long haul, for the rest of our career. It's a marathon, not a sprint. We want to stay healthy. So let's go ahead and bring 5 minutes on the timer. Five minutes on the timer, folks. Cool. We're also going to run some ads just so that new folks don't have to sit through ads. Since we're taking a 5-minute break anyway, let's run some ads so that people can actually join the stream right away and not worry about it. So we're going to put 5 minutes on the timer. If you're not subbed, unfortunately, you will see the ads. But that means that anyone else that comes after us will not see the ads when they join. So let's go ahead and put some lovely break music on. And we'll start the timer. Get a good stretch in, kiss some babies, and I will see you all in 5 minutes. Cool. Minute 30 of ads running right now. I don't mind watching ads. Hey. If you're still here, get up, stretch, hydrate, do what you got to do. Hey. I'm going to do a little hydration, a little moving myself. It's going to be a long day, folks. I got to get my stretches in too. Burb. See you in a bit, Thor. Water's right next to me, cat. Hold on. Shall return. Got that stretch in, folks. Got that stretch. Alrighty. Ad should be over. Well, hey, if you didn't see them, that's good. A lot of folks here are subbed because we have some amazing folks in the community that have gifted so many subs that I think most of our like general audience already has a sub. So if you didn't see ads, it might be because you're subbed or have a gifted sub. Hey, Waff. We don't stream every day. We stream every Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. We're doing a 30-week introduction to software engineering class. And so we run classes those 3 days. We also have a wonderful Discord community that you can join as well. !100 devs for everything that you need to know. I got my water for you, Kat. Don't worry. I'm switching to the water. Needed some caffeine in the morning. Ryan with the hydration. Cheers to you. No muscles with the hydration. Cheers to you. Thank you for the hydration. About 2 minutes left, folks. 2 minutes left on our break. If you're able to, get up, move around if you're able to, please. How do you learn by the docs? I hear people saying learn using docs. What's the docs? Typically, a software project will have some documentation, like how you use the project. Some docs are really, really good, like the documentation on the project, like how you use the project. Think like when you buy like, I don't know, you buy like a board game and the board game comes with a list of instructions. You would call those instructions the docs or the documentation. Well, software projects are the same. They typically come with some instructions on how you can use the product. Some are really good and explain in detail how you can use it, and some don't. So that's what people say when they say read the docs. Will this be available to watch after? Absolutely. So everything is here as a VOD on Twitch, and then also eventually gets added to YouTube, typically about a week later. No power, oh no. Rockefeller Nerd, it's been wild. Yeah, 300 folks on a Sunday. That's, I mean, for like normal office hours, that's wild. Our normal numbers during the week have been going up too, which has been interesting to see. Yeah. We'll lose some folks for the break though, but they'll come back. This is super helpful. Hey, I'm glad you're finding some out of it. You've been at work all day. Hey. Space, you should join us on Discord. It's where most of us hang out. We got 3,000 folks on our Discord almost. Do you stream on Saturday? No. Typically Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday we're here on Twitch. Fridays we're on our own platform called Remo, because it's where we're able to work together in groups. All right, folks, come on back. Uber King, yeah, we're gonna get into backend, and when we get into backend, we're gonna cover MongoDB and Postgres as our databases. All right, folks, come on back. Come on back. Yeah, no, Root, we just recently changed from Saturday to Sunday. That's relatively new. Yeah, I gotta update the about page. Yeah. Hopefully, I'll push a change today for that. Yeah, it is spelled Remo, R-E-M-O. Remo is like a place where we can all sit in groups. It's really cool. Like you sit down at a table and it plops you into a video chat with everyone else at that table. And so it's just a great place for us to work in groups. All right. Smartphone's good enough. Glad you're here, Space. All right, folks, let's come back together. Let's come back. Hope you had a good break. Hope you're ready to get some stretching in. Remember, we're going for a while today, folks. You want to get those wrists moving, those fingers flexing. Tam, yeah, we're gonna open up we're gonna have a Remo that's like always open. A lot of folks have been asking for that. Remo's just really expensive, and so we got to figure that out. But as long as I don't like go over a quota or something like that, then we'll set up one that'll always be open. You're good, Magic. All right, excuse me. All right, folks, let's come back. Let's get into this. Let's review some simple styles, some simple CSS, and then we're going to write some CSS together. Glad you're all here. Excited you're pushing yourself on a Sunday. Let's go. Yeah, I wish Remo would. Remo's dumb expensive. They did cut us a break, but it's pretty expensive. Cool. All right, let's chill the music here. Alrighty, so one of the very first things you might do with your CSS is change some colors. And so, funny enough, there's 4 different ways to do colors in CSS. One of the first ways you might do color is just with a color keyword. So here you can see I've written a rule. That rule selects all the H1, so every H1 will now have the color of red. And so this is called a color keyword. Right, is a color keyword. We also have hexadecimal values that you can use for color, RGBA values that you can use for color, and then if you're a cool kid and maybe you come from like a design background, HSLA is another way of doing color. Now, most folks when they're first starting out is they'll use the color keywords. But why would using the color keywords not be something you could use for like the long term? Why might color keywords not be something that you can use long term? Yeah, JTA got it. They're not specific. Well, like what color red? Are we talking like more like a maroon? Are we talking more of a crimson? You get no control, right? You get no control over what red shows up. So then you're going to look at the other 3 values. Hexadecimal is what the browsers have kind of natively used for a very long time. And the newer contenders are RGBA and HSLA. I use RGBA because I find it a system that's very easy for me to think through. 255.00 would be red because it'd be 255 in the red column. RGBA goes from 0 to 255. So for me, 255.00 is very clearly red. Then you could do 0, 255.0, that would be green, or 00, 255, and that would be blue. The other cool thing now with the A is this alpha layer that goes from 0 to 1, and that's our transparency, like how opaque or transparent is that color. So the cool thing now is like you can not only build colors, but you can also have like transparent colors. And that's all the rage, because before like we had transparencies, you had to do some wild stuff to get like see-through colors. Yeah. Alrighty. So color might be one of the first things you change. Font family might be one of the first things you change, and changing fonts is pretty easy, especially with something like Google Fonts. So here you can see I have a link to a Google font that I put in the head of my HTML, right? I put this link in the head of my HTML. And then once I have this link in the head of my HTML, I can use that font family in my CSS. So how do you get these links? Well, if you're using something easy like Google Fonts, you can just do font.google.com. Or is it fonts? My bad. There you go. It's fonts.google.com. And then you can find any font that you like. I like Source Sans Pro. Source Sans Pro is my favorite font. So I like the, let's just grab this regular 400 here. Select that style. And then the cool thing is I can just come over here now and grab this link. So I just went to fonts.google.com. I found a font I liked. I said select that style, and it gives me that link. So all I have to do is copy that, and then I put that link in the head of my HTML, And now I can use that font. Now I can use that font. And in my CSS, I can set a font family, and I can just use the name of that font that I just grabbed from Google Fonts. And then I can even have backup. So let's say that link went down and it couldn't load Source Sans Pro. It'll try loading Helvetica. And if it can't load Helvetica, it'll load sans serif. And I'm missing a comma here. But yeah, so that's a cool way we can do fonts. And maybe one of the first things you'll change is color. Then you might change fonts. And the last thing you might want to do is like a quick change is a font family. So if when you grabbed the Google Fonts, right, you had the ability to select your different font weights. Let's go ahead and grab a bold too. I'm going to grab this bold 700. You're going to notice now in my URL, I have not only the 400, but the 700, like the weight of that font. So now you'll notice in the link, I have, this one has 300, 400, and 700, the weight. And I can use that weight in my CSS. Font weight 700. It's going to make my text bold. So one of the first things you might do, maybe color, maybe font family, maybe some boldness or font weights. Oh, we got a stretch. Flopsy 17 with the stretch. You know how this goes. My OnlyFans content, only 1 million channel points. But until then, you don't get the goodies. All right. I just had a good stretch too. Let's go in. Ooh. Oh yeah. Thank you for the stretch, Flopsy. Ooh, I feel relaxed. Only 973,000 away, Alyssa. You're so close. You're so close. You're so close. All right. Now remember, if you're saying to yourself, Leon, I'm brand new to this. I have no idea how to change the styles I want to change. Like I want to make something italicized. I want to make something have an underline. I don't know how to do that. Well, the MDN, once again, is your friend. So the MDN, you're going to use that to find how you do things. So I would do MDN italicize, right? Italics, right? And just throw that in there. And I might even say specifically like, oh, there we go. We can see CSS and we can see that's font style. All right, so font style is the thing I want. Font style italics is how I could get my text to be italics in CSS. So the MDN really is the best resource. You're going to use it all the time. If you're new and you're just starting your front-end development journey, MDN, just leave it up. Just leave it open. You're going to use it every single day. And I can't even YOLO points to get closer. Oh, no. I wish mods could YOLO. Face of 80. Hey, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for the support. I'm glad you're hanging out. Hope you're having some fun. Thank you for the sub. And once again, I said the best tutorial to kind of get to speed up on this really quickly is this shayhow.com. Definitely check that out. All right. Let's go ahead and code some basic CSS. So we have some starter code here. I'm going to go ahead and close this starter code. And I'm going to open up the folder that I have here called basic CSS. We have some HTML. And we have a blank CSS file. If you look inside this HTML file, there are an H1, an H2, a section, and a footer. What I want you to do is I want you to follow what it's asking you to do and to write the correct CSS. You can see that our HTML is already connected to our CSS because it has the link. So we're all set up and ready to go. What we want to be able to do is go ahead and make this H1, make it blue, underline, and have a gold background. So we're going to do the first one together, and then you're going to do the rest. Karen with the posture check. Let me get in here. Make sure I'm in, locked and loaded. Good. Positioned well. Thank you for the posture check. All right, so we have this H1, text blue, underline, and a gold background. I'm going to go to my style, my CSS, and I'm going to write a rule for the H1. Beautiful. Now, what did it want? It wanted a blue text, so we're going to do color, blue. We're going to do an underline. Chat, how do we do an underline? Chat, how do we do an underline? So it wanted an underline. How do we do that? Yeah, I can't remember. Text decoration underline. Cool. And you can see VS Code trying to help us. If Dankin, hey, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for the cheers. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Cool. And then the last thing it wanted us to do is to have a gold background. So let's go ahead and do background. And we're going to say gold. Nice. There we go. And what we're going to do is I'm just going to open this in the browser just so I can see it. So I'm going to go to my HTML. I'm going to open in the default browser. And there you go. We're going to see that it's blue text, it's underlined, and has a gold background. Woo! All right. There are 3 more here that I'm going to give you 3 minutes to do. 3 minutes on the timer, folks. Have at it. Boom. Good luck. 3 minutes to try and crank through the rest of these 3. Totally can, Cross. Totally can. Can we see the code in the CSS one more time? Absolutely. Let's bring it up for you. There you go. I'm going to put the timer below it. Remember our CSS rules. You have your selector, your declaration block. Declaration block opens and closes. And then you have your 3 declarations here. Notice that your declarations between the property and value is a colon. And at the end of the declaration is a semicolon. You cannot forget those. Very important. How do you comment in CSS again? So across HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you can just highlight anything. If you're on a Mac, it's Command /. On something else like a new Linux or Windows, I believe it's Control /. And that'll automatically comment for you. What text editor are you using? Right now I'm using VS Code. I highly recommend VS Code or Atom as like your beginning text editor. It really honestly doesn't matter too much, especially for front end. Just pick something, stick to it, get comfortable with it, learn your shortcuts. But yeah, picking one in the beginning really doesn't matter too much. For a full stack position, how much do they care about our project's look? Well, you got to remember, folks that have a say in the hiring process might not be technical. So if they're not technical, they're not evaluating you based on your code. They're also going to evaluate based on how it looks. So that's why having like a really nice manicured GitHub, a good manicured portfolio where you put your best looking stuff up front, that actually matters, because some folks like recruiters, they don't know how to read your code, but they're just going to go off the feel. And so it's important that it looks good. That's why I recommend templates so much. Ty, Winter with the done. If you're done, go ahead and throw done in chat for us. We'll be talking about GitHub. We have a full GitHub class. I don't think we're really going to touch on it too much today, but definitely feel free to review that GitHub class. And if you have questions, the general code help channel is a great place to get your Git questions answered. A lot of folks get stuck and we're able to help out there. Look at these dunzos coming in. Medium, DeFlo, Tam Sauce, Techno, Nicole's, Alyssa, K-Coughs, all with the dunzos. 20 seconds left. Misra. Nice. What is that little emote at the end? That was cool. Do you recommend making your portfolio from scratch? Nope. If you're a designer, go ahead and make it from scratch. If you're not a designer, it's going to look horrible. So use a template. Across hundreds of folks that I've seen get jobs, maybe like 3% of the time they get asked, did you use a template? And even then you just say, well, I'm a developer, not a designer. Of course I use a template. Alrighty, folks, come on back. HTML5 up is completely free and not scammy or crummy or anyway. I recommend starting there. What do I look like, a designer? Get out of here. All right, folks, come back. Let's go over these together. Boom, I'm going to chill the music here. All right, let's look at the next one here. make this text purple, bold it, 25 pixels, and have an orange border. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. I'm going to bring this over to my CSS. I'm going to paste it, and then I'm going to highlight the whole thing, and I'm going to make it a comment. That way I don't have to keep switching back to my HTML. We know it was the H2, so I'm going to write a rule for my H2. All right, color purple. Font weight. Ooh, I said font family. Font weight. Bold. Font size. 25 pixels. And an orange border. So with border, there's a fancy syntax to do border now at CSS3. So we're going to do border. Let's do 3 pixels, solid, orange. Cool. Let's go ahead and save this. Let's go back. Let's look at this H2s. Boom. Purple text. Font weight bolded. 25 pixels and an orange border. Whew, that's looking good, folks. It's looking good. Aren't you glad it didn't say red? Haha. None's in the chat. Alrighty. Section. Make this section a width of 50%, height of 200 pixels, background of gray, border of black, and a paragraph text white. So let's go ahead and grab all this. It's going to go ahead and make another comment here in my CSS. Going to make a comment here in my CSS. And once again, I'm just going to highlight the whole thing. Command / to make it a comment. And then let's go ahead and write our rule for the section. Cool. Section. We want it to be a width of 50%. So width, 50%. Cool. Height of 200 pixels. Nice. Background of gray. Nice. Border of black. So we're going to do border. Let's do, I don't know, make it a little bit thicker. 5 pixels, solid, black. And then the paragraph text of white. So here's an interesting thing. What if I only want the paragraphs inside of this section? Because we can have as many paragraphs as we want. We can have as many paragraphs as we want inside of this HTML. What if I only wanted the paragraphs inside of this section to be white? Yeah. We're going to have to use some of our relationship selectors here. So I can do section space P. And what this is saying is any paragraph that's inside of the section, go ahead and make the color white. Boom. Leon, which file has the instructions? The HTML file has the instructions. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this HTML file here to see what I need to do. What VS Code theme am I using? I am using a colorblind theme so that folks that are colorblind hopefully can view our content a little bit easier. It's just whatever the main colorblind theme is. If you just look it up, I forget the name of it. Looking in Bachelor, not Basics. Sounds good. Cool. Alrighty. So yeah, we're getting here. We're getting here. We said, all right, only paragraphs inside of the section make it white. Remember, this is any paragraph. It doesn't matter how deep. If we only wanted the first level, I saw a lot of folks doing the right caret. That would be like one level deep, like your mother to child, right? We'll talk about that in a second, though. Is my CSS file saved? Chat, is my CSS file saved? Ooh, I got a little Diet Coke left. Nope. How do you know? How do you know that it's not saved? Exactly. Little dot says no. There's this little dot at the top. And since that dot's there, I know it's not saved. Let me go ahead and save it. Let me go back to my browser. All right, wait a minute. Why is my section not gray? Why are none of those changes there? My background's not gray. It doesn't have the black border. My text isn't white. Why did none of the changes happen? Aha! I didn't refresh the page. I got to refresh. Let me go ahead and refresh, folks. Boom. There you go. Changes take effect after we refresh. Alrighty. Feeling good about that one. We had one more here, but we'll let this last one slide for now. We got through the big ones here. Alrighty. Let's keep it moving. Now, we saw that really interesting relationship. We said, wait a minute, I only wanted paragraphs that were inside of a section to have a specific color. This is where our relationship selectors come into play. Okay. Now, there are a couple different ways that we can select different elements. We're going to see IDs and classes in a few minutes. But one of the other ways that we can select any element is through using these relationships. And so here, you can see that my paragraph, hello Twitch, my paragraph is inside of a section, right? And since my paragraph is inside of a section, I can target this paragraph with a relationship selector. So here I am saying, grab the paragraph that is inside of the section and make it red. Now, there's something interesting here. And the thing that's interesting here is this lovely right caret. This means only go one level deep. Only go one level deep. Right? So don't go like, we're not talking like great-grandchildren here or grandchildren here. We're just talking parent to child, section to paragraph, one level deep. If I want to go any levels deep, I can use a space. So here I'm saying find any paragraphs that are inside of a section. Doesn't matter how far down they are. So here you can see the paragraph is now a direct child of the article, and the article is a direct child of the section. That means that the paragraph is the grandchild of the section. And if we had done this right caret, it would not have worked on this set of code. Like if I do this, if I do this, this paragraph is not becoming red because the paragraph is a direct child of the article, not the section. So space, doesn't matter how deep you go, how nested you go, right caret has to be immediate, it has to be like the direct child, the first level in, right? So here you can see this is like 2 levels deep, right? 2 levels deep, 1, 2. Whereas this one is just 1 level deep. So that's the difference between the right caret and the space. Cool. There's also one other kind of type of relationship that we should keep in mind, and that's siblings. So we have a direct sibling selector, and that is a plus sign. So this is saying, find me a paragraph who is an immediate sibling of a paragraph. And so if we look, hello YouTube would be red because this paragraph is the direct sibling of the Twitch paragraph, just because they're on the same level. Cool. JTA, if you're having trouble, make sure you post on our Discord. Folks will be more than happy to help you figure out what's going on. My VS Code is wonky. Once you put background color gray, I have no idea why. It's just picky like that. It's probably looking at kind of like, so the newer like CSS3 syntax says that you can just do background. They might be looking at something slightly different. Cool. So now we have these relationships. We have direct parent-child, we have parent-child, and we have sibling. All right. Let's code some relationships. We have some code to work on here. Let's go ahead and take a look at some other starter code here. Once again, if you need the starter code, !Discord or leonnoel.com/Discord. Agree to our rules, and there's a follow along materials channel that has all of the stuff that we're doing today. All right, so we have this relationship CSS folder. I'm going to go ahead and open up the HTML, and I'm going to open up the CSS. Alrighty, we got some stuff here. We got some HTML that I want to style. Got some HTML that I want to style. What if I want all of my H2s to be red, chat? Chat, what can I do if I want all of my H2s to be red? What would be my rule? What would be my selector, sorry? I want all my H2s to be red. What would I use? Throw it in chat. Yeah, just be H2. If I wanted all my H2s to be red, let's do it. H2, color, red. Nice. Let's go ahead and open this in the browser. See, all my H2s are red. Boom. All my H2s are red. All right. Let's go back. What if I just wanted world and zebra to be red? What if I just wanted world and zebra to be red? World and zebra to be red. What am I looking at here? Ooh, I see some slight errors here. Let's go ahead and do it. Most of chat is saying this. Let's go ahead and do it. Most of chat is doing this. They're saying section H2. Let's see if it just makes world and zebra red. Let's see what happens. Let's go back. Let's refresh. No. World, zebra, and unicorn are red. Let's go ahead and take a look. If we look, world and zebra are definitely in a section, right? But so is unicorn. If we look at unicorn, yes, it's inside of an article, and that article is inside of a section. Yes, that is true. But since we're doing space, it's going to work for this H2 as well. Not only will it work for these two, but it'll also work for this one. If we only want it one level deep, as Fox has said, carrot, my guy, I need the carrot, right? Because I don't want it to go 2 levels deep. I just want it to go 1 level deep. And so I'm going to do the carrot. There we go. Now that's a direct child. The H2 is directly inside of the section. If I go back and I refresh, you can see now it's just world and zebra. So Thrax, H2 plus H2 wouldn't work. Let me show you what H2 plus H2 would do. Let's check it out. Only zebra becomes red because only zebra is the one that has an H2 immediately before it. So zebra has an H2 immediately before it, but a world does not have an H2 like up here. So it doesn't work. What if I wanted unicorn and duck to be red? What could I do? I want unicorn and duck to be red. What could I do? Chat. Unicorn and duck to be red, nothing else. Unicorn and duck to be red, nothing else. Nice. I could do article H2. Let's go ahead and save that and see what happens. Cool. Unicorn and duck are now the only ones that are red, right? Article H2, we can see that world and zebra are not in an article. They're inside of a section, but unicorn and duck are both inside of articles. Nice. And then what if I wanted just unicorn to be red? What could I do? Just unicorn. What could I do? These people are already ahead. Karen's already, I got this. Yeah, I can do a longer chain here. Section, article, H2. Because this article H2 is not inside of a section. So section, article, H2 will make unicorn red. Let's go ahead and do it. Section, space, article, space, H2. Let's save it up. Let's refresh. Boom. Only unicorn is red. Questions. Is it better to do that without the caret? You can do either or. The caret is making it a little bit more exact, right? Because right now, it doesn't matter because these are all one layer deep. So I can get away without the carets. All the carets do is that it has to be this level. So like if I go ahead and do this, right? Like if I replace this all with carets, like if I did caret here, if I did carets and then I came along and I wrapped this article and say, let's say, I don't know, what's something we can contain it in here, an aside, right? And I put this article inside of the aside. Well, guess what? This is no longer going to work. Disgusting div. I couldn't even bring myself to do it. This is no longer going to work because now it's not a direct child because it goes from section to aside. This breaks, and this rule here in the CSS would no longer work because it's not a direct child. But if I got rid of this, then it would work again. Because now it doesn't matter. It's like, all right, it doesn't matter. I'm going to go from section to article, and I can skip that aside. It doesn't matter how deep this article is, it'll work. So the carets only allow you to go one level at a time, right? One level at a time. Whereas the space, doesn't matter how many deep you go. Up to you. Can you use an asterisk selector? That selects everything, which can get you into a lot of trouble. Cool. All right, let's keep pushing, folks. Like I said, this is review, so this is new to you, and you're like, what's going on? Definitely check out our other classes here on the channel. But also, I'm going to link the resources that you can use to get a deeper dive if you want. Shay Howe is the resource I recommend folks use for this stuff. All right, let's keep moving. Now, we don't have just selectors that we can use. We also have classes and IDs. So classes and IDs give us a little bit more specificity, a way of targeting an element directly, only that element and no other elements without having to use our nested selectors. So IDs are enabling us to target one element and only one element, right? An ID is a unique identifier. Once you give something an ID, that element cannot have another one, and that ID name cannot be reused anywhere on that page. So you can think of IDs as like your Discord username. Only you can have that name. It's like your name and then like the numbers that come after it. There's only one person that can have that name. And once you have that name, you can't have another. Right? That's what an ID does. It targets one element, only one element, enables us to target it directly when it comes to our CSS or later on our JavaScript. So here you can see my paragraph has the ID of zebra or zebra, and I'm able to make it red. Cool. Now classes are similar, but we can target multiple elements at the same time. Classes can be used to target multiple elements, just like you might say like everyone with glasses stand up, and everyone with glasses could stand up. Everyone with amazing hair stand up, and everyone with amazing hair would stand up, right? And so the idea here is that classes can target multiple elements at one time. And so here, anything with the class of Bob would now be red. So this paragraph and this paragraph would both be red. IDs, unique, can only target one element. Each element can only have one. Classes, you can have multiple, and each element can have as many classes as you want. So not only could I have Bob, but I could have Rainbow, I could have Unicorn, I could have everything I want on this class. I can have multiple of them separated via spaces. Whoo! All right, now, why does any of this matter? Well, we talked earlier about something called the cascade. That rules that come above can be overwritten by rules that come below. And the way that you're able to overwrite the rules that come above is if you have the same or greater levels of specificity. So if you have the same or greater level of specificity, you can override the rules that come above. So we want to be able to calculate how many points each of our rules have when it comes to specificity. Now, you get 1 point for a tag, like a paragraph. You get 10 points for a class. You get 100 points for an ID. And you get 1,000 points for something like other, like bang important or inline styles, which we would never use. That's why we don't use inline styles. The reason why we don't use inline styles is because they have 1,000 points of specificity. We never be able to override them in our CSS. All right. How many points of specificity does this rule have, chat? How many? Put it in chat for me. I was looking at a template that had bang important on everything. No. All right. I think chat got it. We have 10 points for the class and 100 points for the ID. So we have 110 points. Chat, how do I know that this is a class? How do I know I'm targeting a class there? Yeah, the dot. We use the dot for classes. And we use the octothorpe. We use the octothorpe for ID. So I know that this is an ID. And I know this is a class. If we look up here, we can see that this section has the ID of pizza. And then inside of it is the paragraph that has the class of Jumanji original movie, aka the best one. And we can see that that is going to now be red. Okay. So the containing element was pizza. And then inside of it, remember we have the space there, was the thing that had the class, and that would now be red. Is it not called a hashtag? No, it's called an octothorpe. Now you know. Memphis, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. Get my hydration on. These plebes talking about pound signs and hashtags. As the almighty Jay-Z would say, fuck hashtags and retweets. We got 140 characters in these streets. So fuck your hashtags. We're using octothorpes. I'm naming my future dog Octobark. That's a fire line. I don't care if you're a Jay-Z fan or not. That's bars. Bars. Alrighty. Chat, how many points of specificity is this rule here? How many points of specificity do we got? All right, I'm seeing 121. Seeing 121. I like that. I think 121 is it. Let's go ahead and take a look. 10 points for Bob. 10 points for Domino's Pizza. 1 point for the paragraph, because it's a tag. And then 100 points for the octothorpe. All right, so we got 100, 101, 111, 121. 121 points of specificity. Okay, 121 points of specificity that we have going on here. Cool. If we look at it up here, we can find it. So the parent is the idea of Diet Coke. Then we're looking for a paragraph that has Domino's and Bob. When you don't see a space, it means it has both. So we're going from the section, and then we're finding a paragraph. All right, here's the paragraph that has Domino's and Bob, both of those classes. So this hello would be red. Kanu7, hey! Thank you for the 6 months of Jeff Bezos' bucks. Thank you for being here. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by today. Cool. Had 2 classes. Had 2 classes on it. What does paragraph Domino's Pizza Bob target? You're targeting a paragraph that also has a class of Domino's Pizza that also has a class of Bob. All right. So it's like if we look, this paragraph has a class of Bob and a class of Domino's Pizza. Since there's no space, it's targeting all three of those. Bezos is no longer the CEO. We talked about this on stream. I was saying Andy Bucks for a while, but we pointed out that if we think it's not Jeff Bezos' money anymore, we're wilding. So we're sticking with Bezos' bucks, even though we might call it Andy's bucks. We're sticking with Bezos's. The alliteration helps. Bezos's bucks. I like that. So yes, you can always use your Bezos's bucks to sub to the stream for free, the class for free. Once again, all of the subs and bits and all that stuff goes to the nonprofit I work at during the day called Resilient Coders. We've already donated like $2,500. That's wild to the nonprofit. Can't A. Sorry, glad you're able to hang out with us for a little while. All right. Let's keep moving, folks. Let's keep moving here. Last one, chat. How many points of specificity does this rule have? How many points of specificity does this rule have? Would P Domino's Bob space Diet Coke be the same? No. Because then you're looking for something that has the idea of Diet Coke that's inside of that paragraph, and that's not how it's set up. Oh, I see some folks saying 200. Ooh, I see some folks saying some other things here. Remember, the whole rule. Don't look at just the selector. Look at the whole rule. All right, let's take a look. 100 points for Zebra. 100 points for Diet Coke. 1,000 points. 1,000 points for the Bang Important. So that's a 1,200 point rule. 1,200 point rule. Don't forget that Bang Important counts as the other for 1,000 points of specificity. I'm definitely going to drink Diet Coke and eat pizza tonight. Heck yeah, that sounds like a great night. Alrighty, folks. That was the tricky one. It was a tricky one. All right. We have some specificity practice that we can do. So let's go ahead and go back to our code from today. We'll go through the specificity practice, and then we're going to take a break. I'm going to go ahead and close this. Specificity practice. All right. So you got some things here. It says, please make only Rhino and Zebra blue. Make only Hufflepuff gold. Select duck with the highest level of specificity possible. If you notice, we have all that stuff that's in here. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock here. You're going to take 5 minutes to do this, and then we're going to come back. We're going to go over it together, and then we will take a break. Glad you're all here. Glad you're pushing yourselves on a Sunday. Let's get this review going. We got one more big topic, which is responsiveness and layout for CSS and HTML. Then we're moving on to JavaScript. All right. Let's put 5 minutes on the clock here. Boom. Go for it. You got this. Listen with the Dunzo before you even start the timer. Get out of here. Gonna get some Chipotle tonight. Some Chipotle. Ooh, sounds good. I ordered Domino's. Oh man, we gotta get that sponsorship. I'm out here inspiring folks. Classes gang. Tireless, I see you. I see you. You're doing good. Whew. Alrighty, folks. About 4 minutes left on this one. Magic Marcos. Bang Important is like when Dumbledore busts out random ass points so Gryffindor can win. That's hilarious. I'm going to tweet that. Pam CCC with the done. This is fun. Heck yeah. Nothing like a good review on a Sunday afternoon. Stretching those fingers, expanding the mind. Current, it's going well. I enjoy it. It's one of the most consistent things I've been able to do. Ham sauce with the done. Nice. Izzy with the dunzos. Sunny marks. Oh no. Timers with the equal anxiety. It's all right. Don't worry about the timer. It doesn't exist. Get as much done as you can. Mac Tay with the done. Love it. 3 minutes flat, folks. 3 minutes. You got this. Dig deep. Double check your highest level of specificity. That's the tricky one. Nicole's in winter with the done. Hey, let's go. Medium fry, cat kava. Hey. What is your opinion on Ciara? I love Ciara. What are you talking about? Would 2000s have been the same? How's your day going, Lee? I'm doing good. I'm locked in. We've been going for about 3 hours. Not gonna lie, my throat's getting a little sore. Normally we go for 3 hours and stop. I gotta hydrate. I gotta take care of myself. When we take that break, I'm gonna maybe get some tea going. You're working for one of her companies. What? That's wild. Well, tell them I said hello. Tell them I said what's up. Nicole's with the hydration. Cheers to you. Imran with the hydration. Cheers to you. BB Tone with the hydration. Cheers to you. Get that drink on. 1, 2, 3. Woo. Cat. Now I'm one of those vegans. I don't eat the honeys. I got some other stuff I can do though. Cat with the hydration. Cheers to you. Thank you for the hydration. What are the numbers after it? What do you mean? Haley, I'm on lesson 16. Should I continue with it or jump into backend and pick up what I missed? Definitely just hang out with us today and then jump straight into the backend with us. We're going for another 3 hours, Ryan. So we got our first 3 hours in, getting us caught up to speed with HTML, CSS, how to learn. We got like 2 more topics, HTML, CSS, and then the last like 2.5 hours will be JavaScript review, or however long it takes us to get through all of it. "45 seconds, folks, and we're going to go over this together." Yeah, count. I think we'll do a 10-minute one for halftime. Yep, Tizzy, all of the past classes are on YouTube, ! YouTube. Skimmer, that does sound good. Hot toddy, I haven't had one of those in a while. That's what my grandfather drinks. 3D, that's Tuesday. Sour Dev, we're gonna go into React with a little bit of Redux. Alrighty, folks, come on back. Hope you has a chance to get through this. Let's do them together, and then we're gonna take a longer break. All right, folks. Nope, Tizzy, you will get a invite to a Google Calendar. They'll probably come through tomorrow morning for you. That's where we'll meet one-on-one. Yeah, if you ever want to book a one-on-one with me, it's leonnoel.com/booktime. They fill up very quickly, so make sure you're on the newsletter, !newsletter, and !Twitter, where I announce the one-on-one times opening before anywhere else. So make sure you're on the newsletter. I share it there first, Twitter second, and then Discord third. Yeah. Alrighty, let's go ahead and chill this music here, and let's go ahead and make Rhino and Zebra blue. Only Rhino and Zebra. So let's take a look at it. Rhino and Zebra. They're both in a section. So are these two down here, Unicorn and Hufflepuff. So I can't just do like section space H2. I could use their IDs, like Rhino and Zebra. That would be like a way of like directly targeting them and only them. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's use their IDs here. So I'm going to target Rhino. And I'm also going to target Zebra. Notice that comma. This comma says target both. So it means target both rhino and also target zebra. So you don't have to write two rules. I'm targeting both of those rules. So rhino and zebra at the same time. And I'm going to make them blue. Cool. Let's save that. Let's open this in the browser and make sure that they are blue. So we see rhino and zebra are blue. What if I didn't want to use the IDs though? What if I wanted to use something else? What if I want to use something else? What else could I use here? I could do, I could do the class top. That doesn't repeat anywhere else. So I could do any H2s inside of the class top. I could use their classes like Africa or four legs. So there's a lot of different things I could do here with different varying levels of specificity. So right now I'm using 100 point specificity. I could do something like dot top space H2, and that would be 11 points of specificity. Still works. Cool. We could also do, like we said, Africa or four legs as a class. All of these are ways of making it blue. All right. Let's make only Hufflepuff. Let's go. Hold on. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Let's go. Let's go. Make only Hufflepuff gold. Only Hufflepuff gold. Has the ID of best house. So we can use the ID of best house to make it gold. Also has class Harry Potter, Triwizard Champ, and Badger as classes. We could use all of those. We could also use like the class of middle space article space Hufflepuff. That could do it. But let's just go ahead and use the ID of best house. That's pretty easy. Best house and color gold. Cool. Remember, don't forget your semicolon and your your colon and your semicolon. Very, very important. Oh, sorry. I got so excited. I got so excited about the Hufflepuff gang that I forgot to go back to Little Leon. Just got in it. Just got excited. So yes, I used the best house ID to make it color gold. Let's refresh. And boom, only Hufflepuff is gold. Alrighty. K-Cops. I prefer to look at your face anyways. I appreciate that. Alrighty. Now, the fun ones. Please select duck with the highest level of specificity possible. Let's go ahead and take a look. I can read the code off the reflections in your glasses. It's good. That's how I feel in some YouTube tutorials. All right, where's duck? Here's duck. All right. Duck is an H2 that has the classes of likes to quack and fight 10 or 100. So I'm just going to copy those. And then it's inside of an article that has the class of our ducks dinosaurs. So let's start there. We're going to get real specific today, folks. So we know that we're an H2 that has these classes, right? Has the class fight 10 or 100, likes to quack, H2. That's inside of an article that has our ducks dinosaurs. So it's inside that article. Cool. It's inside that article, our ducks dinosaurs. So we're going to put it inside the article that also has that class, right? So now we're saying an H2 that has these two classes that's inside of an article that has this class. And that article, this article is a section to a section that has the class of middle. Okay, so we're going to say it's a sibling. It's a section that has the class of middle, and it's a sibling. And that section middle is a section that has a class of top that's also a sibling. And then that section with the class of top is a sibling to the H1 that has the ID of high. It's also a sibling. And then that H1 is inside the body, and the body is a sibling to the head, and that's inside of the HTML element. Let's see if this works. Let's see if we messed up anywhere. Boom. Let's go. 10-second warning. 10-second warning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. First try. First try. First try. It's the first try, folks. All right. First try. All right. Oh, I forgot the important. No. No. Second try. I take back the music. I apologize. My wife ran from the other room just to dance with Leon. I love it. Just add it. We'll do the lights again. We'll pretend like nothing happened. All that. I forgot the bang. I did. I apologize. All right. So would we ever do this? Would we ever have a selector that was like this mile long? No. No. We wouldn't, but it just shows you the flexibility of the specificity that's at play here. All right. It's time for another break. I'm going to bring, let's go ahead and do 7 minutes on the clock here. I don't want to do much longer than that because we're afraid we'll lose too many folks, but let's go ahead and do 7 minutes on the clock. Take a good break. Remember, we're going for like 6 hours today, folks. You got to take your break. Get up, move around if you're able, stretch, hydrate, get some food in. 7 minutes on the clock, and then come right back. We're in this for the long haul, folks. We're in this for the rest of our careers. You got to take those breaks. You got to flex the fingers. You got to give them a good stretch. Run them underneath some warm water. Shake your hands out. Shake your fingers out. This is a long time to be coding in a row. Get up if you're able to. Walk away. Let your mind relax a little bit. I'm going to run some ads real quick just so that new folks joining us don't have to sit through them. So I'm going to go ahead and run those ads now. If you're not subbed, I apologize. Most folks should be subbed, though, just through all the gifted subs that folks throw out. Shout out to Crumb and Indifferent and REL Speedwagon, giving out hundreds of subs to this community. Appreciate y'all. All right, I'm going to run that 1 minute, 30-second ad break. Sorry if you're seeing ads right now. 6 minutes left on the break. What am I missing? Yours looks pretty good. What are those asterisks in the middle? I don't know what those are. That section top where you have the asterisk, maybe that's it. If you're having trouble, go ahead and throw it in our Discord channel, !Discord. All right, folks. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. Don't know who gave it to me, but you know who you are. Appreciate you. Yeah, thank you for all the support, everyone. Oh, Oh, yeah, it's timing out. Definitely use there is a channel on our Discord where you could post that rule and somebody will definitely help you out figuring out what's wrong. Yeah, the auto mod is gonna go after you. Older coder chick, hey, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That means a lot. Hey, Teach the Tech, Noel, Ebony, Hines, Skimma. Hope you're enjoying those subs. You got the emotes. Thank you so much, Older coder chick. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Are we gonna do a lunch break? Not really. We're just taking this 5 minutes here. We're gonna keep moving. We're just gonna do 5-minute breaks. Well, this is a 7-minute break. I think we'll do 7 minutes for each hour now. So we did 5 for all the other ones. I think we'll do 7 going forward just to give our minds a little bit. Cross, you got the Microsoft swag? That's dope. That's awesome. Hope you enjoy it. This review is appreciated. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it. What day is this for the bootcamp? This is a review day, so it doesn't count. We are on, I believe Tuesday will be our 30th class. Yeah. Train, what about a one-of-a-kind NFT? I've been working on something for a while, Train. I really want my clips to be NFTs. So like the Twitch clips to be NFTs. And I've been trying to make that work. It's been my fun little side project. I think that'd be really fun. And then you could redeem the NFTs for channel points. I think that's pretty cool. Taking 6 hours a day for Sunday review is a lot. Thank you for doing this. Hey, I'm just glad you're all here. Glad you're hanging out. What day is this for the... Oh, sorry, you already said that, yeah. Time has gone by like nothing. Exactly. It's been wild. 3 hours? No problem. Let's go. I have 4 NFT pieces waiting to be minted. Oh. Yeah, we've been going for more than 3 hours, Crumb. We're at 3 hours 10. 3:10. Random. I think it's a pretty good idea too. I think if I can get it to work, I think everybody will be using it. I think it'd be really fun. I'm new and I only got to class 3. Is Bootcamp going to go into React? Yes. So we're going into back-end web development. So this next month will be back-end. Then the last month will be like React and just building, yeah, and some CS theory. Hey Leon, I only have a smartphone until my PC gets built. How can I do the assignments? It'll be harder, but you can definitely do it. You would want some sort of tool on your computer that can unzip, on your phone that can unzip files. If it's an Android, that's pretty easy. There are tons of like unzipping tools. iOS might be a little bit more of a struggle. And then you can use any of like the cloud editors. So like Glitch or CodePen, those type of sites might be where you start off at. CoderPad or things like that later on. But there are plenty. You want to look up for what's called a cloud IDE. Cloud IDE. Fortunate Gamer Nerd, you can't post links, so if you just post a name, it'll pop up. Got a minute left, folks. Minute left. Yep. Especially with just the HTML and CSS stuff. CodePen's fine. I used a Chromebook for a while. I'm blanking on the one I used. It was like Cloud9, I think was the one I used for a while. All right, folks, just a few more minutes here. We got like 1 or 2 more big topics left for HTML and CSS, and then we're jumping right into JavaScript, reviewing the big 4, getting into our arrays and objects, our OOP, and then talking about how to get hired, and then we're going to end it for today. I think it might take us another 3 hours or so. That's what we're shooting for. I use AstroPad to replicate my screen onto the iPad, and then I use Demo Pro to do all the highlighting and stuff like that. Can't wait to get my laptop back so I don't have to use CodePen on my iPad. Yeah, you're a trooper. Good for you putting it out. All right, folks. Hope you had a good break. Come on back. Come on back from the break, folks. Ooh, MPF dev with the posture check. Thank you. Space. Hey, I appreciate that. Glad you found us. All right, folks, come on back. Come on back. Let's get into it. Whoo! I'm going to chill the music here. One of the last really important topics with HTML and CSS is something called the box model. The box model says that every single thing in web development is a box. Doesn't matter if it's a piece of text. Doesn't matter if it is a div or a section. Everything is a box. And since everything is a box, it can have height, width, padding, border, and be affected by margin. Okay. I'm a fan, Barry. I'm a fan. All right. So let's go ahead and draw out the box model. I'm going to open up my whiteboard here. Let me go ahead and refresh. Nah, son. Ain't logging in. There we go. All right. So let me go ahead and draw a box here. Let's pretend that we have a section. So I have a section. And that section has a height of 100 pixels and a width of 100 pixels. And that's what we're seeing here. Now, according to the box model, I can also have a border. So let's go ahead and change up our color here. I'm going to use red. And let me change my thickness here. And I'm going to go ahead and give this a red border. And we're going to say it's a 5 pixel red border. So border, 5 pixels, solid red. Cool. Chat. I love the done emotes. Will, thank you for the emote. Now, chat, what is the width of this element? Right now, what is the width of this element? Give me a number. What's the width? Yeah. The width is 110 pixels wide. We have 5 pixels on the left, 100 pixels for the width, and another 5 pixels on the right, meaning the width of this element is 110 pixels wide. Now, the beautiful thing is we can also have padding. So I'm going to go ahead and choose a different color here. I'm actually going to erase this right-hand side. Beautiful. And I'm going to add some padding. We're going to make the padding green. So here's my padding. I'm going to add 30 pixels. I'm going to add 30 pixels of padding. There you go. There's my 30 pixels of padding. K-Coughs. Hey, thank you for the 7 months of Jeff Bezos' bucks. You did not lose your streak. That is 7 months in a row. Hey. Thank you for being an OG. Thank you for being here from the beginning. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So now I have 30 pixels of padding. And the cool thing about padding is that padding increases the distance between the element and the border. So my border goes back along. All right. So the padding increased the distance between the element and the border. Right? It pushed that border away from the element. So chat, if my padding is 30 pixels in width, what is the total width of this element? I just have the padding on right for 30 pixels. What is the total width of this element? Exactly, chat. 140 pixels. And the reason why this is important is because if this is a total of 140 pixels, how many of these can fit in a 200 pixel container? Chat, how many of these could fit in a 200 pixel container? 1, exactly. How many could fit in a 300 pixel container? 2, exactly. So this box model is important because not only does it tell you like how wide something is, it also shows you how you can increase the distance between the element and its border using padding. And then the last thing that we have is this margin. And margin's a bully that pushes this whole thing around. So margin could take this box model and push it around the page. So if you put margin on top, it will push it down. We have margin on the left, it will push it to the right. So it's not technically truly a part of the box model, just pushes it all around. Cool. So we do have some practice to code the box model. Let's just look at one together and then we're going to keep it moving. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the box model code. If you're new, !Discord, agree to the rules, and that'll take you to our follow. You can go to our follow along materials channel and get the starter code for today. So I have a box model practice folder. Please make this and add blue. Make sure it's specific enough that you can add another H3 somewhere else in the document. So this is interesting. I can let's get rid of this. I don't want this CSS here. I'm gonna get rid of this. Sorry, I think that was carried over somewhere else. Let's look at the index.html. All right. Okay. Please make the H1 30 pixels with a little padding on the left and a red border. That's what I want to do. I was going to take this content here. Please make the H1 30 pixels, a little padding on the left, and a thin red border. Mark, hey, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. Thank you for the hydration. All right, so I'm going to copy this over to my CSS. I'm going to make it a comment. All right. I'm going to select my H1. I'm going to make it 30 pixels. So I'm going to make it font size 30 pixels. Cool. A little bit of padding on the left. The cool thing is I can do padding. I can do padding left if I wanted to. And so we'll say a little, so maybe let's put like 10 pixels. All right. And a thin red border. So let's go ahead and do our border. Let's go ahead and do 3 pixels, solid red. All right, let's see this. Let's see what we got cooking here. Make it a little bit bigger so we can see it. All right, so the cool thing here is that we have our lovely H1. It is 30 pixels in size. It has a thin red border and ever so much little padding on the left. If I wanted this text to be pushed further away from the border, what could I use, chat? If I wanted this text to be pushed further away from the border, what could I use? Push further away from the border. What could I use? Padding, exactly. So I can go ahead and increase the padding. So we go here and I can make the padding, I don't know, let's put something so we can see it, 100 pixels. Let's come back and refresh. Boom, now we can see that it's pushed over. The really cool thing about using Chrome or Firefox as your browser when you're learning web development is that you can right click on the elements and say inspect. And when I click on it, I have this H1 that's highlighted and you can see, look at all these colors. So the orange is the margin. The orange is the margin. The green is the padding, right? And so when I hover over it, you can see the margin and padding that are there. The other cool thing is that I can pull this up and right here in the editor, I can control how much padding there is. So I'm playing with the numbers live right here. Playing with the numbers live right here. Right? And so that's cool because you can make your changes here and then go back and say, you know what? I want it to be 80, 83. And the other cool thing is you don't have to do just padding left. You can also do padding. And then the cool thing when you just do padding is that you have 4 slots. The top, the right, the bottom, and the left. So I could say 0 on the top, 0 on the right, maybe 100 on the bottom, and 83 on the left. And it's going to apply 0, 0, 100, 83 if I come back and I refresh, you can see we have 0 on the top, 0 on the right, 100 on the bottom, and 83 on the left. All right. So we can apply that padding not only with the padding left, padding right, like the hyphenated. We can also use the this shorthand syntax here. Straw Hat Fleet said, "What are CRUD apps?" CRUD apps are apps that use the basics of creating, reading, updating, and deleting. So most web apps are really just what we call CRUD, meaning that they're really just creating something, reading something, updating, or deleting something. So think of like Instagram. You create a post, you can read through other posts, you can update your the number of likes on the post, or you can delete a post. A lot of web apps, right? A lot of web apps just shrink down to those three values. So if you're interested in back-end web development and building CRUD apps, you should join us starting this week. Cool. So that's the basics of it. I'm going to stop here for the box model. I think we kind of get it. Yeah, the 4 values just right here. Top, right, bottom, left. This is a shorthand. This is shorthand. All right, let's keep moving, folks. I've given you a starter template, which is really nice and neat to have. If you look in the starter code, the wonderful thing about the starter template, if you look at it, here's the template. It has everything that you need. So if you're ever going to start some HTML or CSS, start with the template. It has all the goodies. I'm not going to go into much detail because we've had whole classes on this, but if you're going to start with anything, just start with the template. Your CSS is already linked. Your JavaScript is already linked. You are ready to roll. Use the template. It's there for your leisure. Alrighty. One of the last and most tricky things that we learned about HTML and CSS was something called layout. When we first learned layout, we learned about floats. Floats are the old way of doing layout. Once we learn a little bit of back end, we're going to come back and introduce flex and grid. Floats are just an older way of getting your content to sit next to each other using something called float, where you literally float content. And when you float content, it's going to fight to go up as much as it can go and to the side as much as it can go. So when you float something to the left, it's going to try and get into that top left-hand corner. When you float something to the right, it's going to try and get up into that top right-hand corner. Okay? So you can do a whole layout, right, by just floating your content. So if I wanted these 3 sections to sit next to each other, I could float them. If I wanted these to sit next to each other, I could float them as well. So I want to do one quick layout together, and that's all we're going to do. So I want to build this layout. So I'm going to use my template. I'm going to have chat. What would this be? Chat, what would this be? What element could I use here? Cool. I like the header idea. How about this, chat? What could that be? Footer, nice. How about these 5 things? What could they be? I'm going to go at sections for those. I like that. Cool. I'm going to go to my template, and I'm going to build that out. So I'm going to do my header. I'm going to do my section. And I know there's 5 of them, so I'm just going to copy it and paste it 4 more times. Boom, 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 boom. And then I have my footer. That's all my HTML, folks. Now, when I look at this, I know that the last 2 are different than the first 3. Right? If I look, these first 3 are the same. These last 2 are bigger. So I'm just going to give these last 2 the class. I'm just going to give these both. I'm just going to use the command and then give myself 2 repls. I'm going to do class equals, and I'm going to say bottom big. There we go. Bottom big. Just like Squidward. All right, bottom big. And we're going to go ahead and go to our CSS, and we're going to start coding this out. So I have my header, I have my footer, I have my 3 sections that are normal, and my bottom big sections at the bottom. Cool. Now, like I said, we're using older floats here. When we come back, when we get the back end, we're going to come back and use flex and grid. But for now, we're showing the old way because you might join a team. You might join a company where they're still unfortunately using floats and you have to know it. And it's a little bit trickier to understand. All right, so I have my 3 sections here, my header and my 2 other ones. Let's go to my style sheet here. I was going to do all my stuff right here. Header and footer, they're going to be exactly the same. My header and footer are exactly the same. So I was going to do that comma. We saw that comma a little bit earlier today where I can target both the header and footer with 1 rule instead of having to write 2 rules for each of them. Give it a height of 100 pixels. I'm going to give it a width. We don't need it. We can just leave a width without it. So let's go ahead and do a border. Let's do 2 pixels, solid black, just so we can see it. And let's save that. Let's go ahead and open this in the browser. Great. We can see our header and our footer. We're off to a good start. Let's go ahead and do our sections now. Let's go ahead and give them a height of, let's just make them 200 pixels, so a little bit bigger. And let's give them a width. We're going to say, since there's 3 of them sitting next to each other, chat, what should we do if there's 3 of them sitting next to each other? What should the width be? 3 of them sitting next to each other, what should the width be? Yeah. 33.333%. Repeating, of course, Leroy Jenkins, because CSS takes up to 4 decimal places. And we're going to give them a border as well. 2 pixels, solid black. Nice. Let's see where we're at. All right, we got our all of our sections stacking. If I didn't want them to stack, chat, what could I do? If I didn't want them to stack, what could I do? One quick change, what could I do? Yeah, I'm just going to float them to the left. Yeah, boy. Float left. Save it up. Let's refresh. Boom. All right, we got some oddities going on here. When we floated them, that footer slid all the way up. Because when you floated the content, it literally floated off the page, and our footer, zoop, slid underneath. So we can stop that from happening with a lovely property called clear. And what that's going to do is going to be like you're at like a traffic light. It's going to look to the left. It's going to look to the right. If there's anything floating, it's going to stay below that floated content. Let's save it. Let's go back. Let's refresh. All right, we're doing good. We're doing good. The box model hack was broken here. If we look, these 3 things are not sitting next to each other. They should be sitting next to each other, but since it's 33% plus, it's 33%, right? It's 33% plus border. That's why we see this third one breaking to a new line. It should be sitting nice and neat next to each other, but since it was 33% plus the border, it ran out of room. It ran out of the 100% and broke to the next line. And we can fix this very easily by getting rid of this vendor prefix and just saying box size. We call this the box model hack. The box model hack says don't count the border in terms of the sizing. So we save that, we go back, we refresh, boom. Then we got 1, 2, 3 sitting next to each other, right? 1, 2, 3 sitting next to each other. And then we got these last 2 big ones. So let's go ahead and write our class down here. It's a section, so it inherits all that good stuff. And we're going to do bottom big and give it a width of 50%. Boom. Let's save it. Let's refresh. And there we go. Now we got our header at the top. We got our 3 lovely normal sections going across. We have our last 2 bottom big. And then we have our footer. So very, very quickly, we were able to give our header and footer some height and clearing, so things wouldn't slide underneath the footer. The footer wouldn't slide underneath things. We gave our sections a height of 200 pixels and 33% width, which made them all 33% width. They all sat next to each other because we floated them left. We realized that if we don't have the box model hack, we have to calculate border, and who wants to do that? We're not a bunch of nerds. So we used the box model hack to not have to do the math. And then the last thing was to make those bottom 2 bigger. And that's where that class 50% comes in. And that's float layout. Now, like I said, if you're new to this is your first time running through this, that was really, really fast. Don't worry too much about it. The links I've given you on Shay How walk through this in way more detail. And like I said, when we're going to come back to this when we get to backend and use float and grid, which makes all of this so much easier anyway. So don't worry about it. We'll come back to it. How do you get suggestions when typing in VS Code? As long as your file is saved as like HTML or CSS, it should help you. Just by default. Leon, just curious, why do you dish nerds so much? Because nerds are the gatekeepers to this industry, and I don't like them. I don't like them. Nah, I'm a nerd. I like nerds. I think it's just funny. Cool. All right. So I know that was fast. That was a quick layout. There's some other ones that we did together. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and look at the last topic we're going to cover with HTML and CSS, and that is responsiveness. Now, right now, the site that we just made is pretty dang responsive. I can make it smaller, I can make it bigger, it looks kind of good. But eventually, I'm gonna want my site to look different depending on if it's on mobile or a tablet or a desktop, just because I'm gonna want to make style decisions and content decisions. So if I'm on mobile, I might only want to show like the really important stuff. And if I'm on desktop, I might be able to show extra, right? And so we want to be able to make our sites responsive. Back in the day, sites used to be fixed, meaning that no matter how big you made the size of the window, it just stayed the size. So the old UPS website was fixed, meaning that no matter how big you made the browser, it just kind of stayed that size. Now with the mobile explosion and people are using more and more content on their phones, you need your sites to look good across all devices. And the really easy way that you can make your content look good across all the devices is something called media queries. Media queries enable us to serve up specific styles at certain sizes. So here is a very simple media query. It's saying between 0 and a max width of 600 pixels, make all my H1s blue. So I'm going to copy this media query and I'm going to bring it over to the site that we just did. We come down here and I'm going to say all of my sections and anything that has the class bottom big. Once I am below 600 pixels, I am going to make the width 100%. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say, hey, once I hit 600 pixels, all right, once I hit 600 pixels, I want this to be a width of 100%. So let's see what this does. Let's go back. Let's refresh. Let's go ahead and shrink. Boom. Once I hit that 600 pixels, you can see everything goes to 100% and it stacks, right? Here it's squished, 600 pixels, boom, stacked. Why is that important? Why would this media query be important? Why would I want to do something like this? Why do I want to do something like this? Yeah, mobile devices. On mobile, I have unlimited scrolling. So I can make stuff full width and then just scroll to see all the content. Yeah. Most traffic is coming from mobile, exactly, Cross. So we want our sites to look good on mobile. We don't want them to be squished or tightened. So we can use media queries to make changes at specific screen sizes. Cool. That's it, folks. That's HTML, CSS, responsiveness, layout. How can we make this responsive? We kind of just saw that one. We're done. We're done the HTML and CSS. That's where we're going to stop for today on HTML and CSS. Questions before we jump into programming. One job, please. Questions before we jump into programming and learning all about JavaScript. Phew. Whew. Whew. I'm gonna get some hydration in. Hey, thank you for being here, Purpose. Yeah, so you can look up different mobile sizes. You can look up to see that, like, I don't know, iPad is 768. But my way of doing it is I take my design, I scrunch it till it looks bad, that's my media query. Scrunch it till it looks bad, that's my media query. Scrunch it till it looks bad, that's my media query. And that means I have full coverage no matter what device I'm on. Like I said, once again, this was a fast review. If this is your first time going through media queries and layout, that was way too fast. We have 2 or 3 whole classes just on that topic that you can find on our YouTube, leonnoel.com/YouTube. You'll be able to find those classes. Also, the Shay Howell reading will cover it in detail as well. Is that how programmers program in real life? Sometimes. That's what I look like sometimes, not all the time. What are the standard sizes for media queries? Like I said, I like to take my design, scrunch it till it looks bad. That's my media query. Can we do some mobile first sites when we get back to Grid and Flex? Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great refresher so far. Hey, love to hear it. Don't be negative, but I don't think your cat's really typing anything worthwhile. I don't know. They may be going to town there. Will we be using a lot of our HTML and CSS knowledge on the programming job? It depends. If you wind up taking a front-end developer position, you might be writing a lot of it. There are a lot of more entry-level roles will have you working on HTML and CSS quite extensively. It depends on kind of what type of role you take. I like to have my different media queries in each different line, Tony. I don't like to have them all in one line. I keep seeing everything that says mobile first design. Do you have any resources for mobile first design and content decisions? The concept is just that on mobile, you show all the important stuff. And so that's why you start mobile first. It's like you show important stuff and then you grow from it. I'm not a designer. I'm not making those decisions. I'm not making those content decisions. I just build what the designer gives me. So I'm not really making those decisions as a developer. I also don't really use mobile first anymore. If I'm building my own stuff and I'm working with a designer, we scrunch it till it looks bad, and then we make our content decisions, write our media queries, scrunch it till it looks bad, make our content decision, media queries. I get the idea of where mobile first came from. I get how a lot of people buy into it. It's just I'm not a designer, so I don't think that way. But if I'm working with a designer that does and they have thought through stuff like that, cool, happy to do it. Yeah, Space, join Discord. Yeah, Fox, like I said, like it depends on what type of role you take. Some roles will use a lot of HTML and CSS. Some you'll very rarely ever touch it. If you take a front end role, you're probably gonna be writing a lot of HTML and CSS. A lot of like entry level roles require a lot of HTML and CSS. Do you go over design? Nope, I'm not a designer. We're trying to become software engineers here. Well, we are software engineers. We're writing code all day. The 100 hours assignment, it's for a full stack web application. Princess Peaches, somewhat. Crumb Rustler, not really. Depends on like if the company's a good fit for you or not, though. Every company might be a different fit for a different type of person. Cool. All right, folks. If I want to be a backend developer, would knowing JavaScript and Node be enough? Yeah. You might have to get your hands dirty every once in a while, right? You might have to get your hands dirty every once in a while and touch some HTML and CSS. You have to know like how it works. Like knowing what we covered today is probably enough, even if you're just going to be a backend developer. Hey, anonymous gifter. Thank you for the gifted sub to Fox. Hey, appreciate that, whoever you are. Yeah, Space, just send us a message on Discord. You're cool. Alrighty, folks. We got through HTML and CSS. Let's get into programming. All right, we're going to start talking about JavaScript. We're going to cover the big four. our variables, our conditionals, our functions, our loops. Then we're going to add some other data structures, arrays and objects to the mix. Then we're going to talk about OOP. We're going to talk about APIs. And then we are going to end with how to get a job. So that's kind of what we're getting through the rest of today, folks. Let's, as Tony said, strap in. Let's go. So using a template for the portfolio is not a dev sin? Hell no. If anybody tells you that using a template for your portfolio is a dev sin, they're a gatekeeper. Get the heck out of here. You're a developer, not a designer. Alrighty. When we move into programming, remember HTML and CSS were markup languages. JavaScript is a fully featured programming language. When we move into programming and programming languages, the most important thing to remember is that a computer will do what you tell it to do, right? So what is a program? A program is simply a set of instructions that you write to tell a computer what to do. So a program is just a set of instructions. Programming is the act of writing those instructions in a language that the computer can understand. We could write a program in plain English, talking back and forth to each other, but your computer might not understand that English, right? So that's something to keep in mind. Not only do we have to write a language, not only do we have to write our code, but we have to write it in a language that a computer can understand. So let's talk about how we can build up to a language that a computer can understand. Like, how can we write something that a computer understands? Let's start at the very, 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 very beginning, at the very, very, very basics. All right. Here I have a light bulb. And on one side, I'm going to have a battery. And I'm going to connect this battery to the light bulb. Right now, chat, what's happening? This battery is connected. What's happening? What's happening to this light bulb, chat? Yeah, the bulb is on. All right, the bulb is on. The bulb is on. The Bulbasaur. The bulb is on. Be here all day, folks. The bulb is on. Cool. Let's go ahead and change this a little bit. Let's go ahead and put a battery down here. Let's connect it. And let's have like a switch here. All right. Right now, the bulb is not on because the switch is open. All right. So we can see that the switch is open. As soon as I close the switch, the bulb comes on. All right. So I am going to represent the open switch with a 0. And I am going to represent the closed switch or the on with a 1. So now I have a very simple way of representing my circuits as either zeros or ones, either on or off. All right. Now, this looks very familiar. Very familiar to what? What are we building up to here? What are we building up to here? This is zeros and ones. Yeah, binary. You may have heard of binary before. It's a very simple way of representing like what's happening in a program, zeros and ones. So let's go ahead and represent our circuit with a little bit more advanced circuitry here. Let's go ahead and say we have 2 switches. And they are both open. How could I represent this circuit, chat? If I'm using zeros and ones, how could I represent this circuit, chat? Yeah. This circuit is represented by 0, 0. Nice. Now, if I closed both of the circuits, how could I represent this new circuit here? Chat, how could I do that? Yeah, I could represent this as 1, 1. Now, 1, 1 is actually a very simple piece of logic. What type of logic does 1, 1 represent? type of logic does 1-1 represent? It's a very simple piece of logic. Yash pulling out the code here. Spaghetti about it got it too. And this 1-1 is the same thing as saying and. I'm saying this one and this one are both closed. So very quickly, I can build up some very simple logic. Eventually, we build up to a larger concept called logic gates, but the idea is very simple. From these simple circuits, we can build up some simple logic, and from that simple logic, we can build up a computing system. A computer that can understand all of those logical bits and do the things that we want it to do very quickly, right? So the idea here is very simple, and this is a gross overestimation of it. But the idea is from these very simple, like on-off values, we can build up some logic. From that logic, we can build up a programming language that maybe we might be able to understand as humans, but that the computer can then eventually also understand as well. Cool. So here's Independence Day. Independence Day is a true story. Chat, how is Independence Day a true story? How is Independence Day a true story? Bub. Bub indeed. Binary upload boom. So for those that don't know, Independence Day is a true story. Aliens had come to the U.S., come to the Earth a while back. They crash landed in the U.S. We had one of their alien ships in Area 51. When the aliens came to attack, that spaceship that we had in Area 51 turned on. So that meant that like their communication system and their power system were like intertwined. So when the ships came, we tried to nuke them. It didn't work. Jeff Goldblum saved the world by writing a computer program that infected the alien mothership, brought down their power system, and then we nuked the crap out of them. So, how was Jeff Goldblum able to write a program to infect an alien mothership when their alien mothership language was probably written in like that alien language? They probably weren't using English. They were probably using some alien language. How is Jeff Goldblum able to write a computer virus for that mothership? Ooh, I like that medium. Medium is saying because it's all on and offs. So what we are going to assume is that on and off is a universal constant. And if on and off is a universal constant, no matter if they were here on Earth or light years away, on and off are the values they're still using. So their programming language starts with on and off, builds up to simple logic. From that simple logic builds up to a more complex language that the aliens can understand. What Jeff Goldblum was able to do was to reverse engineer that alien language into that logic, down into those on and off values, and rebuild it up. Even though they didn't know the alien language, they were able to build a virus by reverse engineering the code. We flew it into the alien mothership. We uploaded it. Binary. Boom. We brought down the communication system, the power system. We nuked them. Saved the world. America. So that's how Independence Day is a true story. And how our programming languages are actually sitting on top of some logic. And that logic is being broken all the way down to on and off values. We don't know if they used any type of quantum computing. We don't know. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Then maybe this gets it's still the same thing, but maybe there's a little bit more that had to be figured out there. Alrighty. Now, the language that we are going to use, right? That's going to be a language that we can communicate with each other that can then be broken down into the language that the computer can understand. Is something called JavaScript. Okay? Now, the reason why we are using JavaScript is because one, it's one of the most in-demand programming languages with the most job opportunity. Two, it is very rarely taught at 4-year degree programs. So if you go to a 4-year computer science program, you're probably going to have 1, maybe 2 classes if you're really lucky that would even touch on JavaScript, which is a huge disconnect, right? It has the most job opportunity, but it's not taught at 4-year programs, which means that that is our golden ticket. If it's something that folks are having to learn on their own, we can outpace them. We can outbeat them by learning the practical skills we need to command a job while they're learning all that theory. So while they're learning theory, we're learning how to ship code and write practical stuff. And that's our edge in, right? The other reason why we like JavaScript is because we only have to learn one language. We don't have to context switch, meaning that on the back end, we're going to use JavaScript, and on the front end, we're going to use JavaScript. So one language, we get to do both. Now, if you were to learn like Ruby or Python, great languages, I use them all the time, but I have to context switch. I would have to learn 2 things and not 1. So we use JavaScript because it is full stack, meaning that it runs on the front end and the back end. It's really not taught at 4-year programs, and it has the most job opportunity. So it's kind of like that window that's open for us to get into the industry. Can confirm I had 4 years, 0 JavaScript courses. It is wild. It is wild. Ah, Mark, exactly. JavaScript does not equal Java. They're not the same language. Yeah. Java and JavaScript are different. JavaScript was written in, like, I think the story goes 10 days. And then they were like, what's the most popular language that we could, like, steal some clout from? And it was Java. So they stole the name to get some clout. Boom. All right. Now, JavaScript, just like HTML and CSS had its own syntax, JavaScript has its own syntax as well. Spelling and grammar rules that make up that language that we're going to see as we move along. JavaScript uses a lot of like special characters, so I'm going to show you some of those special characters right now, just so that we all feel comfortable with them. You are going to see in JavaScript, you are going to see colons, semicolons. You are going to see curly braces. You're going to see square brackets. You are going to see single quotes and double quotes. You're going to see pipe characters, which are above your quotes there. Double pipe character stands for or, like some logic. You're going to see hyphens. You're going to see parentheses. You're going to see asterisks for multiplication. You're going to see double ampersand for and, some logic there. You're going to see %sign for modulus. That's how we get a remainder. You're going to see a $sign, which we call bling. You already saw octothorpes. We're going to see them again. You're going to see exclamation points, what we call bangs. You're going to see tildes and ticks, which are on the same key. So all of these are some special characters that you're going to come across that all have a place in JavaScript. We'll see them as they come, though. Alrighty, folks. Before we jump in to the first of our big 4, which is variables, we're going to take a break. We're at the top of the hour. Let's take a 7-minute break. I'm going to start it now. If you're able to, please get up, hydrate, do what you got to do, and we'll be back in 7 minutes. Whoo. Ticks and tildes. Oh, that'd be a great agency name. Yeah, ticks and tildes. I like that. All right, folks, please take a break. We've been going for 4 hours now. You deserve a break. If you haven't got up, please get up. If you're able to, stretch, get a little movement in. How you doing? Had to run some errands. Doing good. We just got to JavaScript. We just talked about how Jeff Goldblum saved the world, and we're gonna get a little stretch in. I am going to run some ads real quick, just so new folks joining us don't have to sit through ads. I'm going to do a longer one. We're going to do a 3-minute one right now, because I literally want you to leave. I want you to get up. I want you to hydrate. I want you to really take a break. BB Tone, thank you for the stretch. I'm going to get my stretch in. Fox, thank you for the hydration. I'm going to get my hydration in. Cheers to you. 3 minutes. Go away. Go. Hydrate. Do what you got to do. I'll be right back to you. I'm going to just stretch and grab something to drink as well. Go, get up. Leave your computer if you're able to. Please, go, 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 go. Come back in 3. Yo, what is good? I hope that break's going well for you. Still got 3 minutes left. 3 minutes. Whew. This is great. Can't thank you enough. Hey, glad you're here. What ads did y'all get? I'm curious what they're running on this stream. Also, Lee, I just want to say views have been pretty impressive. Yeah, it's been pretty wild. We've been kind of almost at 300 this whole time. Like, it dips a little below and it goes a little bit above. This is almost like class time. Not even office hours. This is like class time numbers. It's wild. Numbers have been going up too. Like normal class time, like we hit 370 on Tuesday. That's wild. Normally our normal classes are at 300, like around there. A little bit over 300. This is a cider. This is pear cider. I need some little bubbly on my throat. It's I'm talking for 4 hours straight, folks. It gets a little wild. Can't be missing this review. No. I like it, Fox. Maybe, Crumb. Maybe. I think I heard it's the 4th most popular language. I'm not sure if it's just that people get into those jobs. JavaScript's #1 right now. Like all of the surveys are JavaScript #1 for jobs right now. And he thought I always tell people this. I really thought it'd be me and like 10 people. So to see it be 300 people a stream, 3,000 plus people in the Discord, thousands on the newsletter, that's wild. I never thought it'd be this big. So hey, I appreciate everybody being here. Everybody that comes, puts their brain to work, hangs out in the Discord. I appreciate y'all. Old coder chick, that counts. Sounds good to me. C++, yeah. Well, almost all the good stuff underneath the hood is C++ too, or C. Like even a lot of stuff that like Node and JavaScript sits on top of is C. Yeah, I like Pear. I think Pear is one of my favorite citers. Learn Eloquent JavaScript verbatim. Profit. I love the book. I think it's very dense. It's a hard read for new folks, but if you can get through that book, you're in a really good spot. Reddit post a startup in under 6 months. Hey. Thank you, Alyssa. I appreciate that. I heard Microsoft Word is the best IDE for programming. Yeah, Joe Matek put out a video on that. I thought that was pretty funny. Hey, Rockefeller, let's go. Bishop, I'll check them out, Chrome. Sounds like a cool idea. All right, folks, come on back. Shmonty, we are just getting the JavaScript. Good time to come on back. All right, folks, come on back. Hope you had a good break. Alrighty, deep breaths. We got this. We got this. I'm gonna go ahead and chill the music. Boom. It looks so busy. I want some. It's delicious. That's all I'm gonna say. Alrighty. Welcome back. Lock in. We're gonna get to some JavaScript. Let me pull up what we'll be on here. All right, so when it comes to JavaScript, as we have learned in the past, there are what I like to call the big four: variables, conditionals, functions, and loops. If you can master those four, you can realistically build whatever you want. Yes, other data structures and things give you more flexibility, but really with just those four, you can do whatever you want. So we're going to start with those big four. We're going to talk through them. We're going to do some practice, and that's what we're going to spend the next 2 hours kind of going through. So variables. What are variables? Variables help us tell our program to remember values for use later on. So you can think of a computer having memory. So let's say we have some memory. So this box is our memory. What we can do is we can create a space in memory. So we can go ahead and create a space in memory called dog. And I can store something in that space in memory. So I'm going to store Simba, which is my dog's name. So now, whenever I ask for dog, you get Simba back. I could also put a memory in the memory. I could put something called month. So right now the month is March. So March would be stored in memory. If I asked you for dog, you would get Simba out of memory. If I asked you for month, you would get March out of memory. Now, the cool thing is we can reassign these values so that when it's the next month, we can reassign it to April. Now, if I asked for month, I would get April back. So all variables are ways of storing stuff into memory so we can use those values later on. It's very important if we want to be able to build programs that we have a way of like storing information that we can recall later on. So here is the syntax for how we create those spaces in memory. So let me go ahead and put my memory back on the board here. Memory. All right. I'm going to go ahead and declare a variable called age. Declaring creates the space in memory. All right. It creates the space in memory. So now there's a space in memory called age. On the next line, I am assigning that space the value of 25. So if I look, I'm going to put 25 into that space. So declaration creates a space in memory. Assignment gives that space in memory a value. I can do both on one line. I can go ahead and declare the space in memory called age and assign it the value of 25. That's all we're doing with our variables, creating space in memory and storing values to use later on. Because if I want to age at any point in the future, I could ask for age and get it back. All right. When you're declaring variables and also like ID and class names, you want to use some system so that your names are all the same. Now, each team you join might do it a different way, but it's really important that you pick some sort of convention and stick with it. The way I name all my IDs, my classes, my variables, my functions is something called camel case, where every first word is lowercase, but then every other word is capitalized, right? So we can see num is lower, of and apple is uppercase. You don't have to stick to this way of doing it, but having some sort of convention where you can tell other developers, here's how I do it, helps them figure out how your code is organized. Now, the cool thing with variables is we can store many different types of data into our variables. So we can store strings, which are pieces of text. In JavaScript, we really have like 3 ways of doing strings. We have double quotes, single quotes, and then ticks for template literals, which we might see a little bit later. Whatever you use on the outside, just remember, if you use double quotes on the outside, you can't use double quotes on the inside. And if you use single quotes on the outside, you can't use double quotes on the inside. Okay. Here's what it looks like. Notice that if we had single quotes on the outside here, then this string would have ended, and then this would not have been part of the string. So just be careful. Whatever quotes you use on the outside, you can't use on the inside. You have to use the opposite. You can, however, if you want to escape them, but that's something we've covered in the past. Now, not only strings can we put into variables, we can also put numbers. And in JavaScript, we have both integer values, like whole numbers, and we also have decimal places, or floated values. So, sorry, I had like a piece of fuzz on my tongue. You can have integers, which are whole numbers, or floated values, which are decimal places. All of these can be stored in your variables. We also have signed numbers in JavaScript, so you can have a positive and negative number. And we have arithmetic in JavaScript. If you want to do addition, you use the plus sign. If you want to do subtraction, you use the hyphen or dash. If you want to do multiplication, it is the asterisk. If you want to do division, it is the /. And if you want the remainder, you use modulus, right? So here we see 10 mod 6. That would give us 4. Because 6 goes into 10 one time, and we have 4 left over. Modulus is really helpful for when we're doing things like telling if a number is even or odd. Because if we do mod 2 and we get 0, we know that 2 went into that number and we know it is even. So if I did something like this, 7 mod 2 equals 0, this would be false. Because 2 goes into 7 6 times, we have 1 left over, and 1 does not equal 0. However, if we had something like 8 mod 2, that would be true because it would equal 0. 2 goes into 8 4 times. We have no remainder, so 0 is our remainder, and 0 equals 0. Cool. All right, we have a set of starter code called variable fun time. So let's go ahead and open up that variable fun time. If you are new, you can do !Discord to join our Discord community. Agree to our rules, and there is a follow along materials channel that you'll find all the starter code from today. So let's go ahead and take a look at variable fun time. Boom, variable fun time. All right. So we have some values here, some things to do in this JavaScript file. I'm going to go ahead and give you all 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Go ahead, take those 3 minutes to try and work through this variable fun time. Put some work music on for you. And have at it, folks. Variable fun time. If you finish, put that donezo in the chat for me. Helps me see how fast people are moving. I've gotten so used to camel case, I can't imagine using anything else now. Yeah, it's a hard switch. Melissa on fire today. The Dunzo right out the gate. We had a lot of follows today. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Mystic Soda, Logtails, Ever, Thanos, Malzor, Gardew, Orion, Dente, Brownie, R, Juan, Blue Flash, Bosniak, Morpheus, Tawana. A lot of folks today. A lot more earlier too. Where do you start JS in 100 devs? About halfway through the videos that we have on YouTube right now. But hang out with us today. You'll have everything you need to know before we jump into the back end. I cheated. I've been working on a project with someone who uses hyphens, been killing me not to use camel case. Oh no. Bob with the Dunzo. K-Cost with the done. Medium with the done. That's too much, Mystic. You're wildin'. Too much to remember. Too much to remember. I'm messing with you. All right, folks, 30 seconds left. You got this. Ooh, cross with the done. BB tone with the done. D4NE with the done. I love it. All right, folks, come on back. Come on back. Are we gonna have group projects later on? Heck yeah. We've been using Remo to work together. It's only gonna get more. Alrighty, folks. Let's take a look at these first few together and we'll keep it moving. All right, create a variable and assign it a number. Cool, so let's create a variable, assign it a number. Let's say let Bob age equal 10 minus 10 from that number. So let's go ahead and do Bob age equals Bob age minus 10. Woo. Minus 10. And then print that number to the console. We have a handy dandy way of printing to the console that we can see things in that console. And we're just going to do a console.log. And we can pass in our variable here. Bob age. Cool. Let's save this real quick. Let's see what we got happening. We're going to right click, open that inspector, go to that console, and we can see 0 has been printed to the console. All right. Chat. What's another way that I could have done line 6? Chat, what's another way I could have done line 6? Yeah, we could have done that minus equals. I like that too. Let's go ahead and try that. So instead of doing Bob equals Bob age minus 10, we could have also done minus equals 10 and gotten the same result. If we save it, we go back and we refresh, we still get the 0. Cool. All right, let's do the next one together. Create a variable that holds a value from the input. Add 25 to that number. Alert that number. Cool. Create a variable that holds a value from the input. Add 25 to that number. Alert the number. So, chat, how do I get a value out of an input? How do I get a value out of an input, chat? doc blah blah value. No, I want it out of the input that's here in the HTML. So we have an input right here. How do I get a value out of this input? How can I get that value, chat? Cool. We can do element by ID, and we could also do query selector. Cool. So let's do query selector for now, just to keep our syntax a little bit more neat. Query selector. Cool. Input. Awesome. And how do I get the value out of this input? We selected the input. How do I get the value? Dot value. Exactly. Cool. Now, the problem right now, this is going to poof into thin air. We're not storing it anywhere. So let's go ahead and create a variable that's going to hold this value. So I'm going to say let input val equal. It's going to be whatever value comes out of that input. I'm going to store an input val. Also, when it comes out of this input, what are some weird things that could happen? What are some weird things that could happen here? What are some weird things that could happen? Oh, accordion got it off the bat. Maybe it's a string. Maybe we don't know. How can we make sure that we're dealing with a number so we can add 25 to it? How can we be certain that it's a number? Yeah, I like that number. Let's go ahead and do that. Cool. Boom. Alrighty. So now we're definitely dealing with a number. Whatever comes out of this input will definitely be a number. Let's go ahead and add 25 to it. We're going to do input val plus equals 25. And then we are going to alert the number. So let's go ahead and alert. And we're going to put in here input val. Nice. Now, hey, Blah, welcome back. Now, what's interesting here? This right here is not going to work, chat. These lines 11 through 15 is not going to work. Why is it not going to work? Let's go ahead and save this. Let's go back. Let's refresh. We get 25, but if I put something in here like 15, nothing happens. What happened? Oh, yeah. Nicole's, it runs automatically because it runs right away. Exactly. We look at this. This getting the value from the input is not waiting for anything. It's not waiting for anything. It's automatically running. As soon as that page loads, it runs. So our users never have any chance to input a value. It happens instantly. You keep buffering, Sonny. Give it a refresh and then turn down your quality settings. We're doing 1080p at 60 FPS. Turn those down a little bit. Cool. So we would need to do what? What could we do here so that we could get the value, but only when we want it to? I want to get the value, but only on my terms. Only when I'm good and ready do I want to get that value. Add a Smurf. Yeah, I like that. We can add an event listener. So let's go ahead and add an event listener. I'm going to give myself some room here. Let's look at our HTML. We have an H1 that we can click on. How about we only grab the value out of the input when we click on that H1? So let's go ahead and do document.query selector. Let's go ahead and grab that H1. And then we're going to do add event listener. And we're going to say click. And we're going to run a function called alert val. Cool. There you go. It's going to be the name of our function called alert val. And we're going to create this function down here. If you don't know what functions are yet, don't worry. We're going to get to that in a second. Alert val. And we're going to put all this code inside of here. Boom. Put it all in here. We're looking good. We're feeling good. All right, let's save this and see if it works. Then we're going to come back and work through all of this. All right, let's take a look. Let's refresh. Let's put 15 in here. And let's click on click me. Boom. 15 plus 25 gives us that lovely 40 in the alert. It's all working. So what the heck did we do here? What did we do here? So First thing we're seeing here is that JavaScript has the ability to interact with what we call the DOM, or the document object model. Our HTML and our CSS are being read by the browser and painting the render that we see here in the browser. This right here is not our HTML and CSS, but a painting based on the blueprint that was our HTML and CSS. When you look in the elements here, it looks like our HTML and CSS, and it's pretty dang close, but it's like an artist. An artist is looking at like a beautiful landscape, and they're painting that landscape. It's not a exact copy of the landscape. It is a rendering, right? It's a rendering of that landscape. So the browser reads our HTML file, reads our CSS file, and builds this beautiful painting of what we see here. Now, the cool thing is that JavaScript can come along and mess with it. It can fuck it all up. It can do whatever it wants with it. And so what we're using JavaScript to do, right here is to put a little smurf. We're putting a little smurf on this H1. So right now, let me make this a little bit bigger. We have this little, you didn't see him. Maybe now you can see him. Squint a little bit. You see the smurf? I don't know if you saw him earlier, but there was a smurf there. So there's a little smurf sitting on that H1 now. And I see him. Look at him. Oh, he's right there. Look at him. Oh, it's a real smurf. There's now a smurf sitting on that H1. Okay. And what that smurf is doing is it is listening for a click. It's just sitting there. It's chilling. It's relaxing. It's vibing. It's got some tunes going. It's sitting there listening for a click. And when that smurf hears the click, it just hollers out. It hears the click, it hollers out, and it runs these sets of instructions. You know the vibes. Smurf jams. When it hears that click, it says, yo, run these sets of instructions. And so you see these sets of instructions here. Grab the value out of the input, add 25 to it, and then alert that new number. All right? That's all it did. It was a smurf that heard the click. When it heard the click, it said, run these sets of instructions. And that's what we did. So the smurf was sitting on that H1. It was listening for a click. And when it heard the click, it ran that set of instructions. And so the cool thing is you can set a smurf on any element you want. Anything can be clickable. And so you just change out this value here to be whatever you want it, an H2, a section, whatever it may be. And then down here, you can also change this click to be other things. Mouse enter, mouse leave, double click. It'd be a bunch of other stuff that can go inside of this event listener and listen for all types of things. Our smurfs are multifaceted. They can listen for all these different types of events. And when it hears that event, it runs these sets of instructions. And that's how we were able to wait. This doesn't run on page load. This only runs when we click on that H1, when the smurf hears the click. All right. So if we go ahead and just refresh, let's do it again. Let's do 100. Let's click me. Smurf hears the click, runs the sets of instructions. The instructions get the value out of the input, add 25 to the value, and then alert that number, which gives us that nice pop-up that says 125. Cool. Cool. All right, let's move it on. This was a fun variable, fun time. We got some other stuff to get into here. All right. Now, we have variables. It's getting hot in here, folks. Getting hot. My computer's been on. My computer is a furnace. It has a Threadripper in it, 3960X, and a 3090. And it is pumping heat, folks. I'm starting to sweat a little bit. Normally I'm out in 3 hours. Normally I'm out. I can have the window open. I can have the cold air pouring in. Pop the JS. I'm sweating. Ryan, thank you for the hydration. Rezo, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. There we go. I need to buy an ice roller. Ooh, that sounds good. Alrighty. Now, we're storing stuff in the variables. We want to be able to make some decisions, though. We want to be able to make some decisions. And so we're going to get into the next of our big four, which are called conditionals. Okay? And we want to be able to make some decisions. We want to be able to say, hey, if that age you stored in your variable is greater than 18, then console log you're adult. But before we can start making all these decisions, we need to know how we handle like comparisons and comparing multiple values to each other. And so in JavaScript, we have 2 and 3 equal signs for comparison. 3 equal signs compare not only value, but also type. So here you can see that I'm comparing 9 and 9, which is true, 7 and 3, which is false, but also kind of nifty, string hello and string hello. They are both the same in value and type. Hello is a string. Hello is a string. So they are both equal in type, as in they are both strings and not numbers. And they are both equal in value. They both equal hello. Okay. Now, here we see number 7 and number 3. They are equal in type, but they are not equal in value. 7 is not equal to 3. The horror. Oh no, the dreaded logical operators sheet. So here we can look through and see this in action. All right. Wherever we see X, it is the number 3. All right. Wherever we see X is number 3. So does the number 3 equal 8 in number? Or sorry, value. No, 3 does not equal 8 in value, so that is false. Now, does number 3, chat, does number 3 equal number 3 in value? Chat, does number 3 equal number 3 in value? Yes or no? Give me an answer, chat. Yes. Number 3 equals number 3 in value. Now, does number 3 equal string 3 in type? No. 1 is a number and 1 is a type. And 1 is a string. And so when you have 3 equal signs, you're not only looking for number, you are also looking for type. Number and type. So here we get false because yes, it is equal in number, but it is not equal in type. Cool. Now the last one I want to show you, we're not going to go into all the tricky ones here just to save us some grace here. Here we have not equal. Whenever you see that bang, we're saying not. So is 3 not equal to 8 in number? Yes, that is a true statement. 3 is not equal to 8, so that is true. Now, what I would like for you to do on your own time is to run through all of these with X being 3, then make X 8, then make X something else like 7, and see if you can come up with the same answers that they have here. Remember, you can always open up a console, right-click inspect, go to the console, and type these values in, right? We can say 3 not equal to 8, and we'll get true. So you can always test them here as well. All right. Now we can do comparison. We have to be careful about one thing, but we'll get to that in a second. But now that we can do comparisons, we can look at some values and see if they're equal or not. We can move into conditional syntax. Conditional syntax enables us to make decisions, to do stuff if the values inside of our parentheses evaluate to true. So if what is inside these parentheses is true, we do what is inside of the curly braces. Cool beans. Now we can have ifs, else ifs, and else. You can have an if, and then you can have as many else ifs as you want. So you can do if else if, else if, else if, else if, else if, else if you want, and then stop. Or you can also end with an else. Ifs and else ifs always check a condition. And else automatically runs if everything above it was false. So if this if evaluate the false, this else if evaluate the false, this else would auto magically run. All right. So we're going to check if this is true. We do cool stuff and we stop. But if this condition was false, then we would check else if. If this is true, we stop. If both the if and the else if were false, the else would automatically run. It does not need a condition to be checked. Drizzle, it's a series. If you have ifs, they're their own individual check. So they all the ifs would be checked. All right, here's some conditional syntax here. All right, as always, pizza equals Domino's. Chat, what gets printed to the console here? If does come first. What gets printed to the console here? What gets printed to the console, chat? Guy Fieri. Yeah, all right, we figured it out. So let's look at it. Pizza, as always, equals Domino's. Hashtag sponsor me. So does pizza equal Papa John's? Hell no. Get the heck out of here. Papa John's never equals, pizza never equals Papa John's. So that was false. So since that's false, we go to the else if. Pizza does equal Domino's. That is a true statement. So since it is true, we do it inside the curly braces. And what we see is printed to the console. Choo choo. All aboard the train to Flavortown. All right. All aboard the train to Flavortown. Now, what if I had spelled Domino's wrong? There are some folks that like to front, and they're like, Leon, oh yeah, I do Domino's too, Leon, I do Domino's too, and then they spell Domino's with an E. That's how I know you ain't about this life. You ain't been around. It's not how we do. So let's say somebody was fronting, and they spelled Domino's with an E. What would be printed to the console? The audacity. What would be printed to the console, chat? What are you even doing with your life? Cross, that was worth it. That was worth being automated. That was a good one. Exactly. I forgot that was the answer. And I thought everyone in chat was just saying, like, what are you doing with your life? Like, you spelled Domino's wrong. Like, what are you even doing with your life? I literally thought that's what everyone in chat was saying. I forgot that was the answer. I'm like, yeah, exactly. What were you doing with your life? Like, who would ever do that? How dare you do that? Exactly. So, if you had spelled Domino's with an E, then does pizza equal Papa John's? Hell no. Would pizza equal Domino's? No, you spelled it wrong. So since both of these were false, the else automatically runs. It doesn't need to check anything. And once you printed the console, what are you even doing with your life? Boom. All right, chat. What's the danger of assignment versus comparison? What's the danger of assignment versus comparison? What do we have to be worried about here? Yeah, reassignment. If for some reason we do one equal sign here, well, you've just tried to reassign pizza to Papa John's. And this is a const, so you're going to have a bad time. So one equal sign is always reassignment. Two equal signs is comparison in value. And three equal signs is comparison in value and type. So be careful. If you do one equal sign, you might reassign a variable. All right. The other cool thing is you can have multiple conditions. So here we have the double ampersand, which is and. So if your name is Leon, and status is ballin, true. Get a wink at the camera. Hold on. Get this OnlyFans content. Only 1 million channel points, folks. Only 1 million channel points. So both of these must have been true. My name was Leon, and my status is ballin, so you get a wink at the camera. Too bad you won't let us YOLO. we'll YOLO when we can YOLO. We can YOLO when it makes when we want. Y'all just want to YOLO for a quick second? We can just YOLO. You just want to do like a quick math.random 1 or 2? All right, hold on. Let's pull it up. Let's YOLO. Y'all been here for 4.5 hours. You deserve a YOLO. All right, let's go and put it on. Math.seal. Math.random. Times. Let's do times 2. Cool. So that should give us either 1 or 2. Cool. All right. Let's go ahead and clear it. Let's bring it up. Let me go ahead and put let me start the let me go ahead and start the prediction. One or 2. Math.random. 1 or 2. All right, there we go. Confirm prediction. Got it. All right, you got 30 seconds to get in on this prediction. Why did that go so fast? 1 or 2 in chat. 1 or 2. Hold on. 1 or 2 in chat. All right, there we go. You can do your 1s or 2s predictions here. Get your predictions in. I can't risk my channel points. Oh, y'all are going in on this one. Let's go. 150 to the left, 50 to the right. You got to even it out. You got to even it out so that we can really YOLO. I just did all my points. Let's go. I'm a degenerate. All right, you got like 10 more seconds to get in on this one. I did YOLO. All right, let's go ahead and do it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 2. Where my 2s at? Let's go. Let's go. Where are my 2s at? Where are my 2s at? Let me predict the outcome here. Choose the outcome. It was 2. Let me complete the prediction. There you go. Enjoy your channel points. Paid off. Who YOLO'd the most and won? Who YOLO'd the most and won? 1,000 channel points? That's wild. 14K points? Let's go. 3x back. 3K? Nice. I lost everything again? No. Okay, no. Lost 10K. 20K? No. I love it. 2K to 6K. Let's go. I YOLO'd wrong. Alrighty, let's keep going. Alrighty. Not only can we have and, but we can also have or. We can also kind of or. So if day is Saturday or day equals Sunday, then we know it's the weekend. So we can do multiple conditions here as well. All right, we're gonna keep it moving. We're gonna skip the age check. We're gonna keep it moving. I want to be able to get through functions and loops before we take another break. Cool. So we saw something interesting. We had this set of instructions that ran, and this set of instructions we call a function. Okay, so let's talk about functions. What are functions? Not even gonna give us a second to heal. What are chat? What's a function? Chat, tell me what a function is. Man, I actually got a rush from that gamble. Rigged. Conjunction junctions. Fox, you got it. Knox, you got it. Yes. Functions are just sets of instructions. All right. Simple sets of instructions. Ideally, they're reusable, so we don't have to keep writing those instructions over and over again. When we come to like writing clean code, they're ideally going to like perform one action. And they're going to perform the building blocks of our program because we write them once and we can reuse them over and over again. So here is the syntax for a function. You here have a function declaration. And the cool thing about the function declaration is the function keyword, so we know it's a function. We give it a name. A function can take in a value. That's what makes them useful when we reuse them, because we can do the same action but take new values in every single time we run. And then if we want these instructions to run, we have to call them. So down here is a function call. Notice we're going to use the same name and we're going to pass in arguments. Those arguments are going to be passed into the function. So the way I like to think about it is you declare your function, and if you want that function to run, you must call it. So I call my mom, right, to run my functions. I call my mom to argue. I have a very healthy relationship with my mother, but we're going to pretend. Call my mom to argue, passing in arguments. Let's take a look at what this would actually look like with a real function. Here we go. I have a function declaration called yell, and here I am calling it. This function yell will not run until you call it. So here I have called it, and I passed in hello. Chat, what is hello? Hello is a what? Hello is a what? The vote was rigged. Hey, Topher, glad you're here. Yeah, hello is an argument. That argument's going to be passed into our function. Wherever we see word, it is now hello. So we actually wind up alerting hello. That gets alerted, and we see hello get alerted. Now the cool thing is I can keep reusing the function yell. I can use it over and over again. And the cool thing is every single time I use it, I can pass in a different argument. So this function is very simple, it's reusable, and it's flexible because I can pass in hello, I can pass in goodbye, I can pass in dominoes, I can pass in whatever I want it, and it would yell it out or alert it. Ooh. Alrighty. Now the other thing is that we don't have to have just one parameter. We can have multiple parameters. So here you can see that I have a function declaration that has two parameters. And here I'm passing in two arguments. Hello goes into word. Goodbye goes into other word. And you'll see me alert hello. Then you'll see me alert goodbye. Cool. Let's go ahead and open up the simple functions code. Go ahead and do simple functions code. If you're new and you need the starter code, go ahead and do !Discord in our chat. Agree to our rules, and you will be able to find all of our starter code in the follow along materials channel. Alrighty. So I'm going to close this one here. And I'm going to open up the simple functions starter code. Open up that JavaScript. All right. I want you to do as many problems as you can. I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock, and we're going to go over them together. We're going to go through all the easy problems together. Today's a review. Today's a review, so we're going to go through all the easy problems together. 3 minutes on the clock. Put some work music on you. If you can get through all the easy plus more, that's good. But go through those, and we'll get going. All right, 3 minutes starting now. Boom, have at it. Kudos to y'all for sticking it out. I know your brains have been melting. It's almost 5 hours we've been going. What? Look at me, 5 hours. What? Got this, y'all. Dig deep. I live for this. Melt my brain. Exactly, Fox. Argument gets passed into the parameter. nowhere really to put it. There you go. I'll move it up for a second. You should have the code for you. You should have the code. You should download the code so you have it already. But there you go. Exclamation point Discord. Agree to our rules. Yep. Izzy, I would love to try a 24-hour stream. I've always wanted to do it. I think it'd be fun. My voice is starting to go and it's only been 5 hours. I can't imagine 24 hours. I'd have to like really like lube up my vocal cords somehow. I've always wanted to do like a 24-hour for charity stream. I think that'd be fun. I'd stay up with you. Let's go. 1 of 1. That's all we need. We code, we play games, we sing. I think it'd be fun. 24 hours where we just apply to jobs. Heck yeah. When are we making this out? I'm down. I'm down to do it. I would lurk. Nice. Yeah, it'd be cool to have the stream team going. Like for us to like pop on and do different segments of it. That'd be fun. Once the pandemic is behind us and we're all vaccinated, I would love to do like a meetup. I think that'd be fun. Like meetups in a couple different cities. Meet up to a 24-hour stream. That'd be cool. Hey, Paper Life, that's awesome. 30 seconds, folks. 30 seconds. Alright, dig deep, folks. You got this. Alrighty, folks. Come on back. Let's go through these easy ones together. Alrighty. Hey, Dev. I appreciate that, Henry. Let's go. Oh, that'd be fun, Chop. All the dogs meet up. That'd be cool. Alrighty. I'm going to go ahead and chill the music here. Holy crap, it worked. Let's go. All right, create a function that subtracts 2 numbers and alerts the difference. So I'm going to create a function here. I'm going to call it sub2 and alert. Cool. We know it's going to take in 2 numbers, so I'm just going to call this like num1 and num2. And then we're going to alert the difference. So I can just alert in here, and I can do num1 minus num2, and that would work. Right? We could also maybe do it on separate lines if we wanted to. We could say like let difference equal num1 minus num2. It's kind of up how you want to do it. And I'm just going to go and put difference in here. Difference. There you go. That would work. Let's call it and make sure. Sub2. Let's pass in 10 and 5. So remember, we're passing in 10 and 5. The idea being here that 10 would go into num1. And 5 would go into num2. Wind up having 10 minus 5. And we should alert 5 as the difference. Let's go ahead and open this in the browser. Boom, we got 5 alerting. We did it right. Woohoo! What would be considered best practice? I think that's up to you. I would say this is a little bit more readable, and so this is the way I'd probably go. Yeah. I did meet Chops, Mom. That's hilarious. Yeah, we did. Really helpful, too. Help me with the next merch drop coming soon. Been playing too much Mario. I say Mario. I don't know why. Mario. I say it wrong. I say Mario. Create a function that divides 3 numbers and console logs the quotient. Yeah, screw semicolons, Liz. No semicolons around here. You got your shirt today different? That's dope. Your face is gorgeous. Thank you. All right, create a function, divides 3 numbers. Function, divide 3 in console log. So let's do div 3 and log is what we're going to call the function. We're taking in 3 numbers. Let's call it num1, num2, and zebra. Because it doesn't matter what you name your parameters. You can name them whatever you want. So I'm going to do that. Create a function that divides 2 numbers and logs the quotient. So we're going to say let quotient equal. And we're going to do num1 divided by num2 divided by zebra. Cool. And we are going to console log the quotient. Dope. All right, let's call it and make sure it worked. Div 3 and log. Let's pass in 12. Let's pass in 12, 3, and 2. Bob Walter with the sub. Thank you so much for spending Jeff Bezos' bucks. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Hope you're having some fun, hanging out, doing some review. Appreciate it. Whew. That prime. Love me some prime. All right. Let's go ahead and try this, see if it runs. We got the original alert, but let's check our console and see if we got the console there. Boom, we got 2. 12 divided by 3 is 4. 4 divided by 2 is 2, so it's working. Got a nice 2 printed to the console here. Honestly, just realized I could use my Amazon Prime. What? Just realized. I appreciate it. Thank you. There should be like a reminder or something that's on the screen. Do you all see it on the screen? Like, do you see like the little crown thingy? That's weird. Never twitched before this class? Hey, I'm glad you're here. Sometimes I twitch in my sleep. Yeah. I feel you, indifferent. I feel you. All right, let's do the last one. Create a function that multiplies 3 numbers and returns the product. All right, so we're going to create a last function multi. I'm just going to call it multi3 and return. And we're going to take in 3 numbers. So we're going to call this popcorn, rainbow, Bob. And we're going to create a function that returns the product. So we're going to say let prod equal popcorn times rainbow times Bob. And then we are going to return prod. And return just spits out the value to wherever it was called. Alyssa, I like the copy. I appreciate that. I'm trying indifferent. All right, so it's going to be spit out to wherever it's called. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and console log here. And we're going to throw in prod. And we're going to pass in, I don't know, let's just do some numbers here. 2, 3, and 5. Cool. So we should see another thing printed to the console here. Let's go back. Let's refresh. We got 5 alerted. Oh, prod is not defined. We got an error. Let's go ahead and take a look at our error. Oh, I named my function wrong. Name of my function is multi3 and return. Wasn't the name of my function. Let's give it some room here so we can all see it. Revel in my mistake. NPM, oh Jesus, I said MPF Dev. Thank you so much for the hydration. Cheers to you. Hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you in a minute. Alrighty, second try. All right, let's save this up. Let's make sure we got it printing to the console. Let's refresh. We got the alert. We got our 2 logs, it looks like we are doing well. All right. We created some simple functions here, folks. It is the top of the hour. The hours are flying by, my friends. Flying by here. We got an hour left, so we're going to come back to some pseudocode. We're going to talk through that idea, and we got to get into some bachelor code, maybe some loopsy loops, and then some toasters and some car factories. So if you have no idea what I'm talking about, that's all right. Let's take a 7-minute break. Going to bring 7 minutes up on the break here. Or something cool we can. Let's leave the code up. People like that. They're like, oh, what are they doing? All right, let's put 7 minutes on the clock here. Once again, I'm going to run some ads just so that new folks don't have to sit through ads when they join us. Also, just to encourage you to actually get up and go somewhere. Do something if you're able to. Hydrate. I'm going to try and cool down for a little bit. So I'm going to run these ads. We're going to put 7 minutes on the timer. I'm going to play some wonderful break music. And I will see you all in 7 minutes. We're going to bring it home, folks. We're going to try and go for another little, well, hopefully an hour. Might go a little bit over, but let's go. If you're new and following along, go ahead and give us a follow. Why have you followed yet? All right, here come the ads. Most of you should already have subs. Thank you to Indifferent, Crumb, RL Speedwagon, all the other folks that have gifted subs. Cookie, you were out there today. Thank you so much. 3 minutes. Brian, yeah, hit me up on Discord. All right, folks, we got about 6 minutes, 3 minutes of ads. We're gonna hit OOP today. Yeah, we're gonna hit it. I am gonna go take a quick break myself. I will be right back, folks. Snacking this entire time? Oh, I gotta give me some snacks. BRB. Hey. Hope we're able to get a stretch in. Thank you for doing this, Leon. Didn't want to speak for anyone, but I needed this to help cement some of the older concepts. Hey, that's awesome. And also helped me remind me how far I've come. Exactly. Whew, it's hot out here, folks. It's hot. Ooh. Oh. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Medium, sort of. Technically. A lot of the OOP stuff is technically. Yeah, it's hot. I don't want to turn, my wife is completing one of their finals, so I don't want to like turn the air on. But I also don't want to open my window because then we'll hear the little kids playing outside. And my PC is just like a beast, so it's just like pumping out heat. So this space is hot. It's hot. I don't want to turn the AC on because I know she'll get cold, but so I'm getting my got my tofu on. Actually, it's actually working way better than I thought. Leon does not want to hear The Joy of Children. No, I do not. Best hip hop album of all time, Acid Rap. Yes, Acid Rap. I put it on my. It's actually one of the lyrics from today. 2 minutes, folks. You got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes. Whew. 2 minutes, folks. Had to bust out the tofu. How y'all doing? How y'all feeling? Y'all doing good? Doing all right? Living your lives. Enjoying the review, I hope. Ice pack hack. Yeah. Depends on what you need to know it for. Like, what are you trying to figure out? If you're just trying to dig, you can read the specification and it'll tell you more about it. But I think some of the reading I've assigned will help you dig a little bit more if you want. The correct answer is ready to die. Are you eating started? No, I really don't eat until later in the day. I've never eaten breakfast. I'm not really a lunch person. Kind of like a 1 meal a day type of person. Is there a channel point redeemable to eat those tofu snacks? Snack redemption would be dope. Man said, hey, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. Oh, yeah. I can't, Mac Tay. I'm trying to get in trouble. Nah, I'm good, Alyssa. I appreciate it, though. Thank you for the concern. I just don't get hungry until later in the day. I don't know. It's weird. All right, we got 20 seconds, folks. I'm doing my Dr. Levi. Oh, that's a good idea. The fitness doctor. Getting those hand stretches in. Oh, yeah. It is a big meal. It is. It is. Alrighty, folks. Hope you enjoyed your 7-minute break. Come back on in. Let's get into these loopy loops. Let's get into these loopy loops, folks. Come on back. All right, we're gonna crank out this last hour. Might go a little over, but we're gonna try and crank it out. All right, pseudocode chat. Let me chill the music here. Tell me what pseudocode is. Come on back. Tell me what pseudocode is. I want to know what's pseudocode. I'm always hot, Mr. A ice water. There you go. Excuse me. Boom Kingston. Yeah. Expressing code in words. Human language. You yelling at JavaScript in the comment. Writing code in a plain language. Yeah. So pseudocode is just writing what you want to have happen in plain language. You're not worried about the syntax. You're not worried about how you're actually going to write the JavaScript. So you're going to worry about like just coming up with the ideas, what you want to have happen. You're going to write it in plain language, and then you'll find the JavaScript to match it. So we did a temperature converter back in the day, and the temperature converter, we started with pseudocode first. So if I was going to build a temperature converter, and I'm thinking through like what I want to have happen, I know that I'm going to need a temperature. I'm going to need to convert the temperature, and then I'm going to need to display the temperature back to the user. Those three things are what I call pseudocode. And how I would actually get the value from the user, or how I would convert it, or how I would display it back to the user. That's when I would get into the nitty gritty of JavaScript. But the pseudocode helps me have a starting point. Because if I didn't know how to get a value out of the input, I can Google for that to find how to use JavaScript to get a value out of an input. We saw it earlier today, but I could Google for that. If I didn't know the conversion math, I could Google for how to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius or Celsius to Fahrenheit or Kelvin or whatever you wanted to do. And then if I didn't know how to display that to the user, I could look up how to display in the DOM, how to console log, how to alert. So I could Google that stuff. So the idea is that we want to, when we first start with larger coding problems, it's typically a really good idea to start with your pseudocode, right? And then you can eventually narrow it down to your actual code. So we're going to skip this because we've already done it before, but I want you to bring pseudocode back into your life. If you've been with us for a long while and you've been keeping up with all the work that we've been doing recently, and you haven't been writing pseudocode, try bringing that back into your life a little bit, especially when you're doing your coding challenges. You should be pushing every day. A large portion of the code you're pushing every day will probably be coding challenges like Code Wars and eventually LeetCode. You should be doing your prep, your parameters, your returns, your examples, your pseudocode. So pseudocode should be something you're doing every single day. All right. Chat, what is the best TV show of all time? Alyssa, please be ready to ban. I have my ban fingers ready to go. Chat, what is the best TV show of all time? The Bachelor, great. JTA, ban. George Lepus, Daddy Yankee, ban. Wood, ban. Pokemon, I'll let it slide. Curb Your Enthusiasm, ban. Survivor, ban. I can't keep up with all these bans, folks. It's too much. We know that the best TV show of all time is, in fact, The Bachelor. Now, I'm not going to lie. They've been going through some rough times. They're going to come out the other side, though. So the reason why we introduced The Bachelor is because we have all this Bachelor code that I just want to go through the first one together. It's been a while since we've seen like click events and what they can do and everything that comes together. We have done all three of these together, but we're going to go ahead and open up that Bachelor code. Chris, get out of here. We don't want you back. Let's go ahead and get this Bachelor code open. We're going to go at number 1. We're going to open up that JavaScript and the HTML. I'm going to go ahead and open up this HTML in the browser. Actually, let me make sure I click on this. Yep. All right, cool. Open this HTML in the browser. And here we go. So here we have the contestants from Juan Pablo's season of The Bachelor. Obviously, the most controversial season of The Bachelor so far. Controversial because Juan Pablo did not propose. He got to the end with Nikki and was like, we can keep doing this thing, but I ain't proposing. And missed out on the greatest contestant of The Bachelor ever, which was Charlene. Anyway, what I want you to be able to do is I want you to go ahead and click on the final rows. And I unfortunately want Claire, and I can't bear to make the X. I'm going to put the X over here. And Charlene disappear, and just leave Nikki, pediatric nurse, by the way. Just leave Nikki left, because that's who made it to the end. That's who got the final rows, but not the proposal. Scandalous. All right, so if we go ahead and look at our code, we have 3 images here, and we have the H1 that you can click on, and we have some starter code here in the JavaScript. So I want you to go ahead. I'm just going to put like 30 seconds. 30 seconds on the clock here. We're going to go real quick. 30 seconds, make this work. We already seen this today. We already saw this today. Make this work. Alrighty. You got it. Done. If you finish real quick, go and put done zone in the chat. If you're new and you want the starter code, !Discord in our chat, agree to the rules. If you're following on YouTube, leonnoel.com/Discord. I'll take you to the same place. Follow along materials channel. We'll have all the starter code for you today. Medium, Tam sauce with the Dunzos. I have no idea who these people are. Might be a good thing. What if you know the answer? Code it out. All right, let's look at it. 30 seconds went by fast. All right, folks. Let's take a look at this together. All right. We know that we're clicking on the final rows, and we have a click we're going to call the function hide. Here we go. So we have a Smurf. We have a Smurf sitting on this H1. When that Smurf hears the click, it runs this set of instructions, this function called hide. And what hide is going to do is it's going to take the images that are not Nikki and hide them. So let's go ahead and take a look at the images here. If we look, here's Nikki, has the ID of Nikki, but we also have the ID of Claire and the ID of Charlene. So what we're going to do is we're going to hide Claire, and unfortunately, I'm so sorry, Charlene, we're going to hide Charlene as well. So let's go ahead and hide Claire. Octothorpe, Claire, and then we're going to come down here. It pains me. I'm sorry. And we're going to go ahead and do Octothorpe, Charlene. Cool. Now, both of these, when we click on the final rows, the ID of final rows, that H1, we will wind up having Claire selected and the style set to display none. And then we'll have Charlene selected and the style set equal to display none as well. So if we save all this, we go back to the browser, we click refresh, click on final rows, the Smurf hears the click, calls that function hide, boom, only Nikki's left. Dunzo. Cool. Now, there are two others. If you're following along for the first time, go ahead and try these other two. There's fill in the gaps here. You can find all the solutions on our Discord as well. Cool. So we already saw kind of this event listener, this DOM manipulation. Remember, we're manipulating the rendering that we see here. We didn't change the HTML. We didn't change the CSS, right? We manipulated it. We manipulated that render. We messed with the DOM. That's what JavaScript does. It does DOM manipulation. So we messed with that rendering of the HTML and CSS. If we actually look and we inspect, and we look at the images, you'll see that Claire has this like display none. Claire has this display none. Charlene has that display none. We've messed with the DOM. We didn't mess with the HTML. We didn't mess with the CSS. We messed with the DOM, the rendering, that result. If I refresh, all those changes go away. And the DOM refreshes as well. It repaints that rendering. Count the shells exactly. We manipulated the DOM like Juan Pablo manipulated Nikki's heart. Oh, that's mine. I'm using that next class. I'm using that. I couldn't have said it better. Well done. Extra points to you. All right, let's keep moving, folks. I'm gonna close some of these. We got a lot of these windows open now. Boom. Look at all that stuff we did today. Look at all that. All right. Chat, what are loops? Tell me what a loop is, chat. What's a loop? What is a loop? I'm going to put this tofu underneath my shirt. What is a loop? My nightmare. Do the same thing a certain amount of times. I like that. A block of repeatable instructions. Okay. Nice. Do something X amount of times. I love it. Do stuff again and again. All of these are good. So loops. Loops enable you to repeat an action some number of times. There are three main types of loops in JavaScript: for, while, and do while. And each type just kind of determines like when you start and stop your endpoint. Now, as we get to arrays and other things, you'll see that there are other built-in loops. We even have some newer syntax loops like for in and for of, but the three main ones are for, while, and do while. So here's an example of a for loop. For loop has your counter. So it sets up your counter here, your increment. You set up an end condition, and you say what happens to your counter every single time the loop runs. So what's going to happen is the very first time that this for loop runs, I is 1, so we see 1 print to the console. Then we add 1 to I, and we check. Is 2 less than 5? It is. So then we console log again, printing 2 to the console. Then we add 1 to I, so we're at 3. Is 3 less than 5? Yes, it is. So we wind up printing 3 to the console. We add 1. Is 4 less than 5? Yes. So we print 4 to the console. We add 1. Is 5 less than 5? No. So our loop stops. That's the end. It's donezo. And it stops. So that's the beauty of for loops. You can set up your counter. You say when it should stop. And you say what happens to your counter after each iteration. Cool. Let's look at this 21 Savage loop. It's in the starter code. 21. All right, 21 Savage. Sir Savage the 21st here. Index.html, JavaScript. Create a function that has a loop that prints 21 times to the console and call that function. Bonus if you can bring it to the DOM. All right, you're going to use that for loop we just saw on the slides. I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock here. Type this out, folks. If you haven't typed out a loop in a minute, type out your for loop here. 3 minutes on the clock. You got this. Have at it. Run a tear, folks. Run a tear. Go ahead and take 3 minutes to get this done. We're almost home, folks. We're almost home. We're going to finish up our loops. Then we got our arrays, our objects. Whew. We're going to touch on a little bit of OOP. And we're almost there. If you finish, go ahead and put donezo in the chat, please. Donezo in the chat. I'm not new to coding, but it's such a cool concept. Hey, Dumbstick, welcome. Thanks for hanging out with us for a little bit. What are alerts? Alerts enable you to do like a pop-up that shows up in the browser. Mentally donezo, Alyssa. So we saw earlier today, we had like the little pop-up that was showing up during our functions work. That was the alert. We have a pretty active Discord community where folks can get help. And then we also have, going forward, our lovely Git repos where folks will be submitting their code and PRs and having their code reviewed as well. So if you're not new to coding, come join us on Discord. Tons of folks need help. Come help us out. Alrighty, folks. Minute and a half left. Got some donezos coming in. I love it. Deal with the done. Cat. Medium. Topher. And Topher putting in the work after work. I appreciate you. Good stuff. Coordinate. Whoo with the donezo. Love it. Flopsy with the donezo. Minute left, folks. Dig deep. You got this. We're only gonna go until the top of the hour. We said 6 hours. I think we're gonna hit 6 hours. I'm shooting for 6. That's what I'm going for. 6 or bust, folks. Hang on. You're almost home. You're almost there. 40 seconds left. Hey. If you're done, enjoy the vibes. You feeling that? Ooh. Never, Reggie. Never had a problem. If you feel like you don't want to, you can always put them to a private repo. I put all my solutions in a private repo. So I push my solutions, but they go into a private repo. You still get your green squares. Alrighty, folks. Come on back. Come on back. Me too, Mazlara. Me too. Alrighty, come on back, folks. Jakantu, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. Whew. Oh, baby. All right, let's take a look at this. Create a function that has a loop that prints 21 times to the console and then call that function. I'm going to chill the music here. All right, let's go ahead and create that function. Sir Savage, Cool. And we're going to create a loop in here. So we're going to say let I equal 1. And we're going to say while I is less than or equal to 21. 21, 21, 21. We're going to add 1 to I. And then we're going to, what are we going to do? Print 21, 21 times to the console. So we can just say console log. We can say 21. Boom. That would console log 21 times. Let's save this. Let's open this in the browser. Let's use the inspector. Let's go to the console. And we didn't call the function. So we have to call the function. Let's go ahead and call it. Sir Savage. Boom. Save it. Let's go back. Let's refresh. Here we go. 21 printed 21 times to the console. There was a bonus here too. The bonus was, could you print it to the DOM? So instead of console logging, let's also print it to the DOM. Document.query selector. What was in there? Let's take the HTML. There's an H2 here. Let's just keep appending it to the H2. H2. We're going to do, let's go ahead and do inner text equals, let's say plus equals. And we're just going to say 21. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep adding 21 with some spacing to the H2. If we save this and we refresh, boom. 21, 21 times to the DOM. To the DOM. If you ever listen to the Beck's, it's the best XXL freshman cipher of all time. It's the one with 21 Savage. Who else is in there? Little Yachty, Little Uzi, Denzel Curry. There's one other person. Kodak. Fire. 30 to your face. That's a closed case. Alrighty, let's keep going. Yeah, oh, the Denzel's opening line, the panic room line, oh, bars. All right, let's keep moving, folks. We also have a while loop, which is just a different way of doing loops. Notice that we have kind of our end condition, and we're doing our increment inside of the loop. We're gonna keep moving for now. We saw our loops, we saw our for loops. We feel good. We got them moving. We did some work with them. Alrighty, let's move on to arrays. It's the XXL freshman cipher. I believe it's 2017. But if you just look for the one with Kodak and everyone in it, you'll find it. I don't care what anybody says. That is the best one. They had so much fun. Like they just didn't take it seriously, and it worked. I'm a big fan. All the other ones, people you just know, people have been preparing bars for like 3 years for it. This one, they just like showed up, made fun of the DJ, and just spit. It was fun. Alrighty, chat. Listen with the link. I love it. I love it. Chat. What's an array? Please tell me what an array is. It's a toaster. It's Bill Gates' toaster. It's Bill Gates' toaster. In fact, Will got it. Will cooked this up a toaster emote. I haven't shown it. I'm gonna show it on Tuesday. Will cooked this up a toaster emote. I haven't even looked at it. I just saw the message. I haven't looked at it yet. I'm excited. Alyssa, that's hilarious. Alrighty, arrays are toasters. Great. Move on. Next. So what do I mean by a toaster? A toaster is one element that can hold many other elements. Like if you go in my house, I have a nice toaster. I have a good toaster. It has 4 slots. It can do bagels. It can do bread. It can do a good range of things. Like it's a decent toaster. But if we go to 50 Cent's house, 50 Cent has a 50 slot toaster. And 50 Cent's toaster does everything. It's like an air fryer in each slot. It can do pizza bites. It can do anything you want. Pizza bags. You can do whatever you want inside that toaster, right? So it's one element that can hold many other things. However, if we go to Bill Gates' house, if you But do you have an air fryer though? I love my air fryer. I've been putting everything in there. There is a meme. We rated somebody. There was a meme. Everything goes in the air fryer. I don't care what it is. Spaghetti's going in there later. If we go to Bill Gates' house, not only does he have a toaster, it looks like my toaster. It has 4 slots to start. But when those 4 slots fill up, a new slot automatically appears. And no matter how big or how much stuff we put in the toaster, there's always a new slot that gets generated, right? So when you think of an array, think of one element that can hold many different things. And they can be all different things. They can be bread, they could be toaster strudel, they could be pizza bites. It doesn't matter. Bill Gates' toaster can do it all. And so that's what an array is. An array is a data structure to store ordered collections. All that means is it's going to hold a bunch of stuff and it's going to have a specific order. That order starts counting at 0. We call those indexes, right? Call that indexes, right? Ooh, accordion has been paying attention. Woohoo! Arrays are technically objects. Everything is an object, right? Starts counting at 0. And the cool thing about arrays is they have all these methods that help us to work with them, right? To help us sort them, to help us move through them, to add stuff, to remove stuff. And so that's where a lot of the power can come from our arrays. Alrighty. There are 2 ways to create an array. We can use a constructor way that we'll see a little bit later. And we can use literal notation. Literal notation is where we're literally creating an array, right? So we put that square brackets, you have created an array. You can go ahead and create an array with stuff already in it. So here you can see that I have a string, a boolean, which is true or false, and a number. So my array can hold many different data types, right? And where a lot of people get tripped up if arrays are their first foray, like this is your first time dealing with arrays, where it gets tricky is if I asked for the first element, you would say, oh, the first element is New York City. But if I asked for the index of New York City, you would give me 0. All right. So if I asked for the 4th element in the array, it would be London, right? It would be London, but the index would be 3. Chat, what is the element at the first index? What is the element of the first index? Element at the first index is LA, because here's the 0th index and here is the first index. All right. Cool. How is an array different than a variable? So think of a variable as a space in memory. You can store anything you want into that space in memory. We can store a bunch of different data in that space in memory. One of the things that we can store is an array. So an array can be stored into a space in memory, which means a variable can be an array. And then an array is a certain data structure that can hold a bunch of different types of data. No more parties in LA. Cool. Alrighty. Now the cool thing about these indexes, right? The cool thing about these indexes is that we can use the index inside the square brackets to get stuff out of the array. So here you can see I said new array, which is the name array here, square bracket 0. That gives me a value out of the array, which is zebra. I could also say new array square brackets 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. So square brackets 3 gives me 21, 21, 21, 21. Cool. Now the cool thing is I can use these square brackets to pull stuff out. I can also use it to put stuff in. So here's square brackets 1. I'm setting it equal to Bob. So Bob is going to this empty space in the array. Right? So you can use the square brackets to not only get, but you can use them also to set. Getters and setters. Alrighty. Now, one of the tricky things that some folks run into, all right? One of the tricky things that you can run into is that you can reassign whole arrays. So in cars, I have an array of cars. In nums, I have an array of nums. If I set cars equal to nums, you're going to see that cars is no longer equal to this whole array. It's now equal to that array. So be careful. You can override a whole array, not even just individual elements in the array, but you can override whole arrays. Now, the cool thing is arrays have special properties and methods that work on them. One of the really cool properties that an array has is the length property, which will tell you how many elements are in the array. So if I did a length on cars, I would have gotten 4 the first time I called it. If I did new array dot length, since there were 4 slots in this array, we would have gotten 4. So array is really helpful because it can tell you how many elements, right, are in that array. I can tell you. Try it out, Medium. Try it out. See if you can figure that out. Try it out in the console. See what you get. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and take a look at in paradise after paradise. We're speeding up, folks. We got a couple big more topics left to get through. In paradise after paradise. Let's take a look at it. Alrighty. So here you go. In paradise after paradise, create a function that takes in an array. If the first number is less than the last number, alert high. If the first number is greater than the last number, alert by. If they are equal, alert we close in an hour. Try not to hard code this. Try not to hard code this. Nice, you got a medium. Try not to hard code this. So I'm going to give you 3 minutes. Go ahead and try getting this one to work. This is review in paradise after paradise. You got this, folks. Go for it. 3 minutes. Alrighty. Dig deep. Got about half hour, some change left. You can do this. Hang on. I needed this today, Miss Turner. Hey, I'm glad you're getting some value out of it. Hey, feel the vibes. I'm digging it. Let's go. Let's go. Alrighty, folks. Minute 55. You got this. So we can get going. Hey. If you finished already, just enjoy the tunes. Relax. About a half hour and some change left. We'll finish up. Hey, feel my brain is toast, MacTay. I feel you. According that with the done. All right. Got a minute 15 left. Dig deep. Hey. Alrighty. Under a minute left. Alrighty. Woo, got some dones. This review at least made me feel better by showing me how much I did know. Hey, I love that. Look at all these dones coming in. Hard to find out how much we learned. We're viewing it so smooth. Look at all these dones. Hey, Rayax, Deal, Rezo, PMCCC. It's sabotage out here. Gourds, hey, Sergio holograms with the done. All right, folks, come on back. Let's go over this together. I'm digging the music. I'm keeping it up. I'm keeping it up while we do this one. I'm digging it. Busting out the ternaries. Hey, there you go. Oh, I like that. That's nice. Whew, that's smancy. All right, let's create a function. We're going to see if it's high or by. High or by. Cool. And we're going to take in an array. So we're going to call this an array. And then we're going to say if, what are we saying? If the first number is less than the last number. So let's go ahead and look at it. So we're going to say, what's always going to be the first number in the array? What index can I use to always grab the first number? What number can I use to grab the first number? A 0. Nice. I can always use 0. I'm going to say if it's greater than the last number. How can I always grab the last number? This is the tricky one. How can I always get the last element in the array? Array.length -1. Nice. Why do we need to do -1? Why do we need to do -1? Yeah, because it's 0 indexed, right? If we start counting at 0, it is 0 indexed, right? So we're always going to be off by 1. If we want the last element in the array, it's always going to be off by 1 because we started counting at 0. So if there are 4 elements in our array, array.length would be 4. But if we want the last one, we want the index of 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. So this would give us 3, and that would give us the last number. We're going to alert high. Cool. And then we're going to do an else if, which is going to be the opposite way. Just going to grab this. I don't recommend copying and pasting, but we got stuff to do today, folks. So I'm going to throw this in here. We're just going to switch it the other way. If it's less than, we're going to alert by. And if it's not greater than or less than, the only thing it can be, right, is equal. So we're just going to alert we close in an hour. Nice. Imran, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. Alrighty. This is a good one. This one works. We're good. Let's save this and keep on moving. We got a few more things to get through today, folks. 3 more things to get through here. Gonna chill the music here. I was feeling that. I like that music. Let's go. All right. There's a cool thing about arrays is that we can also iterate through an array. So the cool thing is if we use the length property on the array, we can use that as the end of our for loop. So if we set up a for loop that had from I to bestcolors.length, that would run once for each element in the array. So here we're console logging I being 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, right? So we would plug in 0 here, then 1, then 2, then 3. And what will wind up happening is we wind up pulling off green, then blue, then yellow, then black, and printing each of those colors to the console. So we can actually use our for loop to iterate through our array, pulling off each value. Now, where it gets a little tricky is that arrays also have built-in methods, built-in functions that do iteration for us. So here we are seeing an arrow function. So it's like a simplified function that we got with ES6+. And what this is doing for us is it's doing the same thing. It's going to loop once, right? It's going to loop once for each element in the array. And it's going to pop off the element and its index. So it'll pop off green and 0, blue and 1, yellow and 2, black and 3. And here we're just going to be able to console log those values. So we would see green passed in the X, then blue, then yellow, then black. And this handy dandy for each just enables us to run once for each element in the array. So it's just another type of loop that we can use to loop through each element in our array. We've played around with those a lot. So, all right. There are some other methods that are inside of our arrays that are worthwhile to talk about. So here we have Best Wrappers 2020. And on this Best Wrappers 2020 list, we have 6.9, Polo G, and 6.9. And we want to shift one of these folks off of here. So if we do Best Wrappers 2020.shift, what that's going to do is it's going to pull off 6.9 from the front of the array. So now we are left with Polo G and 6.9. If we do pop, it'll take it off the end. So shift was the front, pop was the end. And so now we're left with Polo G, right? We're left with Polo G because we shifted off the front, we popped off the back. We can then go ahead and do something where we call unshift, where we put onto the front. So we wind up with Dylon and Polo G. And then we can do a push, which puts on the back. So now we wind up with Dylon, Polo G, Dylon. So we were able to shift off the front, pop off the back, unshift onto the front, push onto the back, and now we are left with Dylon, Polo G, Dylon. But we want to use another method, another function tied to this array called map. And what this is going to do is it's going to replace every single element inside our array with Dylon. And chat, what does map do? Map does something really unique. What does map do? Why is map different than like for each? What does map do? What does it give us? It gives us a new what? Yeah, it gives us a new array. So what you'll notice here is that Best Wrappers of all time is holding the map of Best Wrappers 2020. So Best Wrappers of all time is going to have a new array. And in that array, every single wrapper is going to be named Dylon. So Dylon goes to Dylon, Polo G goes to Dylon, and Dylon goes to Dylon. So Best Wrappers of all time has 3 Dylons. Then we unshift Dylon onto the front. We push Dylon onto the back. And if we were to console log Best Wrappers of all time, we have Dylon, 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 and Dylon. Because, well, they spit the hot fire. So it's pretty neat that with this array data structure, we get all these built-in goodies that help us do fun stuff when it comes to arrays. All right, we have some practice. If you haven't done arrays with us before, I would want you to come back and try the winter games. We're going to keep moving because we've been here before. We've done this. This is a review for us. Grizzly Guru with the 6 months. 6 months in a row. Hey, that's half a year. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. Thank you for being here. Hope you're having some fun today. So if you are new, come back and try winter games on your own. We've done this plenty of times. This is just a review for us today, so we're going to keep moving. You need to watch the Chappelle Show, Gores. Dylon is the best rapper of all time. Alrighty. Objects. Chat. Home stretch. You feel it? You feel it, folks? You feel the oh, I feel it. Hey, 10-second warning. We need to get hype. We only got a couple topics left. We need to get hype. 10-second warning. 10 seconds. 5. All right, here we go. I'm feeling it. Bring it home. Bring it home. Hey, hey, need the energy. All right. We're getting there. We're getting there. Now the array was quick. The array was quick. I know that was a quick review. We have whole classes on arrays. So if you're still stuck on those, come back, watch that class. Try Winter Games. I want to review objects, and we're gonna get to the end here. Alrighty, chat. What are objects? Tell me what an object is. Thank you. I did like my moves there. Everything in JavaScript. Everything. Objects are a collection of variables and functions. So if you remember what variables are, you remember what functions are. Objects are just a collection of variables and functions. They represent attributes and behavior of something used in a program. We call the variables that are tied to objects properties, and we call the functions tied to objects methods. That's it. So if you ever hear somebody talking about properties and methods, they're just the variables and functions tied to objects. Now, in JavaScript, objects are very important. Technically, everything in JavaScript is an object. It's the reason why our arrays had a length property and could have these wonderful methods that worked on them, because technically underneath the hood, they're objects. But that's a more advanced concept. I don't think we need to get too deep in that today with the review, but that's why you're able to see those things. So when you think of an object, really just think of like a physical object, like a real thing that has its own attributes and behaviors. I like to think about a stopwatch. Stopwatch is really clear to me. This stopwatch has a lot of properties that are attributes and a lot of behaviors or methods, right? So this stopwatch has to me, what are some properties that this stopwatch can have, chat? What are some properties that this stopwatch can have? Ooh, yeah, color. So it has a color property of black, has a shape color of round. It has a size property of medium. It has a minutes property of 3, a seconds property of 59, a hundredths of a 45. It has a brand of AccuSplit and a model of Pro Survivor. Cool. So that's the properties. What are the methods? What are the behaviors that this stopwatch has? What are some of the behaviors that we have? Yeah. Start, stop, split, reset, mode. These are the behaviors that this stopwatch can have. Cool. And so we can actually write these out in code. So here I am creating an object using literal notation. I am literally creating this object. Now, I can use a specific type of notation to add properties and methods. What type of notation is this, chat? What type of notation am I using here? Yeah, I'm using dot notation here. I'm using dot notation to add a property, current time, and I'm using dot notation to add a method, which is this function here. Chat, how do I know that this is a method? How do I know that tell time is a method? Yeah, it's a function. It's set equal to a function. And so whenever I see it set equal to a function, I know I'm dealing with a method. And so the cool thing is I can actually call this method down here, tell time, and I'm passing in stopwatch.currentTime as a what? What is stopwatch.currentTime being used as here? I call my mom to, what is stopwatch.currentTime being used as? Medium on fire, cross on fire. Yeah, look at all those folks. It's being used as an argument. So we know that stopwatch.currentTime is 12. So it's as though we put 12 in here. This 12 then gets passed in as an argument. And so this would print to the console, the current time is 12. Cool. Now, what if we wanted to create a lot of objects, chat? What could we use? I want to create a bunch of objects. What could I use to create a bunch of objects? Yeah, I could use some sort of constructor, a factory, a class. And so I like to think about like if I want to create a bunch of objects, like in real life, if I'm going to create a bunch of objects, right? I'm going to create a bunch of objects. I'm going to create a factory. Like if I want to create like 1,000,000 cars, I'm going to create a car factory. So we actually have a factory in JavaScript called a constructor. Now, this is some older syntax. With the newer versions of JavaScript, we got classes, which changed the syntax up a little bit. But here's the older syntax. What I have here is a constructor function, and this function takes in values. And what it does is it binds properties and methods to the objects that come out of this factory. So here you can see I'm creating a new make car object called a Honda Civic, where I'm passing in Honda as the make, Civic as the model, silver as the color, and 4 is the number of doors. So the object that comes out of this factory is going to have a make property of Honda, a model of Civic, a color of silver, a doors of 4. It's going to have a honk of beep beep fucker, and it's going to have a lock method of locked the number of doors that it has, doors. All right. So the idea here is that now that I've made my factory, I can start spitting out as many car objects as I want. Right? I don't have to keep rewriting this code. I don't have to keep rewriting the properties and methods by hand. I wrote out the constructor once, and now down here, I can just keep creating my objects over and over again, saving me what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 lines of code. So now, instead of needing to rewrite 12 lines of code every single time, I can write it 1, 2, 3, and just keep making objects as long as I want. Now, with ES6, we got a newer way of doing this, a newer syntax, where we create what's called a class. This was made to make folks coming from other languages more comfortable with the syntax that we have here in JavaScript. So people call this syntactical sugar, meaning that like underneath the hood, there are some slight changes, but really it's still the same model of inheritance that we've had. It's still at play here, just the syntax is a little bit different. We still have a constructor. We're still spitting out objects, and those objects still have methods like honk and lock. Just the syntax is a little bit neater here. And this is going to help us when we get into our object-oriented code. It's just going to make it a little bit easier for us to be able to extend these classes for inheritance and some other fun stuff. So it's a lot. Objects can be a lot, but everything in JavaScript is an object. And so it's important that you kind of understand how they work. Let's go ahead and let's just copy and paste this and see what we get. I'm going to copy this. Moving up my inspector here. Go to my console and paste it in. Boom. Let's ask for Honda Civic. And if you notice, Honda Civic comes back as an object. It is a make car object. Make car was our constructor, right? Sorry, our class. And you can see that it has a make of Honda, a model of Civic, a color of silver, and a doors of 4. If I do Honda Civic and I ask for doors, I will get 4. So now I have all this data and functionality combined into one object. Cool. Alrighty. That was a fire run through our arrays and objects. If you're new and this is your first run through it, that's going to be really fast. We have whole classes on arrays and objects where you can slow it down and really digest and work through the problem. This is meant to be review for us today. All right, we're at 6 hours. We're at 6 hours. There is 3 more topics I want to cover. And I can get done those topics in under a half hour. So what I want to do is I want to go slightly over 6. We're going to take a break. We're going to take a 7-minute break. And then we're gonna bang it out in under 30 minutes. Okay? We're going to bang it out in under 30 minutes. So let's take a 7-minute break. I'm going to run ads so new folks don't hit up any ads. And then we're gonna finish it out. We're going to hit everything today, folks. So 7 minutes on the timer. Alrighty, 7 minutes on the timer. Let's put some break music on. I'm gonna run some ads here. Minute 30 seconds because we're only gonna go for 30 more minutes. All right, I'll see y'all in 7. Run some ads here. Tunes are pumping. Feeling good. Hey. Take a 7-minute break. 7-minute break. If you're able to, please get up. Move if you're able to. Get yourself some tofu. Cool down. Oh, yeah. I appreciate it, 3D. I appreciate it. Man, so thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. All right, folks, I am going to grab a quick break myself. I will see you all in just a few seconds. Burb. Oh, baby. Had to grab the Shabbat candles. Tofu was getting drippy. Oh, it's getting hot. All right. Leon, if it's a break, how might you recommend managing feeling guilty about quitting a job? A job is just business, folks. As we saw with the pandemic, lots of folks thought their jobs cared about them. Lots of folks felt that their jobs were out there for them, but they saw real quick that it was just business. They were laid off, they were let go, and I think you really have to realize that most businesses are out for one thing and one thing only. If they could get rid of you, they would. And I won't ever lose sleep. It's been 6 hours, so just give me a break. I won't ever lose sleep about quitting a job. I know it's just business at the end of the day. Yeah, I think that's the other thing. I think that's a good point, Alyssa. Like, what about your coworkers? I think as long as you quit gracefully, right? Like you give your 2 weeks notice and you work really hard to make sure that they transition well. I think that's doing them the biggest solid, right? As long as you transition well, you give it your honest 2-week try and work really hard to make sure projects are handed over well. That's doing well. And then keep those relationships going. Yeah, I agree with Bilal too. Yeah. I agree, Rollers. Daddy Yankee. Thank you. I hate leaving people in bad spots. I don't think you did that. I trust you to have handed it all off well. Three-month notice? No way. Maybe if you're looking at like a big managerial position. What is this playlist? We're not using a playlist. We have like 3 or 4 songs that we use off of Harris Heller's Stream Beats, which is a completely free, royalty-free music that you can use on Twitch and YouTube and everywhere else. And so we use those. Harris Heller Stream Beats. It's fun stuff. Completely free. They're making bank off of this too. 150K a month. Whew. 2 minutes, folks. You got 2 minutes. Take the break. Get your stretch in. Do your Dr. Levi, the fitness doctor, hand stretches if you're able. Whew. Almost there, folks. Almost there. Hope this review was fun. Hope you got a chance to revisit some stuff that you haven't talked about, maybe about in a minute. Going through that HTML and CSS we haven't touched in a bit. Seeing some of the early JavaScript stuff was fun. Gotta take a peek at APIs, sniff at OOP, talk about how to get a job, and call it. Enjoy the rest of our Sundays. Been loving the review. Hey, that's good to hear, Sergio. First week code in here, my head hurts. Woo! Well, kudos to you for sticking it through. It's a lot. It's a lot, especially if this is your first run through. Oh boy. Putting a giant one in the air to this. Let's go. Oh boy, folks. Minute left, minute left. All right. Whew. It was a long one, folks. Let me get some hydration in real quick. We can do this. We got it. 40 seconds left. Hey Leon, should I be worrying about writing clean code with good practices right now or just pumping out good looking apps? Can bad code cost me a job interview? Nah, not really. So the cool thing about the GitHub template that I put, there is a spot for optimizations. You can put, hey, I didn't follow these clean code best practices. If I had more time to optimize, this is how I would write it. And there you go, poof. Concern validated, and you're good to keep going. I think one of the biggest holes folks dig themselves early on is like trying to like optimize their code out the gate, vomit it all out. If you have time to clean it up, clean it up. But you can use that section in your GitHub template, that like the README template that I gave y'all, to say like, here's how I would have optimized it. Totes, do you have any tips for someone jumping into this thing right now versus being along since the beginning? Exclamation point 100 devs tells you everything you need to do to catch up. Rewatch this VOD. That's all you're going to need. And then join us on Tuesday. Rewatch this VOD and then join us on Tuesday. Join the Discord and you'll be good. I've gone from the table to the lap to my daughter's bed to opening the window to sitting out in the outdoors. Come in. What a great 6 hours. Whew. Alrighty, folks. Come on back. Hope you had a good break. Last one. Let's finish strong. Let's finish strong. Yeah, kudos everyone for hanging out. Almost 300 of y'all pretty consistently the whole Sunday. Let's go. If you're here and you haven't followed yet, go ahead and click the follow just so you see that when we're live and more folks can learn how to get into web development for free. Everything we ever do here on this channel will be free. I don't even recommend resources that aren't free. You'll never get a tutorial recommendation. You'll never get a book recommendation from me unless it is 100% free. You don't need to pay any money to learn how to code, folks. You can get a great job without ever paying a dime. Don't let anybody ever convince you otherwise. Cool. So if you've been following along for a while, give us a follow. All right. Let's keep going. Let's switch back here. Let's talk about APIs. I'm gonna go to Little Leon. Chill the music. I'm only here to get closer to OnlyFans points. I love it. You got some channel points today. And if you hit the YOLO, imagine if you had hit the YOLO and all the channel points from today. You know what? Let's do another YOLO. Let's real quick. Let's squeeze in a YOLO here. Let's squeeze in a YOLO. Hold on. For all y'all that stuck around this whole time, let's squeeze in a YOLO for you. You know what? You've been here. You want a YOLO? Let's let you YOLO. I'm going to start a prediction. All right. It's 1 or 2, folks. That's all it is. 1 or 2. Get in here. I lost it all, no. All right. Got 1 or 2. 1 or 2. What is the prediction here, folks? This is for y'all, for the folks, the triple OGs, for the folks that sat here all day. Let's go. Let's get our YOLOs in. People really like 1/2 for some reason. I thought it would have swung. Oh, it did swing. I would have thought because like gambler's fallacy, right? Like it was 2 last time, so people think it'll be 2 again, even or not. Oh no, it's evening out a little bit. Oh man. Oh boy. To my ability to vote. I guess I can just give mods the ability to YOLO. Like we could just keep track of it on our own. We can do that. How many points do you want to YOLO, Alyssa? How many do you want to YOLO? I'll wait for Alyssa to tell me. Blaw's 5K on 2. Alyssa, what do you got? 10K on 2. So we got Blaw at 5K and Alyssa at 10K on 2. All right, ready? Both on 2. Letting it ride. 3, 2, 1. 1. So, Blaw and Alyssa, if you ever go ahead and redeem OnlyFans, it doesn't count. You need to give me another 10 and another 5 before you redeem it. I'll probably forget about it by the time that happens, but alrighty. 1. Let me go ahead and confirm the prediction so folks get their points. That was a 1 this time. Completing the prediction. Complete it. Congrats on your points. Got your points back? Hey. I should have betted it all. Alrighty, let's finish this up, folks. Alright, what are APIs? Chat, what's an API? API? What's that? JTA with the hydration. Cheers to you. What's an API? A waiter? An application programming interface. Let me pull out my glasses for that one. Also a restaurant menu. All right, let's talk about it. APIs are a simple interface for something complex. If you've been around for a while, you might have seen our Bob Party Lights. The Bob Party Lights come with a very simple interface, which is this remote control. I can use this interface to turn the lights on, to turn the lights off, and it enables me to do a lot of stuff, but not everything. Like, I don't have the ability to like discharge capacitors or like change lenses or anything like that with this interface. It's a limited interface. Okay. I like to think about a restaurant menu. A restaurant menu is a simple interface for some rather complex stuff. Fox, hey, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. I like to think about a menu as a simple interface for some complex stuff. I say pad thai, and the waiter or waitress takes that information, goes to the kitchen. The kitchen knows what to do at pad thai, combines all of these ingredients, cooks it at a certain temperature, puts it on a certain plate, garnishes it with something, and then eventually that stuff comes back to my table. So I didn't really care what happened back in the kitchen. I just wanted pad thai, and all this complexity was abstracted away from me. All this complex stuff happened in the kitchen. I didn't care. I just wanted my pad thai. Pad thai for dinner sounds fire. That might be happening, right? So the menu was my interface, and the complex stuff that was happening in the kitchen happened, right? We can do the same thing with code, that programming interface. So instead of a menu, we can use things like URLs. So if I type in a URL, I can get data back from some server. So here, I can have my application that I've built. I can make a request to a server, and that server can send data back to me. Just like I could say pad thai and get a delicious meal back. With my application, I can write some code that makes a request, and that server responds with some data. Now, the way that a lot of this data is going to come back is in something called JSON, or JavaScript object notation. It's basically a big old object that has all the stuff that we cared about. So, one of the examples I like to use is the Dog CEO API. Their interface is a very simple very simple URL. And this URL returns a bunch of dog photos. I don't care how it does it. This is my simple interface, and something really complex is happening on that server to go look at the hard drive, find the file, grab that image, and send that image back as a JSON object. All that complexity is hidden from me, and the only interface I need is a URL. So this is my API. It's a very simple interface to get some complex stuff, in this case, dog photos. Now, built into JavaScript is this lovely fetch right here. What fetch enables us to do is to make that request to a server, right? So there's a lot of funny stuff happening here, promises resolving and all that fancy stuff. We're gonna talk about that on Tuesday, actually. But for now, all you need to know is I put in my interface or my URL here, and I get some data back right here. So I make a request to that server, and I get some data back, and I can console log that data. So let's go ahead and take this fetch. It's going to copy. Let's open up the inspector. Boom. And there we go. I got a message back. Look at this lovely JSON object that I got back. And the cool thing is inside this JSON object is a URL that is an image. It's an image inside that URL right there. So I can use that inside of my code. So we have this dog photos starter code. Let's go ahead and take a look at this together. I'm going to close this one. I'm going to look at dog photos. There we go. Dog photos, index.html, JavaScript. And I'm just going to go ahead and paste in that code from the slides. And we saw that there was the data. Let's save this. I'm going to open this in the browser. And I'm going to open up my inspector. And so we can see we're getting that JSON object back from the server. And we can see that there is a message property of it. So let me use my dot notation to grab the message property. So if I go back, I can see that I'm making a request to this URL, and all of the response is coming in through data. And right now I'm just console logging all of data, but I can use my dot notation to do dot message. Cool. Let's save that. And now, instead of that whole big object, we should just have that string that was there, this message string. So let's go ahead and refresh. Great. So now I got this string, which is an image source. Cool. If we look in our HTML, we have an image with no source. So let's target that image in our code. Let's go ahead and do document. .query selector, and we're going to say image, and we're going to change its source property to be equal to data.message. Oh boy. Data.message, we're going to save that up. We're going to give this a refresh. And oh, look at the little cutie shepherd. Oh, I love shepherds. Shepherds are my favorite. Let's refresh. Oh, look at the cutie patootie. No. Oh. Look at the doggies. Look at look at that. Pretty. That's so pretty. Alright, so the cool thing is now we are able to make a request to a URL. That's our very simple interface. We're getting some complex data back, but we're able to parse through that data, get the bits that we care about, aka that message that was the URL, and then plug that into our DOM. So with APIs, you can start to build some really featureful applications with just understanding a little bit about objects, a little bit about dot notation, and using a fetch. That's it. So the cool thing is you can start to build some really neat stuff with just the very simple things we just covered in the past few moments. So highly recommend you try out the fetch if you haven't. try getting this code to run, try parsing through it. And we have a whole class on APIs where you can get more practice with them if you would like. This could have been the whole 6 hours. Exactly. It could have been. Dog, look at these little puppies. All right. There's one other really interesting thing that came to our URLs that we didn't have to use here. And that's that sometimes our interface, like our URL, can have some extra parameters on it. So here you see like I have a normal URL. And then after this, I have this question mark and then S equals. This is called a query parameter. It's like plugging in extra stuff to the URL that the server knows how to handle. Now, this isn't really in your control. The API that you're using has to have this set up, right? All right. The API has to have this set up for you to pass query parameters. But if the API has query parameters, you can pass in a bunch of information. So in this case, instead of just getting any regular old drink from the cocktail database, you're going to get a specific margarita drink. And so you could change margarita to something else like a whiskey or something else and get different properties back. So the idea here is that you can have regular URLs to get data from, but you can also add a little bit of extra to your URLs using something called a query parameter should the API accept it. All right. 10 minutes, folks. Give me 10 more minutes. All right. Why would we need objects? Why do we have this data structure that's made up of properties and methods? Why do we need these like factories? Why is any of this important? And it's all important because what if there was a system, a paradigm, a set of rules that we could agree upon that would enable us to structure our code that made it easier to add new stuff, easier to read what was already been coded, and to make sure that we weren't afraid to make changes. All right? What if there was a system that we could all agree to that made it easier to do those three things really well? All right, you're going to see music and light warnings here. 10 seconds. Well, there is a system. There is a paradigm that makes it easier for us to add new stuff, read what was already written, and not be afraid to make changes. And that stuff is OOP, baby. It's OOP. It's OOP. Let's go. OOP. OOP. When's first day out coming up? Give me first day out. Hey, we're finishing up. 10 minutes, folks. 10 minutes. You got this. You got this. All right. Yeah, that paradigm is object-oriented programming. So let's talk about it. Now, we often have a lot of data and a lot of functionality. When most programmers start out, they have a bunch of variables and then a bunch of functions. And the problem with that is you're kind of always afraid that if you like mess up a variable or mess up a function, all your code could break. So there's this idea of taking all your data, like your variables and all your functions, and fusing them into one object. That fusion of data and functionality into one object, well, that is called encapsulation, baby. Boom. Encapsulation. So you're encapsulating data, functionality. Boom. So the process of storing functions, aka our methods, and their associated data like our properties into one thing, an object, that's encapsulation. So it enables us to keep all of our stuff together, which means that when we are trying to like maybe fix a property or change a method, we know it's all in one spot. We don't have to go hunting for it. We know that if we make a change here, it's only affecting that code and not something else deeper in our program, which leads us to something else. Oops, sorry. Complex or unnecessary details can be hidden away. This enables you to implement things without ever thinking about the hidden complexity. So now that we have like all of our stuff encapsulated together, we can start hiding bits that we don't want to be exposed. Like think about a car. When I sit down in a car, I just want to turn my steering wheel and press the gas and go somewhere. I don't want to have to know about all the complex things that are happening inside of my engine. My engine is abstracted away from me, right? This is a really important concept, especially when it comes to our code, because all my stuff is encapsulated together. All my data, my functionality is there. But I don't want to have to worry about what's happening inside of my functions because I just want them to work. I just want to be able to use them and not worry about what's happening. In fact, I wouldn't want another developer to like really mess with them unless they knew what they were doing. I don't want them to be able to use them, but not really mess with them. Just like I expect somebody driving a car to use the steering wheel, but not like start tearing out spark plugs and everything, right? We just expect them to say, all right, I'm just going to use the steering wheel and everything else can be abstracted away. That's what we're expecting inside of our objects as well. So encapsulation keeps our data and functionality together. And then we can write more smaller, more manageable pieces of code that we don't have to worry about what all the complex stuff that's happening. We can just say, all right, do stuff once, be able to use it. Don't really have to understand what's happening underneath the hood. You can use it. You can hide away all that complexity. Just have the steering wheel. Don't worry about what's happening. We can abstract all that away from you. So why this would be really important in your code is let's say you're building a coffee machine. The coffee machine boils water, but the button that turns on the coffee pot, that broke, right? That button broke on your coffee machine. Do you want the engineers to re-engineer how the coffee pot boils water just to fix the button? No. You want your engineers just to worry about that button. You don't care about the complexity that's happening with the boiling of water, how the filament heats up and boils the water. You don't care about that. You don't want your engineers to have to worry about that. One engineer already figured that out. They've done it once. We can use it whenever we want. We've hidden all that complexity away from the developers. They just need to fix the button. They fix the button, they can get everything else. So this idea of hiding complexity, doing stuff once, all of this leads to a concept called abstraction. Hey. Subtraction. Come on, gotcha. Hey. 5 minutes left, folks. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Francisco develops. Hey, I appreciate it. Alrighty. So abstraction, just a very short terminology, hides details, shows the essentials. It helps keep your code simple, predictable, manageable. You're doing stuff once, you're hiding complexity. You don't have to worry about it. All right. Now, we have these wonderful objects. We've encapsulated data and functionality together. We've abstracted out complex stuff and we can just sit in our car, use the steering wheel, and not worry about all the other complex stuff that's happening in the engine. So we've encapsulated, we've abstracted. Well, what if we want to have objects that are based on older objects, right? If we can have objects that are based on other objects, we can eliminate a bunch of redundant code, right? Like if I can just have an object, inherit all the properties and methods from that object, but just change a few things, we can stop ourselves from having to repeat all those properties and methods. So let's say we have a person object that has an age and a height, and then we want to have an employee object where that employee still has an age and a height, but we also want them to have a salary. We don't have to redo the age. We don't have to redo the height. We can say, all right, we had a person, extend it to include the employee, and the employee just gets a salary. So we don't have to repeat ourselves. having an object that could inherit from another object enables us to eliminate a bunch of redundant code and leads us to inheritance, baby. That's inheritance. Hey. Wait for the drop. You gotta get to the drop. Here we go. You gotta get to the drop. Feeling it. All right, that's inheritance. Last one. All right. So inheritance, you just make a class, right? We saw objects were being spit out from classes. You make a class that shares a set of properties and methods from another one. So it's called inheritance. You have one class that inherits the properties and methods from another one, so you can eliminate a bunch of redundant code. All right. Now, what if we could have a piece of code that automatically works with a bunch of different objects? So what if we had a for loop? A for loop that could work on any number of objects. Let's say we had a person object and an employee object. They both had the ability to speak. So I could run a loop, I could loop through all my objects, my person objects, my employee objects. They're all going to speak. All I would have to do is say object.speak, and it would work no matter if they are a person or an employee. This idea is that you can have one piece of code that works with a bunch of different objects. This idea that you can have a method that's overridden in any of your children classes, like speak works on person, speak works on employee, might be different between them, right? Instead of conditionals or switch cases that check to see, wait, are you a person? Then you should speak this way. Or are you an employee? Then you should speak this way. Instead of having all these conditional switch cases, instead of checking, we could have one interface, like the method name, that works on any of the objects that we've created. And this idea is called polymorphism. That's called polymorphism. Boom. Alrighty. So those are the 4 pillars of object-oriented programming in super warp speed. We have 2 whole classes on these concepts. So this is meant to be a review, funny and quick. But if you want to go deeper into like what OOP is, how you would use it, real code examples, watch our 2 classes on OOP. We go into depths with it. Cool. So what if they actually made sense? Encapsulation is the idea of storing our methods and our data and our functionality together in one object. But why does this matter? It makes it easier to add new stuff. You're not chasing out throughout your code base. It makes it easier to read what was already coded because it's all in one object. And if we make changes to this one object, we're not worried about it making changes to some other object. So encapsulation is really key. Abstraction enables us to hide details and just show essentials. But why? What was the reason? Why is this important? Enables us to write smaller, more manageable pieces of code. I can write this one piece of code and not worry that somebody else is going to break it, and I can reuse it as much as I want. I don't really understand what's going on inside. I can just say I just want the result of that thing. So it enables us to do things once, to have reusability, and hide complexity from the rest of our code. The really big thing that abstraction does is it makes code changes more bearable. Like, you're not afraid to make a change and know that everything else breaks. No, you make a change, you know that all the complexity is abstracted, so the changes that you make won't break stuff, and you can sleep at night. Inheritance is make a class from another class to share properties and methods. What is the reason? Why do we do this? Helps you eliminate redundant code. You're not repeating yourself. You're not repeating those properties. You're not repeating those methods. Everything is inherited, which stops you from rewriting code. And polymorphism, a piece of code that automatically works with a bunch of different objects. Why is this important? It enables you to not have to like figure out what type of object it is. You can just use that same bit of code on all objects. No conditionals, no switch cases. It makes your code more reusable because of that, and it supports the other pillars. Wow, that was fast. That was fast. That was fast. The fastest run of OOP ever. Alrighty, folks, we did it. We did it. Alrighty. If you haven't already, you have to start your prepping for interviews now. Ghost, thank you for the hydration. Techno Ghost, thank you for the hydration. The hair and beard still look marvelous. Thank you so much. All right, quick reminders before we head off. We're going to do a raid. Always stay around for the raid. Get some more channel points. Send some love and positivity somebody else's way. So let's go ahead and let's get this ready. But there's a couple quick things I just want to point out again that you should absolutely be doing right now. If you're not doing them, you're doing yourself a disservice. So right now, please, if you haven't already, grab the checklist. This checklist is everything that you're supposed to be doing this weekend, right? The checklist is everything that you should be doing this weekend to get your professional life in order, to make sure you have everything that you need to start your interview process. So make sure you have that. Second, make sure you are pushing every day. If you haven't pushed code today, please, I know we just grind it through 6.5 hours, but you should be pushing code every day because those recruiters love those green squares. Your hit list, you should be taking a look at this sheet, starting to think about the companies that you want to apply to that get added to that sheet. Remember, we're applying to 60 applications that are recommended our way in. You have to start that process this week. And start thinking about your project this weekend. Take some time today, some time tomorrow to think through, what are you going to stick 100 hours into? I'm expecting a description and a wireframe on Tuesday. Alrighty. Remember, if you're doing your code wars, you should be making sure that you're doing your CAR and your prep, right? CAR if you're working through the bank and your behavioral questions. Prep if you are working through your code wars, right? Every code wars you do, you should be working through prep. Okay, that's it. That's all I got, folks. 6 hours, 35 minutes. We crushed it. Thank you for being here. We were almost near 300 people the entire time. This is wild. Thank you so much for giving us your Sunday, for pushing your brain through getting through this review. If you're new, I'm so excited you're here. Welcome. We're about to have so much fun jumping into this back end. You joined at the perfect time. Let's go ahead and end with a lovely raid. Let's send some love and positivity some people's way. We're going out with a banger here too. Let's go out with some hype. Thank you for for a wonderful Sunday. We're gonna do a raid. I'm setting it up now. Feel the vibes. Setting up the raid. Hey. Let's go. Yep. Boom. Alright, we got the raid queued up, folks. We're about to head over there. Remember, send that love and positivity. Keep the energy going with them. 200 plus people. Let's go. Let's raid the crap out of them. See y'all over there. Peace.